channel for yourself. She was ready to fight her way in. God kills God. Boom. Chapter 697A Battle of Wits and Courage. Wenbin, do you see those two altars? That's where those two conceptual magic weapons were placed before. And the barrier behind it, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the portal to the inner layer. Unlike Yu Qiwei, who was rushing forward without thinking, Shi Feng, who had already been here once, felt like he was back home. Not long after, Cao Wenbin was brought to an open area. Then, he began to introduce everything here in detail. That's interesting. And Cao Wenbin also listened very carefully. Only after Shi Feng finished speaking did he flash to the front of the barrier. Buzz. Without any surprise, an extremely terrifying resistance force erupted immediately. Cao Wenbin was directly pushed back 2 steps. The little face turned pale with confusion. Obviously, this was caused by the previous injury. However, despite being in a mess, Cao Wenbin was not angry, but laughed instead. As for the reason, finally, it's no longer just the extremely yin energy that can break the formation. Do you need soul power? Isn't this just walking into trouble? As soon as he finished talking to himself, Cao Wenbin no longer hesitated. The soul power that was so powerful that it was unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future immediately rushed towards the barrier frantically. In an instant, the barrier was suddenly pressed in. And there is absolutely no sign of rebound. Oh my god. Shi Feng, who saw everything, was simply dumbfounded. You know, it took dozens of them more than 10 days to break the relatively simple barrier outside. But the little brat in front of me is. This guy has really grown up. Back then, he couldn't even deal with an emperor. Whenever something happens, you have to call someone. I don't know what he was thinking about, but not long after, a warm look appeared on Shi Feng's face. The curve of the corners of the mouth cannot be suppressed no matter what. But the good times didn't last long. The next moment, her body tensed up unconsciously. Because, bang, as the sound of shattering rang out, the barrier that she thought would never break down within a month or two suddenly exploded. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't make her nervous. After all, her little man is right in front of her. This little impact couldn't possibly hurt her. What really made her look solemn was that at the moment the barrier was broken, a soul force actually rushed out from it. And it's ridiculously huge. At least in Shi Feng's opinion, even if she died, her soul would never grow to this extent. But just when she was about to use all her strength to resist, she suddenly discovered that there was an extra layer of light shield on her body. It directly isolated the soul power that was attacking her from outside. You're quite considerate. This made her even happier. But the next moment, Sister Nisheng, please save some energy. We finally have a chance to be alone together. Do you think I will let you go back safely? So, no surprise, Shi Feng's face immediately turned red. And it's becoming more and more popular. So, in order to relieve her embarrassment, she immediately prepared to give Cao Wenbin a couple of hits. This guy, why do you still like to talk nonsense so much? Just fix it if you want. What are you talking about? But before she could raise her hand, she felt a flash before her eyes, and then she completely lost her target. It was not until she raised her head completely that she discovered that Cao Wenbin had actually pounced on a crystal clear stone. And that endless soul power emerged from the stone. So eager. It seems that this thing is very unusual. Very happy. After all, she finally helped this little man. And the fact is, it is indeed so. This stone is called the soul-devouring stone. In fact, it is not of much value. But its luck is extremely good. When the will of chaos was broken, it was right next to it. So without wasting a single bit, the terrifying ownerless will immediately entered its body. It instantly upgrades its capabilities. It directly became the most powerful soul-type magic weapon in the world. As long as one can refine it, no matter who it is, the power of the soul will definitely undergo a tremendous change. Even Cao Wenbin. Boom. But just when Cao Wenbin was excitedly preparing to start training, a very subtle voice of assurance suddenly reached their ears. Then came the second and third tones. And the noise is getting louder and louder. It's obvious that the other party is approaching quickly. Depend on. This is really haunting. Cao Wenbin is very unhappy. Of course, he didn't panic. First, he slowly put away the soul-devouring stone, and then he took out the happy palace. However, this treasure that all men dream of is extremely small at this moment. The color is exactly the same as the sand and stones on the ground. Wenbin, what are you doing? Nodding gently, Cao Wenbin confirmed Shi Feng's guess. That's right. I'm just planning to take advantage of the environment here to play hide and seek with Yu Qiwei. Without releasing her spiritual sense, I don't believe she can find such a small happy palace with her naked eyes. The idea is quite perfect. But Shi Feng rolled his eyes the first moment. Because in her opinion, the little man in front of her obviously has other intentions than drinking. After all, there are so many magic weapons that can be used to pretend that someone is alive. Why would you choose this happy palace when you are afraid? But even though she rolled her eyes, she didn't say anything in rebuttal. When Cao Wenbin reached out to pull her, she followed him in. I hope I can get out alive. Boom. Not long after the two disappeared, a barrier in the southwest suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, Yu Qiwei's beautiful figure appeared out of thin air at the place where the soul-devouring stone was originally located. But she, who originally had a murderous look on her face, was completely stunned after seeing the environment here clearly. Another barrier was broken, which proved that Cao Wenbin had been here. The place where the treasure was placed still stagnated with the scent of the treasure, which proved that the other party was not much faster than her. But the problem is, there is no one here. This is totally illogical. Logically speaking, Cao Wenbin should be looking at her with horror on his face at this moment. As for whether or not to return the same way, that's simply impossible. After all, she was chasing after him. Anyone with a big heart would never do such a thing. Because I'm not afraid of 10,000 things, I'm afraid of one. If I really meet her, it would be like committing suicide. So, I see. That guy must still be here. It's just hidden by some means. Chapter 698 Wake up. I want to see where you can hide in such a small place. After figuring it out, Yu Qiwei's eyes flashed, and then a burst of energy suddenly burst out from her body. Not very huge, but it is mixed with many attributes. There are even two laws of time and space. Obviously, all possibilities have been thought of. But just as she was waiting for the harvest with full confidence, a situation that made her confused again occurred. The speed of energy is very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had passed through every corner of this space. But apart from the blown-up sand and stones, she didn't see anything. Not to mention Cao Wenbin, a living person, she didn't even see a ghost. That's impossible. His eyes turned scarlet instantly. Immediately afterwards, she increased her energy output. But the result is still the same. There is no difference. Did I really make a wrong judgment? That kid did the opposite for me. To be honest, Yu Qiwei really didn't want to admit that she was wrong. But the facts are right in front of us. So after taking another look at this space, she reluctantly rushed to another broken barrier. After a while, it completely disappeared. Coincidentally, she had just left when a grain of sand that had been blown to the northeast corner by the strong wind suddenly began to vibrate. And it lasts forever. Quick, this chain is about to break. Everyone, work harder. The 7th floor of Yaoyang Temple. Looking at the chain that couldn't be any thinner, everyone's expressions became excited. And with Mu Qianshen's cry, the women suddenly squeezed out the last bit of extremely yin energy in their bodies. The next moment, click. Not loud, but it continues endlessly. Immediately afterwards, the chain that had been holding the women hostage for 9 days suddenly turned into specks of starlight. Can't find even a little bit. Yeah, cheers of victory suddenly rang out. At the same time, the woman who was still floating in the air suddenly opened her eyes. Unlike Yu Qiwei who looks at everyone with deep affection, this woman only sees nobility. She looked as if everyone was inferior to her. As her eyes swept across the entire audience, her beautiful eyebrows quickly wrinkled together. Who are you? Logically speaking, you shouldn't be the ones who woke me up. The voice is cold. But before Zhongzhou and others could figure out how to answer, the woman seemed to have discovered something again. Then he flashed and appeared directly in front of Tianyan and Lu Yunxiao. Then, why is there the aura of that little guy in the bodies of these two women? At this moment, all the girls understood that this girl was looking for their men. So, sister, the person you were looking for is currently being hunted. That's why I can't stay by your side forever. By the way, the guy chasing him seems to be the same as you. It's just that the attributes are different. A fierce light suddenly flashed in the woman's eyes. After all, that aura has been haunting her for tens of thousands of years, and he is the only person in the world who can make her feel close to him. She feels bad even if her skin is a little broken. Not to mention being hunted. Do you know where he is now? Zhongzhou and others were overjoyed. Then without saying anything, they all pointed to the northwest. This was the route they had already agreed on before Shifeng left. So I remember everything very clearly. After getting the correct answer, the woman did not hesitate. He pinched his fingers together, and then everyone felt that the Yaoyang temple was moving. And it's extremely fast. At the same time, Zhang Jian and others finally learned the woman's name, Hao Mengshuan. Name: Feng Nisheng, Shifeng. Identity: ancestor of the Phoenix clan, a spiritual creature born and raised by nature. Strength: early heavenly Dao realm, great potential, peak should be his limit. Appearance score: 99. Loyalty: 100. As someone who shares your heart, her loyalty to you is unquestionable. You tell her to go east, and she won't go west. No matter what, she will definitely do what you say. Note: you should find a way to restore the Phoenix clan's greatness. After all, their 100 phoenixes singing formation is the finest formation in the world. Once activated, it can damage the enemy's body and shatter their soul. Those without sufficient soul power or a magical weapon to protect their soul will find it impossible to escape. Good fellow. Looking at the information presented on the goddess record, Cao Wenbin's eyes widened. 100 phoenixes singing together. The best formation in the world. He would never have thought that Shifeng had such a powerful weapon in his hand. Of course, while he was shocked, he was also helpless. After all, from the name of this formation, it can be seen that in order to form this formation, there must be at least 100 phoenixes. But so far, even if you count Longji and her mother who just got over the mystery of being in the womb, there are only 3. In other words, there are still 97 gaps. Depend on. With this amount, even if I try hard, Sister Nisheng's body won't be able to handle it. Very depressed. But soon, he had no time to think about these messy things. Because the treasure chest is ready. The next moment. Pool of laws: to become the master of all living things, being strong yourself is not enough. Your subordinates must also be capable. But as the saying goes, everyone has their own unique characteristics. Those who are loyal to you are not necessarily talented. So, having subordinates who meet your needs is absolutely difficult. But with this item, everything is no longer a problem. Simply soak in it, and the pool water with the properties of the laws will rush towards you relentlessly. Until you completely master one of them. Note: although this item is powerful, it also has many drawbacks. The most important of which is that the pool water it produces is extremely corrosive. Therefore, those with limited strength must not stay too long. A fixed amount must be consumed daily, otherwise disaster will occur. Fuck. After seeing the items in the first treasure chest, Cao Wenbin jumped up. His eyes were filled with excitement. After all, the strength of the people around him is too low, which has always been a concern for him. But there is still no way to solve it. After all, although he has a lot of resources, compared with the people around him, they are nothing. So he could only drag it on. But once this thing came out. Good. That's really good. Entertain yourself while improving your cultivation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 699 Chaos Divine Land, Opportunity. Chaos Divine Soil, a magical soil that nurtured billions of life forms within the chaos. It's not abundant, but its plasticity is incredibly strong. You can mold it into any shape you desire. Note: it's an excellent material for crafting weapons. As long as you can survive the punishment of thunder, you'll be at least a half step into the chaos realm. Of course, if you want to mold a human, that's possible. However, to give birth to a soul, you must drip the blood of a powerful master into it after it's been molded. Only then can it be brought to life. What a magical thing. After reading the introduction, Cao Wenbin's face was full of surprise. Driven by curiosity, he didn't hesitate. He immediately broke off a piece of sacred soil. Then he started to knead it according to Shifeng's appearance. Buzz. The process was quite smooth and the speed was extremely fast. But when the blood was dripping, an accident happened. The clay figure, which was originally full of energy, immediately collapsed the moment it came into contact with his blood. Looking at the scattered sand on the ground, Cao Wenbin was paralyzed. But after just a few breaths, he understood everything. To sum it up in 2 sentences. The level of life is too high. The sacred land cannot bear it. Depend on. But after understanding it, he became even more depressed. After all, the loss is too great. But just when he was about to start complaining. How old are you? Why are you playing in the mud? The voice was full of fatigue. But it's touching. So, Cao Wenbin's attention was immediately diverted. Then, in order to prove that he was not a child, he repeated the characteristics of the sacred land. So magical. There was no surprise. Shifeng also showed a look of surprise. Then I just made one. It is also based on her appearance. Obviously, she is really confident about her looks. Buzz. And her blood obviously does not exceed the standard. Look, as soon as the blood fell, the clay figure immediately turned into a normal person. From the appearance, it is exactly the same as Shifeng. Wenbin, help me. Remember, do it my way. My intuition tells me that this is my chance. But just when Cao Wenbin was about to get closer to study and see if the real person and the clay figurine were exactly the same in details, Shifeng's voice suddenly rang out again. Even a fool can hear the urgency in it. However, Cao Wenbin did not take action immediately. As for the reason, can your body withstand the continuous bleeding in such a short period of time? Don't talk much. But Shifeng just stood there in a daze. After a while, he came to his senses. Then, who are you looking down on? Okay, let's get started. If this matter is not passed, there may not be such a store anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, she started cutting her fingers with the sword. Since his own girl has already made the move, Cao Wenbin will naturally not lag behind. With both hands moving at the same time, in the blink of an eye, one clay figure after another that looked exactly like Shifeng appeared in front of the two of them. It didn't stop until the 98th time. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to pinch it. But the sacred land is gone. Buzz. But obviously, this number is enough. Look, then the last clay figure was also stained with blood, and all the clay figures that were originally standing quietly swarmed towards the original Shifeng. And in the blink of an eye, they all disappeared into his body. This is. Feeling Shifeng's aura suddenly elevated to a higher level, Cao Wenbin's eyes popped out. Has this reached the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? But soon, reality told him that this was just the appetizer. The next moment, swish, those disappeared clay figures actually reappeared after Shifeng made a hand gesture. Even without them, Shifeng's aura didn't decrease even a little bit. Good fellow. Cao Wenbin's eyelids were throbbing. But at the same time, he also discovered that the essence of these reappearing clay figures had changed. The aura of the sacred land has completely disappeared. What replaced it was a real flesh and blood body. A clone. That's interesting. By the way, Sister Nisheng, do these clones of yours have the ability to? Cao Wenbin didn't say the rest. But the meaning is self-evident. Shifeng didn't delay even for a second and rolled his eyes at him the first moment. Can't you be more serious every day? You know, this is the most powerful clone technique in the world. They can not only distract the enemy. It can even cooperate with me to use the formation. Also, they are my energy reserves. When I'm fighting someone, I can always mobilize the energy in their body. It would be fine if you didn't cooperate with me in figuring out how to apply such a heaven-defying method, but you actually wanted to. The more he talked, the more speechless Shifeng became. In the end, she simply stopped talking. Because she found that she was completely talking to a cow. Her little man has already gathered around a clone. Depend on. The white eyes appear again. Then Shifeng directly collected his clone. At the same time, words to divert attention immediately came out of her mouth. Wenbin, what's the situation outside? That crazy woman, is she still blocking us? Cao Wenbin smiled. He naturally knew what this girl meant. But he didn't point it out. After all, there is still a long way to go. He has all the time. Sooner or later you will get what you want. So, that slutty fox left long ago. With her intelligence, how could she possibly see through such a sophisticated tactic? After saying that, Cao Wenbin directly pulled Shifeng out of the happy palace. And the situation outside was indeed as he said, calm and peaceful. There was no sign of Yu Qiwei at all. Buzz. But the good times didn't last long. Before the two of them could figure out which direction to leave, the sound of space vibration suddenly reached their ears. As a result, the expressions of the two people suddenly changed. Shi Feng was panicking. As for Cao Wenbin, nothing else, just embarrassing. After all, this slap was really too hard. Hurry, follow me. Of course, it's embarrassing, but his body is quite reliable. Take action immediately. Boom. A hole was immediately blown in the southeast barrier. However, the two of them did not go that way. Instead, he set out on the same path he came from. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. But just a few breaths later, something happened that made him wish he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 700. It's my turn. Wenbin, what are you doing? The sound is not loud. But the power is quite good. Look, Cao Wenbin and Shi Feng, who had already run very far away, were directly controlled to the spot. Because both of them recognized that it was Zhongzhou's voice. Depend on. As a result, Cao Wenbin's face turned red. After all, this is really embarrassing. The one who came was not Yuqiwei. But they are their own people. Please, can't you come a little later, or a little earlier? The timing you chose makes me look stupid. Buzz. But soon, he no longer had time to think about all this mess. As for the reason, suddenly, a very cold woman appeared in front of him. Little guy, I didn't expect that you have grown so big in the blink of an eye. Cao Wenbin was stunned, but after just a few breaths, he reacted. This girl must have mistaken him for the master of Yaoyang. This physique is really abnormal. It not only gives me unlimited possibilities. It also provides me with so many beautiful things. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Then without saying a word, he threw himself into his arms. The implication of taking advantage is quite obvious. Not good, but he enjoyed it. But Zhang Jian and others who saw this scene were all shocked. Because through their understanding along the way, they have already figured out how Mengxuan's character. Just like what he shows, he is aloof. It's quite unsociable. Anyone who comes close will immediately frown. This is what happened to women, but now there is a man. Everyone get ready. If she dares to make any unusual moves, we will take action immediately. She is strong, but with all her actions planned and unintentional, I don't believe she can escape unscathed. The idea is perfect, but when they had prepared everything, a situation that made them confused occurred. The expected frown did not appear. There is no question of rage. When How Mengxuan reacted, her face showed not only doting but also doting on you. The little hand was patting Cao Wenbin's back all the time. The scene is extremely warm. So, depend on. Turns out she's also a bitch. I was actually deceived by her before. One after another, eye rolls appeared. At the same time, they all made up their minds that in the coming time, they must pay more attention to the situation in the Happy Palace. After all, the scene when a proud person falls must be extremely interesting. Absolutely not to be missed. But just as they were wondering whether this woman would be dragged into the Palace of Joy immediately or after a few days, a loud shout suddenly exploded above everyone's head. Cao Wenbin, you really have a good way. You can actually trick even my grandma. But cleverness is just cleverness after all. This time, even if Chaos Order is resurrected, it can't save you. The voice was full of gloom. Even a fool can sense the murderous intent. If Cao Wenbin had heard this noise before, he would have run away without saying a word. But at this moment, is this the fox that was chasing you? Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin nodded immediately. That's right, that's her. If I weren't so fast, you'd probably have to burn paper to communicate with me right now. It was said with tears in my eyes. But Zhao Yuan'er and others all curled their lips. They couldn't believe that this guy would live such a miserable life. After all, Shi Feng's condition is the best evidence. You have to know that before they separated, when Shi Feng stood up straight, her legs were able to be completely together. But now it is. However, How Mengxuan, who had just woken up, didn't know all this, so after getting the exact answer, her expression immediately changed. The feeling of coldness is very strong. The beautiful face was covered with frost. In that case, a new chapter in her life can begin. Just wait, I'll help you capture her. Then you can turn her into a toy or cut her into pieces, it's up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the pink spear on the 6th floor of Yaoyang Temple suddenly appeared in her hand. Immediately afterwards, she rushed directly towards the direction where the sound came from. Boom! Not long after, a shocking explosion was heard. Then came the sounds of various barriers shattering. Wenbin, do you think Sister Zhan can do it? Still without hesitation, Cao Wenbin shook his head immediately. I won't lose. But you definitely won't win. After all, the Dark Palace and the Shining Sun Palace are cut from the same mold. The only difference is the attributes. So if there's no external force, their fight will only end in a draw. The analysis is well reasoned. Of course, he was not idle while talking. After stretching his body a little, he rushed out. He wants to be that external force. Yu Qiwei, Yu Qiwei, this time it's finally my turn. You stabbed me so many times before. I barely dodged it. Now, it depends on whether you can dodge my gun. If I can't avoid it. And his prediction was indeed correct. Yu Qiwei and Hao Mengxuan really can't do anything to each other. There is no difference in terms of strength or skill. So, look at the gun. As soon as the voice fell, the evil jade pendant immediately turned into a spear. As for the target, it is naturally Yu Qiwei's lower body. No need to hurt anyone. Just to annoy people. Not good. As soon as the spear light appeared, Yu Qiwei's face changed immediately. To be honest, if it were under normal circumstances, she would definitely not take this attack seriously. After all, this power can only tickle her at most. But if it were now, it would be completely different. Although it won't be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. But it is enough to change the situation of the battle. But what frightened her was more than that. The next moment, the woman she had been chasing before also caused some trouble. After a hand gesture, 99 identical people suddenly appeared around her. And the positioning of the machine is weird. This is formation. His face changed instantly. Then she subconsciously wanted to rush out. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Just a few breaths later. Chew! A cry suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of swelling and pain suddenly appeared in her mind. At the same time, a tearing sensation also acted on her body. Chapter 701, Come Together. Depend on. It's actually a soul attack. Yu Qiwei was stunned. The brain instantly lost the ability to think. Even though it's a short process. At most, it will only last for a breath. But when masters fight, they win with every move. So, boom, boom. Whether it was Cao Wenbin's gun or Hao Mengxuan's gun, they all fell where they should. There was no deviation at all. As a result, Yu Qiwei flew backwards immediately. At the same time, her little face suddenly turned pale. The deep affection in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, there was a sense of fear that was so strong that it could not be dispelled at all. Obviously, she was injured. I can't stay here any longer. Once this idea came to her mind, she didn't hesitate. He rushed directly towards one of Shi Feng's clones. Very fast. Bang. And the only one who can catch up with her is Cao Wenbin. Unfortunately, the gap between the two sides is too big. It has no blocking effect at all. So all we can do is watch it completely disappear into the horizon. Of course, Cao Wenbin did not give up. After all, this is just the beginning. You have to know that he had been chased for more than 10 days before. So very quickly, he brought everyone, including Hao Mengxuan, into the Happy Palace. Then he used the Yaoyang movement technique to catch up. Want to run, dream on. And this pursuit lasted for Cao Wenbin 5 full days. In this process, he really took advantage of a lot. If this continues, it is really possible that Yu Qiwei will be taken into the Happy Palace as well. But as the saying goes, there are unexpected events. Just as the two of them arrived near the crack, something unexpected happened. Liang Qi, Zhang Shengxi, Yu Qiwei was overjoyed. Having checked all of Lu Zhilin's memories, she naturally knew the strength of these two women. And the most important thing is, since these two women are here, she can release Lu Zhilin. In this way, you can use dark teleportation to counter sun teleportation. Who are you? But unlike her excitement, Liang Qi and Zhang Shengxi, who had been scared of being cheated, looked alert. However, Yu Qiwei completely ignored them. Instead, he immediately started to perform magic spells. She wants to weave a reasonable plot for Lu Zhilin, who is still in his dream, so that it can be perfectly integrated with reality. Buzz. And the efforts were not in vain after all. Lu Zhilin, who had been sleeping for nearly a month, soon opened his eyes in reality. Sister Shengxi, I finally see you again. You really didn't lie. That Cao guy really can't do anything to you. Zhang Shengxi was a little confused. But soon, she reacted. Especially when she used a special method to confirm that the person in front of her was indeed Lu Zhilan, and not Cao Wenbin impersonating her using disguise. She immediately began to cooperate. Of course. After all these years, when have I ever lied to you? Okay, let's get out of here. After all, this isn't the place to chat. As for why I say that, she is not stupid. Naturally, I could see that Yu Qiwei was in a panic and was avoiding something. Unfortunately, although her idea was good, the reality did not go as she wished. The next moment, a voice that she both hated and feared suddenly entered her ears. Yo, there are so many people gathered here. That's perfect, it saves me from looking for them one by one. You three women, you can start stretching. Stop crying and yelling at my parents and ruining my character. Full of sarcasm. So, Lu Zhilan exploded. The surname Cao. Did you give your brain to a woman at some point? Look carefully, I'm not dead yet. So, don't even think about my woman anymore. After he finished speaking, he didn't even hesitate and immediately accumulated strength. However, Cao Wenbin was extremely disdainful of these remarks. Your woman, you only have a name. The actual right of use has always been with me. I also know some of their characteristics. Do you know? But even though he was complaining, his expression soon became serious. Because he had already seen that Lu Zhilan was going to play a big game with him. Spiritual energy enters the body crazily. The body expands rapidly. This is the rhythm of using the laws of heaven and earth. In that case, I'll play with you. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then Cao Wenbin also began to recite the magic formula silently. Even though this was his first time using this technique. But it's not unfamiliar. After all, this is a reward from the goddess record. As long as he receives it, it will be as if he has been practicing for several lifetimes. Extremely skilled. And because of this, after a few breaths, his body suddenly swelled up. And in the blink of an eye, he reached the point where his head was in the sky and his feet were on the ground. The latecomer arrives first. However, Lu Zhilan was not much behind. Before he could do anything, he had become the same size as him. Fuck. The changes here were soon noticed by the people under the crack. So, what the hell is going on? Am I hallucinating because I haven't rested for days? Damn, I knew these two guys weren't normal people, otherwise, how could they be so perverted? Look, they're exposed now. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be their true form. The previous ones were all disguises. The sky is above my head, and the ground is under my feet. How big is that? 1,000 feet. Or 2,000 feet. It should be more than that. We're so far away, and it feels this big, so it must be at least 10,000 feet. Damn, it's a good thing they're in the realm of domination. If they were in the highest plane, that kick would definitely crush a small city. I just want to know if they can control this ability at will. If so, how happy would it be to be their woman? The voices of discussion are rising one after another. Of course, this did not affect Cao Wenbin and Lu Zhilan. After getting familiar with their bodies, both of them immediately rushed towards each other. Although the tonnage has increased by who knows how many times, the speed is not slow at all. So soon, the two of them collided with each other. Bang, bang, no tricks. It's just a crazy fight. If you punch me, I will definitely punch you back. If you just lift your leg, I will immediately show my elbow. It's not that the two of them like this feeling, but in this state, other spells have become nothing but clouds. The best solution is to defeat 10 skills with force. However, this situation did not last long. Soon. Not good. Chapter 702 Prepare to move. Zhilan is going to lose. Seeing that Lu Zhilan, who was able to compete with Cao Wenbin at the beginning but was now retreating, Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi all had helplessness on their faces. They understood that this was not because Lu Zhilan was not strong enough. It's not that the techniques are different. But the difference is in endurance. The two people who have experienced it many times personally naturally know how outstanding Cao Wenbin is in this aspect. Not knowing what fatigue is a true portrayal of it. As for their men, have the aftereffects of my redemption finally shown themselves? As expected, there is no free lunch in the world. I always thought that deal was a sure win. The more Liang Qi thought about it, the more bitter her expression became. Boom. But soon, she had no time to think about these past events. Because after another collision, Lu Zhilan's body began to shrink rapidly. And before long, it completely recovered to its original appearance. Obviously, this is due to exhaustion. Walk. Of course, although the incident happened very suddenly, Yu Qiwei and the other two were not panicked. After quickly catching the falling Lu Zhilin, he jumped into the crack without looking back. You want to run away without leaving anything behind. Where in the world is there such a beautiful thing? However, Cao Wenbin was extremely disdainful of this. The next moment, he followed. But after just a few breaths, he couldn't catch up anymore. It's not like there's a trap waiting for him. But as soon as he left the realm of domination, the entire sky suddenly shook. At the same time, the sky as far as the eye could see was covered with spider web-like cracks in the blink of an eye. It looked as if the realm of domination about to collapse. Cao Wenbin's face was full of shock. Immediately afterwards, he quickly released Hao Mengxuan. After all, this woman has always been in the realm of domination, and her understanding of it must be better than his. I thought it was something. Don't worry, this is normal. Because Yu Qiwei and I are the cornerstones of the realm of domination. It would be fine if only one of us left. But if the two of us break away together, this realm of domination will inevitably collapse. And Hao Mengxuan did not disappoint him. As soon as he came out, his doubts were immediately solved. At the same time, a solution to the problem is also given. That means either she or Yu Qiwei can go back. Never mind. Let it collapse. The reaction is so desolate inside, there's no point in keeping it. However, Cao Wenbin didn't even think about this way of rescue and directly rejected it. After all, he couldn't bear to leave such a perfect toy alone in an empty room. So, boom. First there was a deafening roar, and then fragments of space all over the sky slowly fell to the ground. In an instant, all people and objects that stood in the way of the fragments were cut into pieces. No one is spared. But as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. As the fragments fell, an extremely powerful spiritual energy suddenly spread out. Almost in the blink of an eye, the density of spiritual energy near Diwu City increased to an extremely astonishing level. Of course, this is nothing. What really drives everyone crazy is the colorful rays of light that shoot out together with the spiritual energy. Although the specific situation inside the treasure light cannot be seen clearly, even a fool can see clearly that what is wrapped inside must be a treasure that defies the heavens. Therefore, haha, the wait was worth it. It really wasn't a wasted wait. As long as I can get any one of these, I will definitely soar to the sky. As soon as the loud laughter died down, all the masters who were still alive chased Baoguang away. Those who are strong aim for the dazzling light. Those who lack confidence in themselves will run to where there are fewer people. Wenbin, what should we do now? Scatter and collect the treasures. Hao Mengxuan's tone was full of urgency. As he spoke, he also used his spiritual sense to lock onto several rays of light. Judging from the expression, it is obvious that he doesn't want it to fall into the hands of others. But what she didn't expect was, leave them alone. I just checked it out. The strongest one among them is only a half-step chaos treasure. It's totally insignificant. Plus, my intuition tells me that if I can restore the continent of gods and demons to the highest plane today, I will definitely gain incredible benefits. So we'd better move first. Chapter 703 Crazy Continent of Gods and Demons. Buzz. Just as Cao Wenbin was rushing to the continent of gods and demons, Lu Zhilin and others finally escaped to a relatively safe place. Then, the four of them began to look at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. Intel. Sister Shengxi, how did you get rid of Cao Wenbin after we separated at the gate of the Divine Palace? Did you meet someone noble? If so, then we must go and thank them. Don't lose your manners. As expected, Zhang Shengxi's face turned pale in an instant. Noble person. There really is one. But that person, at this moment, is. If I really go to thank him, everything will be over. But she soon realized that Lu Zhilin was just making small talk to break the current atmosphere, and he didn't really discover anything. So, how can outsiders interfere in the battle between me and Cao Wenbin? The reason I was able to get rid of him was entirely because I encountered a secret realm. Look, this is what I got out of that. As soon as she finished speaking, the netherworld mysterious sound harp suddenly appeared in her hands. This was given to her by Liang Qi not long ago. The original purpose was to give her an extra means of self-defense. I didn't expect it to come in handy here. And just as she thought, Lu Zhilin said this just to lighten the atmosphere. So I didn't ask any further questions. After a brief pause, he immediately changed the subject, so that's how it is. By the way, what do you think we should do next? It's impossible for us to just passively take a beating. If this is true, then forces like the demon court will definitely have other ideas. After all, everyone understands that defending is definitely unbearable. There are so many examples. There is reason to worry. As a result, everyone's attention immediately fell on Liang Qi. That's easy. And Liang Qi had obviously thought of this a long time ago. Therefore, without even a moment's hesitation, he said, after losing Butterfly Dance City, the entire Eastern Supreme Plain is completely out of our reach. This is indeed a big blow to us. After all, the most prosperous cities are all over there. However, this also gives us the opportunity to let go and act. Look, as she spoke, she created a mysterious mirror in the void. And what is shown above is the topographic map of the Supreme Plain. The north-south dividing line is extremely clear. See, now all we have are mountains and forests. The terrain is getting higher and higher. At the same time, the sources of all rivers are in our hands. Especially this Tianhe River. What do you think, if we use some tricks to stop it for a while, and then suddenly let it go? Liang Qi didn't say anything else. But the eyes of the other three people all lit up. No one is a fool. The first word that came to their minds was, flood the army. As for whether this trick is feasible, you know, the water in this Tianhe River is not ordinary water. Its source is a filthy land. According to legend, that is the burial place of all chaotic creatures. It is for this reason that Tianhe has always been known as a forbidden zone for life. Except for poison cultivators and those who practice the law of curse, other creatures will not come near unless necessary. The weak water that Cao Wenbin had encountered before could only be called clear soup in front of it. Of course, Lu Zhilin and others did not expect that the water could hurt any master. But as long as it can cause chaos in the east, that's enough. After all they lack is time. That's it. As soon as her plan was approved by everyone, Liang Qi spoke again without saying a word. Since you all agree, let me take care of this. Just focus on your cultivation. The arrangement is reasonable. All aspects have been taken care of. But Lu Zhilin frowned immediately. You're going alone. That's absolutely not possible. Cao Wenbin is very cunning. If you don't have someone to look after you, he'll probably take advantage of you. How about this? Having said that, he paused for a moment, then turned to look at Yu Qiwei. Sister, would you be able to come with me? Only with you here can I feel at ease. The tone is very soft. The implication of negotiation is extremely obvious. Seeing this little guy, who had a deep connection with her, showing this expression, Yu Qiwei did not refuse and nodded immediately. Okay, I'll take this job. It just so happens that I really want to continue arm wrestling with that guy surnamed Cao. Dare to hunt me down. Look how awesome he is. Now, everything seems more perfect. But Liang Qi was anxious. After all, the problem of her trip was not just the water shortage. You have to use yourself to exchange for that disguise technique. If Yu Qiwei follows. But before she could think of a reason to refute, Zhang Shengxi's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Let it follow. She sincerely hopes Zhilin gets better. This can be seen from the fact that he helped hide the fact that I was captured. So if you just explain it to her clearly, then everything will be fine. Liang Qi was stunned. Then I suddenly woke up. Yes, since the other party is willing to help Zhang Shengxi conceal it, there is no reason not to help her. The authorities are confused. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then, she nodded quickly at Lu Zhilin. But just when she thought everything was over and the four of them could say be careful to each other. By the way, call Fang Ling and Yi Chenu as well. Those two are Cao Wenbin's nemesis. At a critical moment, it can play a significant role. This time, it was Zhang Shengxi's turn to have his mouth twitching. After all, Yi Chenu is easy to talk to, but Fang Ling, she really can't get her to do anything. The last time the two sides met was in the Fun Palace. If nothing unexpected happened, Fang Ling might not even know her own last name at this moment. Not to mention helping them. Of course, although she thought so, in order to reassure Lu Zhilin, she still nodded in cooperation. By the way, he gave Liang Qi a wink. Then, okay, stop worrying about it. These little things are no problem at all for Sister Yi. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Lu Zhilin and disappeared on the spot. Don't even give him a chance to speak again. Hey. So boring. That brat Wenbin is such a jerk. He disappeared completely after he left. Don't you even come back to see me. In a small courtyard on the nameless island, Lin Xian was flipping through the book aimlessly. However, although her fingers were moving, her attention was obviously not there. The whole person is extremely lazy. The two long legs are placed casually, without caring about the image at all. Of course, it was not just her. Lin Xiu, who was not far away from her, was the same. The two of them seemed to have lost their souls and had no energy at all. But at this moment, ding! First a prompt sound appears. Immediately afterwards, a piece of information appeared in front of the two of them almost at the same time. We'll be home in about an hour. Not many words. But the power is extremely amazing. Because this message was sent using Cao Wenbin's account. As a result, the two of them exploded immediately. Lin Xian didn't even hesitate and jumped into the air at the first moment. Then, Wenbin will be back in an hour. Everyone get ready. Let's go greet them together. The voice was filled with joy. Of course, there is more majesty. As for whether it works or not. The moment he finished speaking, the entire continent of gods and demons, from the masters of the heavenly Tao realm to the leaders of various forces, all began to move. Women start putting on makeup. Men start preparing gifts. Everyone's face was filled with madness. After all, that's Cao Wenbin. Once you can establish a relationship with him, you will be able to soar to the sky immediately. You can see this by looking at the Lin family and the Mu family. The strength of the two families is nothing in the world. But because of their close relationship with Cao Wenbin, there were always people coming to the doors of the two families. During festivals, even masters of the heavenly Tao realm have to queue up. While everyone else was racking their brains to figure out how to please Cao Wenbin, Lin Xian, who had just been very excited, encountered something extremely speechless. Hey, you're going too far. You're not going to a party, why are you wearing a dress and stockings? Chapter 704. Everyone was shocked. Look, space fluctuations have appeared. Damn, how can someone be so perfect? Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly powerful. Can anyone tell me what I need to look like in order to marry him? Are you blind? Aren't there reference points all around him? If you can reach that level, you can definitely live on Nameless Island. You're wrong. Good looks are just a threshold. The most important thing is that you have a husband. Don't forget, Xiaoyao likes Lolita, and Wenbin likes married women. As expected, as soon as Cao Wenbin and others showed up, the crowd that had already gathered was immediately excited. Fuck, but if we really compare the intensity of the reactions, they really can't even be ranked. The ones who were completely crazy were Cao Xing and others standing at the front of the team. As for the reason, Cao Wenbin appeared with his arms around Shi Feng. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. After all, the two of them hang out together all day long, so it's totally normal for them to hug each other. What really made Cao Xing and others grit their teeth was that they discovered that Shi Feng's temperament had changed. The only hint of playfulness has disappeared. Instead, there is a strong charm. That is to say, this brat must have done it on purpose. He's showing off to me. No, we absolutely cannot let this go. When there's no one around, Xian will slap that brat twice no matter what I say. Cao Xing was so angry that he rolled his eyes. But soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that this matter did not seem to be so troublesome. Because it seems that there is more than one person who dares to teach Cao Wenbin a lesson. This is not. You little brat, you still remember to come back. Also, I left you so many messages before, why didn't you reply to any of them? Am I unworthy? The person who spoke was none other than Lin Xiu. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Cao Wenbin's ear. Very good. The people of the Lin family who saw this scene were overjoyed. After all, such intimate actions have been taken, which proves that the situation they expect is not far away. Don't look at Xiu as someone who's usually unreliable, but when it comes to serious matters, she's really up to the task. Look at the stockings she's wearing. The more they thought about it, the harder it was for them to suppress their lips. But just when they were all secretly wondering whether something more exciting would happen, they suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin's expression had changed. Then, since everyone is here, then I'll make some announcements. It saves us from having to gather again later. Besides visiting my mother, I actually have another purpose for coming back this time. That means moving the continent of gods and demons to the supreme plane. As your positions change, your responsibilities will naturally shift accordingly. Especially the Lin and Mu families. By then, the 6 realms of reincarnation and the human realm will most likely be directly connected to the eternal calamity. In other words, from now on, the people you are in charge of will most likely no longer be from the 2 realms, but all living beings in the universe. The workload will definitely increase dramatically by then. So you must prepare early. What Cao Wenbin said was an understatement. It looked as if this was not a big deal at all. But he remained calm, but everyone who heard these words was shocked and stood there in a daze. What did they hear? The entire continent of gods and demons must be relocated to the highest plane. In other words, from now on, they are no longer the bumpkins of the middle plane, but the superior people of the supreme plane. Pretty. It's true that when one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. The excitement spread instantly. Of course, the happiest ones are the Lin family and the Mu family. After all, this is the afterlife where you will be in charge of all living beings in the universe, and be the emperor of all humans in the universe. How much power is this? But the good times didn't last long. As soon as the excitement wore off, they immediately started to worry again. What they are worried about is not anything else but how to maintain the power in their hands. Again, no one is a fool. What they can understand, others cannot fail to understand. They are sure that once the tunnels and humanity are no longer limited to this continent of gods and demons, countless people will immediately covet their location. With Cao Wenbin and the Cao family around, armed robbery will definitely not happen. But other means will definitely emerge one after another. No, I have to get closer to Wenbin. As long as he doesn't waver, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will never be able to shake our position. Therefore, Qianchen, come here. Dad has something to tell you. And the first one to make a move was none other than Mu Bai. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately set up a barrier around himself. So, Mu Qianchen was completely confused. Old man, what are you doing? There are no outsiders here. If you have any questions, just say no. Why is this still sneaky? Confused. But having said that, she still went over there immediately. Seeing that Mu Qianchen did not act like a spoiled child, Mu Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, how can you be so careless, kid? By the way, it's been so long, why is there no movement in your stomach? I'm telling you, my old bones can't wait any longer. If you don't give me some more strength, I will die with regrets. That's right, Mu Bai's trick is to get his grandson out as soon as possible. Then he announced to the public that everything in the Mu family would belong to his grandson in the future. In this way, you can naturally rest assured. After all, no matter how powerful the vixen is and how good she is at whispering in people's ears, she can definitely not defeat Cao Wenbin's direct bloodline. Although his idea was good, Mu Qianchen immediately showed helplessness after hearing what he said. She really wanted to tell her father that it wasn't that she didn't want to work hard, it was just that there was no chance. Until now, she hasn't tasted any sweetness. In this situation, how could her stomach move? It seems that Denu has worked hard. After I'm done with this, I'll hang myself on Wenbin. I don't believe I can't find an opportunity. Of course, although he thought so, he didn't say it out loud. She didn't want her father to worry about her. So, when did you become so slow-witted? Well, I promise you, within a year at most, I'll definitely let you hear the good news. This should be fine, right? Chapter 705. The head is bigger than the plane. You all know the situation. So I won't waste any more time. Come on, speak freely. Anyone who makes effective suggestions, regardless of who they are, will be appointed Grand Secretary and enjoy the good fortune of the human race. While the Mu family was working hard, the Lin family was also not idle. Of course, they had also considered the Mu family's method. But the situations of the two families are somewhat different. So after thinking it over again and again, I put that idea behind me. As the saying goes, where there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. As soon as Lin Wenchen finished speaking, someone immediately stood up. Grandfather, I think we can give the royal ceremonial band to Wenbin. Firstly, it can enrich Wenbin's spare time. Secondly, it can achieve the goal of strengthening the relationship. After all, the people in the ritual band are all our own. If only there were one who could. The more he talked, the more excited he became. But before he could finish his words, someone else jumped out. Your idea is really bad. Have you forgotten that this is Cao Wenbin? A powerful person who would make even the Lord of the Holy Land tremble in fear. He has no shortage of this type of team around him. The Mu family's Saint Maiden Palace, the 100 Flower Valley Guards, and the recently joined 100 Beauty Group, which one isn't renowned across the world. What do you think those girls in our ritual band can do to fight them? That makes sense. As a result, the originally excited hearts of the Lin family members suddenly sank to the bottom. After all, if this doesn't work, then they will be even more helpless. But at this moment, what can I use to fight with others? Come on, those 3 bands you mentioned can't even compare to our ritual band. If a real fight breaks out, I wouldn't say the Li band will be overwhelmingly defeated, but they'll definitely be far ahead. Don't forget, the leader of the ceremonial band also has a poem in his name. Not much talk, but Lin Wenchen and the others were all stunned. Then, there is ecstasy. That's it. As for you kid, report to the cabinet tomorrow. I have to say, you really have some quick wits. I will definitely be a talent in the future. Stinky boy, this is a plane. It's hard enough to make it tremble, how are you supposed to make it move? As the saying goes, enemies always meet. Just when everyone else was madly fantasizing about the future, Lin Xiu, who was closest to Cao Wenbin, quickly raised questions. Upon hearing this, Cao Wenbin immediately laughed. Then, Sister Xiu doesn't believe it. In that case, how about we make a bet? As for the bet, just one condition. I win, you do me a favor unconditionally. And if you win, I'll do you a favor unconditionally. Very evil. But Lin Xiu, who was used to bullying Cao Wenbin, didn't care at all. Just do as you say. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. The voice is full of confidence. Arrogance is written all over her little face. But what she didn't notice was that the moment she nodded, Cao Wenbin's smile became even more evil. Finally took the bait. I hope you can still maintain your current expression when I fulfill my promise. That would be interesting. After shaking his head, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate. The figure flashed and arrived directly at the edge of the demon world. It's extremely desolate here, not to mention animals, there isn't even a blade of grass. What caused all this was the air of nothingness that floated in from outside the plane. Of course, this is not his final destination. The next moment, he crossed the border again. At the same time, his body began to grow wildly. Soon, it reached a level where a single head could catch up with the entire demon world. Oh my god, what's going on? How did Wenbin get so big? No surprises. Lin Xiu, who followed over, was stunned by the situation in front of her. But before she could figure it out, she discovered that the whole earth was shaking violently. It looked like the earth was lifted up by something. Completion. I was tricked by this brat. Depend on. Why am I such a tiger? If they dig a hole, I'll jump in. I don't know what she was thinking about, but Lin Xiu's face turned red. But Cao Wenbin didn't care about that. Now that it has begun, there is no reason to stop. Taking big strides, he walked directly to the supreme plane. But although he was cool and carefree, all the living beings in the world were blown away. Because the image of him carrying the plane with one hand soon appeared in his grasp. At first, everyone thought it was fake. Someone is making a prank. But when everyone found out that the source of this video was from Dong Muyan's account, the situation immediately became different. Holy crap, carrying a plane with one hand. That takes a lot of strength. Anyone got any math? Come and do it. My brain isn't enough. When he fought Lu Zhilin before, he grew to a size of several thousand feet. At that time, I thought that was his limit. But now it seems that is not the case at all. That thing he's carrying seems to be his home, the continent of gods and demons. Does he want to move it to the supreme plane? I have to say, this guy really has ideas. That's incredible. But in my opinion, the probability of this guy succeeding is definitely no more than 30%. After all, the god and demon continent is extremely far away from the supreme plane. Even if he can carry the plane, he definitely can't go that far. That's right. And who doesn't know that this guy revels every night? Although he has strong explosive power, his endurance must be extremely poor. There are all kinds of comments under the video. As the heat of this matter grows, more and more people ran to greet them. What's more, some even broadcast the entire process live. So, when Cao Wenbin stepped onto the land of the highest plane from the east, the first thing he saw was not mountains or rivers. Instead, there are densely packed people who are much smaller than ants. My teacher Mu Yun is really good at finding trouble for me. No, when I have free time, I must attend a few more of her classes. It saves her from making trouble all the time. But even though he was complaining, the smile on his face lasted for a long time. After all, who would refuse to be in the spotlight? Chapter 706. The level of life is elevated again. Get out of the way. I'm in a hurry. Cao Wenbin's tone was very light. It looked as if he was chatting with a friend. But no one present dared to act like a fool. Everyone knows this is an order, not a negotiation. Because of this, the moment he finished speaking, the crowd quickly rushed to both sides of him. Just give him a smooth road. I'm afraid that if I leave too late, I'll be trampled into a meat patty. Cao Wenbin is also quite satisfied with this. Then he strode towards the divine realm. Boom. Compared with the process of moving, placement is even easier. The big pit in the center of the divine realm seems to be tailor-made for the continent of gods and demons. It's exactly the same. No need to do any trimming at all. It's finally done. Looking at the safe and sound continent of gods and demons, Cao Wenbin also breathed a sigh of relief. After all those here are his direct descendants. If something happens, he won't be able to cry at all. Of course, while he was secretly rejoicing, a hint of evil unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. As to why this is so, he hasn't forgotten about the bet. Well, that chick seems to be only at the peak of saint level. In that case, let him visit 1/3 of the fun palace. So that we don't have to explain it after we're done. It's a nice thought. But before his body returned to normal size. Buzz. First there was a buzzing sound that resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, the vast amount of spiritual energy that had previously escaped from the realm of domination, and the yin and yang energies that had existed in the divine realm for millions of years, all rushed into the divine realm. Then the yin energy returns to the 6 realms of reincarnation. Yang energy returns to humanity. Extremely orderly. And with their efforts, the underworld and the forbidden city suddenly began to expand. Not long after, it even hovered above the continent of gods and demons. The 3 of them directly formed a natural 3-element formation. Support each other. Interdependence. This is. At the same time, the minds of all living beings in the heavens and the world were suddenly shaken. They suddenly discovered that they were no longer rootless duckweed. They have a home now and no longer have to worry about the future. So, as the 6 paths of reincarnation extending into the 10,000 worlds. It seems that what Master Cao did just now was not just a show-off, but was for the benefit of all living beings. Pattern. This is the real pattern. Good things are not hidden, but shared with everyone. Damn, I wonder who dares to say that Mr. Cao is lustful in the future. He just has a big pattern and wants to give a home to all the beauties in the world. Okay, this time I finally don't have to be afraid of death anymore. If anyone dares to mess with me again, I will die with him. And then I will reincarnate and start over. A bunch of idiots. They were sold out, yet they're still helping them count the money. I admit that the 6 realms of reincarnation are indeed beneficial to everyone. But the problem is, it has an owner. In other words, our starting point for our next life is in someone else's hands after it's calculated. If someone wants you to become a pig, then you can only become a pig. There's absolutely no chance to refute. The Cao family must hand over control of the 6 paths of reincarnation to all living beings. At the very least, other forces must be given the right to investigate. Otherwise, who knows what tricks might be going on. If you abuse your power for personal gain, how can we, the poor common people, seek justice? For a while, all kinds of opinions were said on the internet. But Cao Wenbin completely ignored it. Because the moment the underground and human ways took over the myriad worlds, he, the founder of the 2 ways, also gained enormous benefits. A mysterious aura washed over his body and soul madly. Although it didn't improve his strength at all, it did elevate his life level once again. This is a gift from heaven, earth and all living beings. Not good. Although he was happy, his full attention had already been drawn to other forces here, and he was always paying attention to them, so he exploded directly. Demon Court. Damn it, how can this guy's life level be further improved? He's obviously perverted enough. Feeling the information fed back by his spiritual consciousness, Niu Feng's eyes were instantly filled with fear. That's right, fear. As a demon beast that has achieved enlightenment, he is most sensitive to the level of life. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to show off when he met Cao Wenbin several times. Even when he had to take action, he would let others take the place of Cao Wenbin, and he would go find someone else. But now, his life level has actually been elevated again. In this case, if he doesn't think of any moves, he may not even be able to fight in the future. You must kneel when you meet. Of course, he wasn't the only one panicking. Daimeng Lu, who had just escaped, also had a pale face. Boss, why don't we abandon the dark and join the light? After all, with the loss of Butterfly Dance City, the heartland of our demon court is completely exposed to the Cao family. If we continue to fight head-on, who knows how many people will die. But if you vote, it will be completely different. We brought such a great gift from the demon court, so Cao Wenbin will definitely treat us well. 1,000 gold coins for a bone horse. The analysis makes a lot of sense. And at the beginning, Niu Feng was indeed very tempted. After all, the Cao family's tree is really thick. But this thought came quickly, but also went away quickly. Because he suddenly remembered that the top leaders of the Cao family were all women. Even Cao Wenbin's biological father couldn't get much power. In this case, if he, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, goes there, the probability of him becoming beef is definitely greater than holding power. On the contrary, the sexy butterfly Monroe is likely to rise to the top. So, no. This foundation was earned through my hard work. You must never make wedding dresses for others. The more he thought about it, the more determined his eyes became. Then he waved his hand gently. Don't mention surrender again. After all, monsters are full of treasures. If we really invest, even if it's okay in the short term, we'll definitely become someone else's meal in the long run, Ding Zhongyao. By then, we will be helpless. This makes even more sense. Coupled with the legend about Cao Wenbin, Daimeng Lu quickly gave up the idea of surrendering. So what should we do next? We can't just run away with the whole family. So helpless. But Niu Feng is not as negative as her. On his resolute face, a hint of cruelty appeared. Run. It's still unclear who will run away. Shouty, you will be in charge of the demon court for the next few days. Remember, before I come out of seclusion, don't confront that Cao guy head-on. Just lead your men to retreat. No matter how much territory we lose, we don't need to worry about it. Daimeng Lu was stunned. What is this command? Break the jar and throw it away. Boss. Because she was confused, Daimeng Lu subconsciously wanted to ask his intention. But when she saw Niu Feng's crazy eyes, she swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach. At the same time, a hint of fear suddenly emerged in the depths of her eyes. As for the reason, there is a special space in their demon court. Not big, but inside there is a skeleton that exudes chaos and violence all the time. It is precisely because of this thing. That's why their demon court can develop. For example, she crossed the threshold of the heavenly Dao realm with the help of this thing. In addition to being able to be used bit by bit, this thing can also be taken into the body all at once. Use that skeleton to completely replace your own skeleton, thereby achieving a double improvement in both life level and cultivation. Of course, every advantage has its disadvantages. Although there are many benefits, the risks are also great. If he is not careful, even with Niu Feng's cultivation level, he is very likely to die. And even if it succeeds, judging by the aura of that skeleton, it is very likely to drive people crazy. That's why no one dares to touch it until now. But now it is. Looks like it's time for me to leave a way out. Chapter 707 The Magic of the Shrine. Damn it. This should clearly be Zhilin's opportunity. That beast Cao Wenbin is totally robbing people by trickery. Just when the people in the demon court were all harboring their own ulterior motives, Liang Qi, who had already arrived at a large canyon, suddenly kicked a huge rock to pieces. The little face was full of gloom. There was no way around it, since the 6 reincarnations were the backup plan that she and Lu Zhilin had set up together. Originally, I wanted to increase Lu Zhilin's foundation and see if I could help him go further. But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin picked the peaches. But even though she was angry, she quickly forced herself to calm down. Then he turned and looked at Yu Qiwei. Then, Sister Qiwei, I've already seen it. This is the perfect water break zone. As long as we intercept the flow here, when we release it, we will definitely be able to give the Cao family a huge surprise. Oh, I almost forgot about this. After she finished speaking, a handkerchief suddenly appeared in her hand. It is full of innate aura. It was the magic weapon to cut off the water supply that she had prepared long ago. As for why she had to hand it over to Yu Qiwei instead of doing it herself. Girl, can't we think of another way? You and I both know what kind of person Cao Wenbin is. If you go, it is very likely that. His tone was full of worry. But Liang Qi didn't care. After the voice fell, he waved his hand immediately. Sister Qiwei, you worry too much. To be honest, this isn't the first time this has happened. My body has adapted to it long ago. So this is nothing at all. It's just a delay. Yu Qiwei was stunned. Have you adapted to it a long time ago? Damn, according to Zhilin's memory, this shouldn't be the case. Aren't you all pure and innocent? Very confused. But soon, she came to her senses. Then how long will it take you to go there? Without hesitation, Liang Qi immediately raised a finger. At least a month. At least half a year at most. Okay, Sister Qiwei, you don't have to worry about me anymore. I know what I'm doing. Remember, you must guard this place well. Flooding the Cao family's heartland is the most important means of delaying the fight. We absolutely cannot afford to fail. At the same time, this is also the key to my suffering less. After all, if chaos breaks out, Cao Wenbin will probably have less time to visit the Happy Palace. After he finished speaking, Liang Qi disappeared from the spot. Yu Qiwei was never given another chance to speak. As soon as she left, Yu Qiwei's expression changed immediately. Half a year, how can that be possible? If it really took that long, wouldn't you be completely broken? What will Zhilin do then? My aunt can only wait until the water storage is completed. If you haven't returned by the time the water is released, I will come and pick you up myself. What I said is very decisive. Liang Qi, who didn't know all this, was rushing on the road for her life. After all, the sooner she arrives, the sooner she can go back. Unfortunately, although her idea was good, the reality soon gave her a slap in the face. This is not. What did you say? You actually don't agree with my proposal. Looking at Cao Wenbin in front of her, Liang Qi, with sweat all over her forehead, was completely stunned. She had thought that Cao Wenbin would bargain with her about time. There is also an idea that Cao Wenbin will argue with her on some details. But she never thought that the boy in front of her would reject her. After all, no matter when they met, this guy was always obsessed with her. But now it is. Can't figure it out. Just when her mind was in chaos, Cao Wenbin, who had completed his evolution and whose body had returned to its normal size, smiled gently. Actually, this is quite simple. Firstly, you are no longer worth that price at this moment. If you don't agree, we can compare the accounts. Believe it or not, you may not even know as much about yourself as I do. Secondly, you're already meat on the chopping block. Since I can reap the benefits whether I pay or not, why should I pay? It's so nice to have sex for free. Not surprisingly, Liang Qi's face turned pale with anger. But she didn't panic. After all, since she dared to come, she must have a backup plan. The next moment, her body suddenly became illusory. Then, do you still think I'm just meat on the chopping board? As the owner of the dazzling divine palace, you should be very clear about my current situation. Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Just as Liang Qi said, he did recognize this method. A special ability on the 7th floor of the shrine. It can provide life support for up to 3 people. As long as you leave a trace of your true spirit on the 7th floor, you can instantly return to the temple no matter where you are. Ignore any obstacles. There is no way to crack it. Chapter 708, a major discovery in the underworld. As for what you said about not being worth the price. This time, I won't put any restrictions on you. You can use whatever abilities you have. Is that okay? Seeing Cao Wenbin was silent for a long time, Liang Qi, who was in a hurry, immediately took over the conversation. As soon as these words came out, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up immediately. No restrictions. Doesn't this mean that we can experience something different this time? So, what about the time? I'm telling you, if it's less than a year, there's still no point in discussing it. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. If you agree with this time, then I can also make you a promise. For a period of time to come, Lu Yunxiao will not show up again. Just take care of your baby peacefully. Very tempting. But Liang Qi still rolled her eyes slightly. 1 year. If she really agreed, what would she become after this incident? So, are you still asleep? Don't think I don't know that you still have the ultimate weapon, the eternal realm. How about this, let's stop pulling each other. My bottom line is 3 months. If Sister Yunxiao cooperates, I can bite my teeth and agree to 4 months. If you agree, I will immediately remove this special status and happily accompany you into the Fun Palace. I will never give you a cold shoulder. But if you still feel it's not enough, then we can only break up. I admit that if this matter were to be exposed, it would be a huge blow to Jilin. But I think you should also know that Jilin will never be unable to recover from this. What if he turns his grief and anger into strength? Full of threats. But Cao Wenbin didn't take it seriously at all. He really wasn't afraid that Lu Jilin would go crazy. Of course, he didn't intend to stick to the number of 1 year. He knew very well that if he kept on being tense, there would be a high probability that this matter would come to nothing. After all, if it really is 1 year, then including the eternal realm, it is almost the entire life of an ordinary person. After such a long time, even if Liang Qi's will is strong, she will definitely become dependent on him. And this is absolutely unacceptable to the other party. So after a while, he slowly made a 6 gesture. Half a year. As soon as this change occurred, Liang Qi, who had been preparing to retreat temporarily and then make long-term plans, was directly fixed on the spot. To be honest, if Cao Wenbin had said it would take half a year at the beginning, then she would definitely refuse without hesitation. But after this 1 year bidding, never mind, that's not too bad for a month or so. I'll just consider it a good deed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that half a year was not a very long time. So quickly, she nodded gently. Let's go. Let me see what tricks you can come up with. Lord Yama, something terrible has happened. What a big deal. In the newly created underworld, Lin Dong, Cao Wenbin's cousin, was leisurely drinking tea. His face is full of satisfaction. As for work, there are so many helpers down there, he is of no use at all. He has only one role, and that is to keep an eye on major issues. But just when he thought that today would pass without any danger as usual, an anxious voice frightened him so much that he almost jumped up. As a result, a look of deep displeasure suddenly appeared on his face. Depend on. You're sick, aren't you? I've told you so many times, don't panic when things happen. The sky won't fall. Why can't you remember it? This is really arrogant, but no one can find fault with it. After all, as someone who grew up with Cao Wenbin, he really has the ability to ignore everything. Of course, he didn't remain arrogant for long. Because, Lord Yama, this is really a big deal. Half a cup of tea ago, the 6 paths of reincarnation suddenly shone brightly. Especially the monk path that everyone dreams of, it is constantly emitting golden light. Then, a peerless female ghost who we had been planning to train, suddenly disappeared. The most important thing is that even the Book of the Underworld has completely erased her name. This time, it was Lin Dong's turn to have his expression change drastically. Having been in charge here for some time, he naturally knew what this meant. Jump out of the 3 realms and be not within the 5 elements. And in all the heavens and the world, there are only 2 people who can create such a strange phenomenon. One of them is the Cao family's mortal enemy, Lu Jilin. As for the other one, that must be his cousin who is so evil that he couldn't be more evil. Quick, go check and see if the Lu family has made any big moves. There is nothing wrong with the arrangement. And the facts have proved that this direction is completely correct. This is not. Lord Yama, we found it. It seems that the incident happened to a woman named Liang Qi. Her original self is shown in the Book of the Underworld. Although there is only one name, it is definitely recorded. But at this moment, she also disappeared. So according to our think tank's analysis, it must be that peerless female ghost who entered Liang Qi's body. Thus, it temporarily became a state outside the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed immediately. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this must be the truth of the matter. Could it be that the Lu family wants to create another peerless monster and then fight 2 against 1? Damn, they really have no shame. Everyone beats the younger ones, and here comes the older ones. But they actually beat up the old one and left the young one alone. But no matter how much he thought about it, his body was never idle for a moment. He immediately rushed out of the King of Hell's palace. The target is directly towards the nameless island. He wanted to tell this important information to his brothers and sisters as soon as possible. As for why he didn't just go find his cousin. Wrong. Thinking of Cao Wenbin, he suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly remembered that his cousin seemed to have negotiated a business deal with a woman 2 months ago. And the other person seems to be called Liang Qi. That is to say, oh my god, my cousin, this is too fierce. If that Lu guy knew about this, he would be so angry that he would die. What a pity it's a girl. Otherwise, there would be a lot of room for maneuver in this matter. It's done, we can take over the Lu family quietly. Chapter 709 Crazy Persuasion. Cao Wenbin, you are not a fucking human. We are sworn enemies. How could you do this to me? The agreed time was half a year, but only 2 months later, Liang Qi had already walked out of the happy palace. However, she was not happy about it. Instead, he looked desperate. There's nothing I can do, because her belly. Damn it. What on earth went wrong? I clearly took the pill before I came here. And judging by what Sister Shengxi said, the Juhu pill is indeed invincible. But when it comes to me, why is it? But what she didn't know was that the pill was indeed a good pill. But it was too late for her to eat. In order to make the pill last longer, she chose to eat it secretly at the last moment before entering the happy palace. To be honest, under normal circumstances, this operation is indeed fine. After all, the effectiveness of the medicine is time limited. But she had calculated everything, but she had overlooked the law of time. Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, snatched the food from her mouth. She thought she ate it. But the reality is that she was just lonely. That's why. Unlike her sentimentality, Cao Wenbin at this moment had a look of ease on his face. The whole person was extremely proud. Alright, it's not a big deal. It's not like I can't afford it. So, just rest assured and take care of your baby. By the way, don't contact that Lu anymore. After all, you are now a true member of the Cao family. You can't turn your elbows outward anymore. No matter how you listen to it, this statement makes a lot of sense. But Liang Qi exploded immediately. Go and dream your dreams. My aunt can never be yours. Not in my last life. It's still impossible in this lifetime. What I said is very decisive. But even so, she still didn't do anything to her belly. Then, she slowly floated up. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously preparing to leave this sad place. But at this moment, after a slight sound, her arm was directly grabbed. Not strong enough. But her brows furrowed again immediately. How? Are you still planning to ask me to fulfill that unfinished promise? Come on, it's only 4 months, who's afraid of who? There is madness in the words. So, Cao Wenbin was completely stunned. Continue to fulfill the agreement. Damn, am I such a bad person? Of course, this situation did not last long. As Liang Qi began to struggle, he quickly came to his senses. Then, Sister Yi, calm down first. Don't forget, you're the one who plays with your brain. How can I let my emotions control me? As for the reason why I stopped you. Having said that, Cao Wenbin paused. Then he said in a more serious manner, I just want to tell you that Lu Jilin is not a good match. In terms of looks, he's slightly inferior to me. In terms of strength, he is completely inferior. From the immortal realm to now, he has never defeated me even once. Whenever we fight, he has no choice but to run. Sometimes, he even has to ask his protectors to cover his retreat. As for his body, he's even more of a joke. To put it bluntly, whether he can still be considered a man at this moment needs to be thoroughly proven. Tell me, how can such a waste be worthy of you? The more he talked, the happier Cao Wenbin became. What made him even more excited was that as he spoke, Liang Qi's struggle gradually weakened. There's hope. Cao Wenbin was overjoyed. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he immediately pursued the victory. But I'm completely different. Everything is perfect. You know the body better than anyone else. As for what happened between us, I've thought about it carefully, and it seems we don't have any deep hatred. The reason they fought was entirely due to their opposing attributes. It'll be fine if we talk it out. By the way, I even cured your illness. You used to be so obsessed with mysophobia. Isn't everything fine now? So, you should give me some advice from now on. I will lead you to rule the world. Not surprisingly, Liang Qi's face turned red. At the same time, she also unconsciously examined Cao Wenbin's words. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Because she found that these words were all true. No fakery at all. Even if she dug up all the trivial things from her past life, she still couldn't find anything wrong with the guy in front of her. Except for the final self-explosion, and when he woke her up in this life, he didn't let her bleed at all. So, no, that's not the case. Unable to accept the reality, she shook her head frantically. But just when she didn't know what to do, she suddenly found that someone was hugging her. Very warm. It's quite warm. Then, okay, stop thinking about it. If you continue like this, you'll definitely get into trouble. How about this, you go to the fun palace and rest for a while. Call me when you figure it out. Then whether you want to leave or stay, I won't stop you. How about that? This arrangement is perfect. Liang Qi did not hesitate and nodded immediately. At this moment, she just wants to be quiet. After all, only in this way can she better organize her thoughts. So the next moment, she turned around and flew towards the gate of the happy palace again. The whole process took only a cup of tea. But for Liang Qi, it seemed like a lifetime ago. When she came out, she felt that the world was dark. There is nothing good about it. There is no direction to move forward at all. But when I go back, it's completely different. If you look closely, you can even see a hint of expectation deep in her eyes. It seems that these 2 months of hard work have not been in vain. Lu Zhilan, Lu Zhilan, you can say goodbye to your think tank. When we meet again, there will only be the mother of the Cao family, but no young think tank of the Lu family. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. And soon, something even more exciting happened to him. By the way, please pay attention to Tianhe when you have time. Before it comes again, Yu Qiwei and I will cut it off. If nothing unexpected happens, it should erupt in a month. Chapter 710, The Nemesis of the Shrine. Good fellow. This move is really vicious. After listening to Liang Qi's entire speech, Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed instantly. However, although he was shocked, he did not act rashly. Because he knew very well that with Yu Qiwei's strength, even if he brought all the masters of the Cao family over, they would definitely not be able to prevent this disaster. After all, destruction is always easier than maintenance. It seems that we can only block the water downstream first. And then, I don't know what he was thinking about, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into an arc full of evil meaning. Then, he disappeared right on the spot. As for his destination, it was none other than Yang Xiao's boudoir. Husband. As soon as she saw him, Yang Xiao didn't hesitate at all and threw herself into his arms immediately. Then the big eyes began to blink wildly. That look clearly meant, "Stop it, I'm here for serious business." To be honest, if this happened in the past, Cao Wenbin would definitely take out the happy palace without saying a word. But this time, he didn't even move. There's nothing we can do, since he just came out. And before that, he had been there for more than 10 years. Business. As the ancestor of Tianji Pavilion, Yang Xiao is also quite visionary. As soon as she heard that Cao Wenbin was not here for fun, she immediately became serious. At the same time, I want you to help me figure out how to improve the quality of this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin took out the treasure money that he had only used a few times since he got it. This was a brilliant idea he had thought of not long ago. Used to deal with Yu Qiwei. After all, although that woman is a pervert, she is still a treasure in the end. And as long as it is a treasure, it will definitely be restrained by the money. So, let me try. Very straightforward. Then, she took out the postnatal Bagua diagram, etc. But just as she was about to take action, Cao Wenbin stopped her directly. Then, he stuffed the Tai Chi diagram, a half-step chaos treasure, into her hands. Use this. You're almost a patrol officer now, it's time to upgrade your skills. This made Yang Xiao even more excited. The big eyes bent into a crescent. But the good times didn't last long. Soon, her expression changed. Because even if she used the Tai Chi diagram, she still couldn't figure out anything. I can only vaguely feel that there is indeed a way to increase the amount of money I can earn from falling treasures in this world. So, hey, I wish I could be stronger. No need for many, even an inspector can definitely find the answer for you. Very disappointed, but Cao Wenbin didn't take it too seriously. After stroking her hair a few times, he chuckled and said, "It's okay. Since we can't figure it out ourselves, let's find someone else to do it. By the way, isn't there a Bai Zi in the demon court who is known for knowing everything? Let's go find him now." If he had known what was best for him, that would have been fine. But if you don't know what's good for you, then I will teach you the heaven-swallowing divine art. You just robbed him of everything. Very unreasonable. But Yang Xiao felt aroused when she heard it. But she also knew that ordinary methods would definitely not be able to make the guy in front of her surrender. So after her beautiful eyes rolled around twice, she immediately started to smile evilly. Wenbin, do you still remember the cliff behind Tianji Pavilion? That's the one where Zhun Xiaoyao was comprehending the Bagua diagram in the front, and you were having a cordial conversation with me in the back. You might not know this, but I also set up an identical cliff in the Fun Palace. She didn't say anything else. Of course, it's not that she doesn't want to say it. But she has no time to talk. Cao Wenbin has lost his mind because his memories were brought back. Because of this, her voice is not yet clear. This room has become empty. As for where the two went, I haven't offended anyone recently. But why is there such a bad omen? Demon Court, the Imperial Master's mansion. As a voice of self-talk sounded, an old man who looked very old but extremely energetic suddenly opened his eyes. Then, without even thinking, he grabbed a tortoise shell from the void. He is none other than the Demon Master Bai Zi. And what he took out was an unparalleled divine object. No one knows its origin. Even Bai Zi himself doesn't know. All I know is that its defense is unparalleled. So far nothing has been able to leave even a mark on it. At the same time, after using special spells, you can also use it to calculate all things in the universe. It is precisely because of this thing that he has earned the reputation of a know-it-all. Of course, there are gains and losses. At the beginning, Bai Zi didn't notice any side effects of this thing. So I use it quite diligently. But as time went by, Bai Zi gradually discovered that this thing was actually deadly. Every time he uses it, whether for defense or calculation, his life is consumed. So gradually, he used it less. But this time, he didn't care about that. After all, he can still tell the difference between a shorter lifespan and immediate death. Therefore, old buddy, I have to rely on you again this time. After he finished speaking, he began to shake his tortoise shell frantically. At first, he was just anxious but not panicked. But not long after, everything changed. Because no matter how he shook it, nothing fell out of the tortoise shell. How is this possible? Stand up suddenly. Then he used even greater force. But even until a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth, turtle shell still did not give him any feedback. As a result, his face suddenly turned pale. He is not stupid. Of course you know what this means. If nothing unexpected happens, this crisis will be extremely shocking. It's not that there is no escape, but it's definitely not far from it. Who is it that wants to kill me? That old immortal Prime Minister. No, no. Now is the time to stand united against the outside world. Even though that guy sees me as a thorn in his side, he definitely wouldn't choose this moment to attack me. Could it be Cao Wenbin? Is he going to attack the Demon Court? Not good. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he couldn't stay any longer. The next moment, he flew towards the gate of the Imperial Master's mansion at a rapid speed. Even though this place was his base camp and most of his wealth was hidden inside, he still didn't even take a second look at it. As he ran, he also lost the grip on his wrist. He even endured the pain and pulled his beard. He will try his best to change himself. In this way, you can fight for your chance of survival. Chapter 711, Crazy Search of the Demon Court. Buzz. To be honest, Bai Zi's reaction was really not slow. The preparations made her sufficient. But the moment he stepped out of the Demon Master's mansion, he still felt numb. Because what he saw was not the harmony he had expected. Instead, there was chaos and war. The entire Demon Court had already been thrown into chaos. As for why he hadn't heard anything before, at some point, a barrier had appeared outside his mansion. It directly isolates itself from everything outside. No, that's not true. The Demon Court is located in the heart of the entire demon race. How could this place be attacked when there's no attack outside? The old man's face was full of disbelief. Of course, although he said so, his body never stopped for a moment. The energy in his body surged, and then he rushed directly to the weak point of the barrier. Bang! The loud noise was raging wildly. Under the impact of the recoil force, he was directly turned into a bloody man. There is not a single piece of good skin on my body. Although he was seriously injured, his face was still full of ecstasy. Because he finally broke through the barrier. Although the cut was not big and was healing slowly, it was big enough for him to pass through. As expected, there is always a way out. I told you, how could a know-it-all like me die so easily? Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The next moment, a scream suddenly came into his ears. Ah, I don't want to go into the fun palace. I don't want to be a plaything. Bai Zi's expression changed again. He recognized it was the voice of the most beautiful woman in his demon court, and also his dream lover. Of course, this is not the most devastating thing for him. What really made him collapse to the ground was that the path outside the barrier was not the smooth road he had expected. The one who greeted him was Bai Qingyan, who could kill the sword maniac alone. Old man, are you going to follow me honestly? Or should I use some trickery to get you over there? The voice is full of playfulness. And this time, Bai Zi didn't make any trouble. After all, the gap between the two sides is too big. Although he is also in the heavenly Dao realm. But compared to Bai Qingyan, it is simply not good enough. As for the conspiracy, in the face of absolute strength, everything is nothing. He was sure that if he made the slightest movement, Bai Qingyan would turn him into a human stick in the blink of an eye. No limbs. Is this fate? So, after shaking his head slightly, he desperately followed Bai Qingyan towards the palace where evil laughter could be heard from time to time. Damn it! This is clearly something I imagined in my dreams. Along the way, he finally figured out what had happened in the demon court in the past period of time. It turned out that the Cao family's large army had arrived half an hour ago. And when they were heading towards the palace, in order to prevent these important figures from escaping, they quietly set up a barrier around them. The main feature is a meticulous mind. Depend on. Doesn't this mean that if I had discovered it earlier, there would still be a glimmer of hope? Very depressed. Boom. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when he was about to accept his fate, something unexpected happened again. First there was a deafening roar, and then a wild roar resounded throughout the demon court. Cao Wenbin, you're so brave. How dare you come to my territory to arrest people? I'm not dead yet. Bai Zi was stunned. Then a hint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. He recognized it was Niu Feng's voice. It turns out the boss hasn't lost yet. In that case, then this old man still has a chance. As soon as the situation gets chaotic. That's right, he didn't expect Niu Feng to win. After all, that's simply unrealistic. The Cao family has too many high-end combat forces. So he just hopes the situation can be chaotic enough. Just as he was secretly thinking about how to escape when he got the chance, Cao Wenbin, who was frantically looting the demon court, suddenly stopped. Then all attention was drawn to the source of the sound. There, a very strong man with two horns on his head appeared. It's Niu Feng. However, Niu Feng at this time is very different from when he was in the demon world. The most obvious change is that the breath has become deeper. The whole person has obviously become a lot more confident. Is this a change in life level? I really didn't expect that this guy could have such a good life. Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Of course, although he was surprised, he didn't take this guy seriously. Instead, they stuffed a woman with cat ears into the fun palace right in front of him. So, Cao Wenbin, you're looking for death. Niu Feng was so angry. After all, the one just now was the commander of his imperial guards. His most direct descendant. He is also the person he has been thinking about for a long time and is about to capture. But now it is. The more he thought about it, the redder his eyes became. Therefore, as soon as the roar fell, his body suddenly swelled up. It didn't stop until the palace could no longer accommodate him. Then he raised his foot and stepped on Cao Wenbin. Boy, you're not the only one who can grow bigger. I can use similar tricks. So just die in peace. By the way, you don't have to worry about your women. I will take good care of them for you. I believe it won't be long before they know what bullish energy is. Very arrogant. What made him excited was that Cao Wenbin seemed to be scared silly and did not resist. I just stared blankly at his big feet falling. She's really a hothouse flower. I only know how to play in favorable situations. When faced with difficulties, I immediately feel helpless. The disdain is beyond words. But soon, this expression froze on his face. Because he didn't feel any solid ground under his feet. Not only that, Just a few breaths later, there was a huge force that was madly lifting him up. Don't even think about it. Niu Feng knew that this was Cao Wenbin's counterattack. So he immediately put in more effort. It is obvious that he doesn't want to give Cao Wenbin another chance. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, his strength is not enough to support him to accomplish such a feat. The next moment. Chapter 712 by Z's routine. With your level, you still want to kill me. I think you really haven't woken up yet. The voice was full of disdain. Immediately afterwards, Niu Feng discovered that his foot, which was exerting force frantically, not only failed to fall down, but was being lifted up frantically. The power is so great that he can't resist it at all. Not good. Niu Feng's face changed drastically. Then he subconsciously tried to use the force to pull his legs back. Then take a long-term view. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, before he could turn it into action, something unexpected happened. Cao Wenbin, who was originally a tiny kid, turned into a giant almost as big as him in the blink of an eye. Then he started to attack him madly. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch has a force of tens of thousands of pounds. The wind created by the punch even blew down a palace below. Damn it. After all, this guy is at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, and I am at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. Very confused. But his combat awareness is really strong. Just when Cao Wenbin was enjoying the beating the most, his body suddenly returned to its original size. Although he was punched hard for this, he finally escaped from the clutches of the devil. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, without even hesitating, he rushed directly towards the Xiaoyao sect. Even when he heard his daughter's screams during this process, he still didn't dare to look back. Afraid of being entangled by Cao Wenbin. Master Cao, let's chase him. We must not let this guy get away. Otherwise, it will become a serious problem for us. As the saying goes, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. Look, Cao Wenbin hasn't said anything yet, but Dai Menglu, who has been leading the way for him, is the first to get anxious. But that's true. As a traitor to the demon court, once Niu Feng recovers, she will be the first one to suffer. After all, if she hadn't made it easy for them, no matter how powerful the Cao family was, they would definitely be able to get here without anyone noticing. But what Dai Menglu could expect was that after she said this, Cao Wenbin did not move but instead laughed. Chase. He's just a stray dog. What kind of waves do you think he can stir up? Besides, haven't you heard the saying, don't chase a desperate enemy? Well reasoned and well founded. But after hearing this, Dai Menglu almost fainted. Then he roared desperately, if you don't chase me, what should I do? When we were negotiating, you promised me personally that you would keep me safe and give me half of the demon court's territory to manage. This time, Cao Wenbin laughed even more happily. At the same time, his right hand gently rested on Dai Menglu's waist. You're right, I did promise you. But how can we ensure your safety? We didn't make any agreement. In that case, you can definitely become a member of my Cao family. You said it yourself, as long as you enter the Palace of Joy, then who in these myriad planes can hurt you? Dai Monroe shuddered all over. Then he rolled his eyes madly. Enter the fun palace. What's the difference between that and a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? But just as she was about to slap Cao Wenbin's big hand away, the resentful look in Niu Feng's eyes when he disappeared suddenly appeared in her mind again. So, she immediately stopped all her movements. She knew that as soon as she took action, she would face endless pursuit. All her descendants in Diwu City will be exposed to Niu Feng's butcher knife. If she doesn't move, then all she'll have to give is some dignity and… Never mind. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. Close your eyes and it will pass quickly. The more she thought about it, the less she wanted to resist. At the end, she tilted her head and leaned lightly on Cao Wenbin's shoulder. That's right. Having gotten what he wanted, Cao Wenbin's expression became even more excited. Of course, he didn't forget the important things. After scanning the palace with his spiritual sense and finding nothing worth seeing inside, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he was already next to Bai Zi. Come on, calculate for me how to improve the quality of this thing. Without saying anything, Cao Wenbin took out the treasure money immediately. When this happened, Bai Zi was completely stunned. What does it mean? The Cao family didn't kill him. The purpose of detaining him was just to deduce the secrets of heaven. What a great opportunity. If I can figure this out, then my future prospects will definitely be better than in the demon court. Maybe we can even break the curse that only men can reach the top. After all, there's no talent like me among the participants. His eyes lit up instantly. Immediately afterwards, Bai Zi took out the tortoise shell with a smile on his face. I am full of confidence. Bang, bang, bang. The hand cranking is very regular. Obviously he wanted to put on a show for Cao Wenbin. But as he shook himself, a flash of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. As for the reason, Turtle Shell's feedback to him was that he could give the answer, but it would take all his life force. In other words, he has reached a dead end. Death is everywhere. How so? Bai Zi's mentality is a little broken. After all, he had just seen hope, and the smile on his face hadn't even disappeared, but he didn't expect to be hit hard again. It's just playing with people. However, he did not give up. While trying to keep smiling, his brain was also working rapidly. Got it. And his efforts did not go in vain. After just a few breaths, an idea came into his mind. Then he pointed his finger to the east. Mr. Cao is truly a blessed man. The key to upgrading this magical copper coin is not far from here. Come on, I'll take you there. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. But before he could get into the air, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. So, without even thinking about it, he immediately threw the tortoise shell behind him. Boom! The explosion was earth-shaking. Wow! Bai Zi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at Cao Wenbin in disbelief. Why? I've already helped you, why are you still attacking me? He curled his lips in disdain. Cao Wenbin's eyes were full of sarcasm. Please, don't treat others as fools, okay? Even before you turned around, I could tell you didn't gain anything from the tortoise shell. I said that just to buy time and find a chance to escape. By the way, if my guess is correct, the place you want to take us to should have many innate restrictions. Chapter 713 Lu Zhilin's response. Damn it, how can this guy's insight be so sharp? Bai Zi was shocked. Then he didn't even hesitate, and a layer of red light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It was obvious that he was ready to risk his life. As for his goals, nothing has changed. It was still the place he pointed to just now. Idiot. Using the escape technique in front of me. Even Yu Chiwei is useless, so who are you? Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, there were people who were faster than him. Look, Cao Wenbin first curled his lips, and then disappeared on the spot. When he appeared, he was already standing right in front of Bai Zi. At the same time, a big hand fell on Bai Zi's neck. Die. No questions asked. The next moment, a clicking sound was heard by everyone. It's not that Cao Wenbin is too impulsive. For him, interrogation was simply too inefficient. If you want to know something, just search its soul. Of course, he didn't forget his original promise. After taking the soul, he threw the body to Yang Xiao, who had already learned the heaven-swallowing divine art. Does it require a huge amount of vitality? As Bai Zi's memories began to emerge one by one, Cao Wenbin soon smiled. After all, although vitality is extremely precious to others, it is nothing to him. There's nothing I can do about it. Who made him have the book of life? There is unlimited wasted capital. But the good times didn't last long. As Turtle Shell gave feedback, his brows quickly furrowed. Because the method of improvement is actually in a special space that has not yet appeared in the world. Of course, if that were all, he wouldn't frown. But the crux of the matter is that the entrance to that space is not in the vast area under his control. Instead, it is in the corner where the Xiaoyao sect is located. Looks like I'm going to clash with Lu Zhilin again. But it's not a big problem. The ending is already determined anyway. The only question now is whether Lu Zhilin, the part-time brothel owner, still has any decent stock left. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared again. But what was different from before was that this time, he did not show up again. Obviously he has left here. Good news, rare good news in the ages. Earlier today, Lord Demonglu turned from evil to good. I have completely surrendered to Master Wenbin. And with her help, the demon court, an evil force that has existed since ancient times, has finally gone the other way. Except for the demon Niu Feng, all other major leaders of the demon court have been killed. I believe that it won't be long before the people of the demon court will also experience the taste of light just like us. I have to say, it feels great to have the right to speak. Look, all the news headlines on the internet are in favor of Cao Wenbin. Otherwise, it won't be sent out at all. However, the time that Yingtian Academy surrendered was not very long after all. Therefore, the customs among the people have not changed much. That's why. The taste of light. Good fellow, you really deserve to be the one holding the pen, how shameless. A force that only thinks about other people's wives and ancestors all day long, has the nerve to mention light. No, the demon court is one of the 9 holy places. Niu Feng has helped the Supreme Plane suppress ferocious beasts for millions of years. How can it become an evil force? It's true that the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you win, everything is right. But if you lose, even if you were right, it will become wrong. The Cao family is truly amazing. In just a few years, they've completely changed the structure of the Supreme Plane that has existed for millions of years. It seems like it won't be long before this Supreme Plane will completely belong to the Cao family. Actually, compared to Cao Wenbin's other achievements, I envy him more for his good fortune. Damn, in the Supreme Plane, it seems like every woman with a name has already entered the Palace of Pleasure. And the few that are left will be there soon too. Damn, he's planning to catch them all in one fell swoop. In an instant, everyone was saying all sorts of things. Of course, they weren't the only ones discussing this. Baekotang and Wanmo Cave, which received the news, also exploded. The top leaders of the 2 families didn't even hesitate and rushed to Xiaoyao sect immediately. There is no way, because in the current Supreme Plane, there are only 3 families without the surname Cao. If we don't unite now, there's no need to think about anything else. Just wash your neck and wait to be chopped off. And Lu Zhilin had obviously expected someone to come. So I brewed tea in advance. So, my dear nephew, you have a good heart. It's urgent, and you still have the mind to drink this. Yao Jisheng, who arrived first, had surprise in his eyes. After all, he couldn't even do this. But the little brat in front of me did it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhilin quickly laughed. This is indifferent to nature. Mainly because I know that on this day, he can't change. Don't talk much. But Yao Jisheng's eyes lit up when he heard it. Then, my dear nephew, do you have a way to fight against Cao Wenbin? Quick, tell me what's going on. As long as it's feasible, even if the success rate is low, my Baekotang will definitely help you. Of course, not only him, but everyone who had just arrived at the 10,000 Demons Cave also spoke out to express their opinions. What he said was expressing one meaning, that is, he would only follow the lead of the Xiaoyao sect. And Lu Zhilin, who was waiting for this, was not polite either. After taking 2 breaths, he blurted out the words he had prepared long ago. It's not as complicated as you think. Actually, my method of dealing with this is just a formation. It's called the 9 Palaces Devil Locking Formation. It's a chaos-level formation. Once the formation is completed, everything within it will become a complete whole. Once foreign objects come in, they will be immediately rejected. At the same time, the person holding the formation flag can also ignore space and instantly reach any point in the formation. In other words, as long as we have it, we won't have to worry about sneak attacks anymore. We can even plot a trick on Cao Wenbin. Yao Jisheng and others were already very nervous, and now they became even more nervous. After all, this is what they need most right now. It's like someone gave you a pillow when you were sleepy. However, they didn't laugh for too long. After Lu Zhilin took out the list of resources needed to set up the formation, they almost fainted. It's a good formation, but this consumption is really terrifying. Even with their background, if they want to complete the formation, they will have to be severely punished. Damn it, there really is no such thing as a free lunch. It hurts so much. But in the end, both families nodded. Don't worry, nephew. We will be able to gather all the materials in one day at most. Chapter 714. A space similar to the Divine Realm. Hurry up, be quick with your hands and feet. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, everything will be over. Since it was a matter of life and death, the 3 holy places had no ulterior motives and their efficiency was higher than the other. But Zhang Shengxi, the commander-in-chief, was not happy. Of course, she didn't think that this formation couldn't stop Cao Wenbin. But I'm worried about Liang Qi. There's nothing we can do about it, it's already been more than 2 months. Logically speaking, he should have returned a long time ago. But now it is. Could something have happened? The more he thought about it, the more panicked Zhongzhou became. After all, she knows Cao Wenbin's strength better than anyone else. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a devil. No matter how strong a woman is, she will be pacified. No, no. Although Cao Wenbin is physically strong, my second sister's intelligence is also not bad. Before going to the door to do the transaction, you must have made multiple preparations. So it will be fine. So, she soon stopped thinking about it. And what a coincidence. She had just found a reason to convince herself when a loud bang suddenly struck her ears. At the same time, a violent shock wave suddenly swept through her body. It directly made her long skirt whirring. This is. Although the incident happened very abruptly, the corners of Zhongzhou's mouth curled up unconsciously. There is also a smile in his eyes. Because she felt Cao Wenbin's aura from the shock wave. Although it was very faint, she was sure that she was not wrong. That is to say, is Cao Wenbin looking for an opportunity? It seems that my second sister is really safe. After all, no one can do two things at once. After she finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot without any hesitation. In the void, only one sentence remained: keep going. Don't be lazy. When she appeared again, she had already reached the edge of a huge space vortex. However, although she was fast, she was not the first one to arrive. This is not. Sister Zhongzhou, you're here too. That's great, let's go in together. That guy surnamed Cao is already one step ahead of us. So there's no time to dawdle. Lu Zhilin's voice was full of urgency. At the beginning, Zhongzhou was a little confused. After all, even if you are in a hurry, it won't be a matter of a single point or half a point. But before she could ask, Lu Zhilin's next words made her lose her mind instantly. Oh right, I can sense that there is a resource hidden here that is very useful to me. As long as I can get it, I can at least recover to the heavenly Tao realm. If done right, you can even reach the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Without even the slightest hesitation, Zhongzhou took the lead and rushed directly towards the vortex. Madness all over the body. There is no way, this information is so important. You know, that is the realm of heaven. And it is Lu Zhilin's heavenly Tao realm. It is no exaggeration to say that if they can take the lead at this step, their previous disadvantages will disappear instantly. Instead, there will be a smooth road ahead. Until that Cao guy is completely killed. This time, even if all the women have to be given away, even if she gets pregnant, Zhilin must be the first to get the opportunity. Wow. As expected of a world that has been hidden for so long, it's unique in every way. Just as Zhongzhou was making a crazy oath, Cao Wenbin, who had taken the lead, finally got a rough idea of the situation in this new world. Very big. Even if he used his spiritual sense to the fullest extent, he could not reach the end. And it's magical. Just like the previous divine realm, it only has two attributes, yin and yang. But the difference is that this place is no longer desolate. Instead, it is full of vitality. Look, he had only traveled tens of thousands of miles when he appeared at a huge gate. As for the creatures here, how did they resist the erosion of yin and yang qi? They should have been born from these two kinds of primordial spiritual energy. At least that's how the people in this city are. Otherwise, not all people would have only the two attributes of yin and yang. It's a pity that the bloodline is too thin, otherwise the women here would definitely be the best candidates for the cauldron. He shook his head slightly, and then Cao Wenbin took Mu Qianchen and Hao Mengxuan towards the city gate. That's right, this time he only brought these two people with him. Of course, the roles of the two are completely different. Hao Mengxuan is here to help. As for Mu Qianchen, also here to help. Husband, one of the two people watching the city gate just now has made a strange move. And judging from his movements, he should be heading to the city lord's mansion. The entry process was smooth. There was no case of taking bribes. However, before the three of them had walked far, their expressions changed. No fear. Just for fun. As for the other party's purpose, none of the three are stupid. I saw through everything in an instant. Beauty is indeed a disaster. But I understand. With the looks of you two, it's hard for any man not to be moved. The fact that he didn't attack directly shows that he has good manners. If it were me. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianchen's big eyes narrowed immediately. She felt that she was not far from having her dream come true. This move was indeed the right one. Oh, I should have acted sooner. Even if you took the initiative once during this period, you wouldn't have to wait until now. Speechless. But soon, she no longer had time to think about these messy things. Because not long after, an even more magical thing appeared before them. I don't know what stimulated the people in this city, but they dropped everything they were holding in an instant. Then they all ran madly towards the city center. Could it be that someone is handing out eggs? Looking at the old man who had lost his crutch, Cao Wenbin was completely confused. Of course, although he was confused, his body never stopped for a moment. Followed up quickly. The three of them didn't stop until they reached a huge square filled with people. At the same time, the three of them also figured out the general idea. If nothing unexpected happens, the purpose of these people gathering here should be to offer sacrifices. Because in the middle of the square stands a statue of a woman. As to whether this activity takes place every day or they just happen to catch up with a special day, it is unknown. Chapter 715 Show Your Strength. Judging from this statue, this woman, admired by all, must have been quite a woman. How about it, husband, do you want to try it? Mu Qianshen's tone was full of teasing. But what she didn't expect was, if we meet, we can have a sparring match. Mu Qianshen was stunned. Please, I'm being sarcastic. Didn't you hear it? But this is not what confuses her the most. The next moment, I also think you should spar with her. After all, judging from the current situation, she should be quite compatible with you. He looked at Hao Mengxuan with disbelief. Then Mu Qianshen pinched herself subconsciously. She really couldn't believe that this was what Hao Mengxuan said. After all, this woman has always been very dissatisfied with Cao Wenbin's private life. But now it is. Am I dreaming? No, it's okay. If this is really a dream, then it shouldn't just happen. Very confused. Unfortunately, no one explained for her. And she didn't ask. Because before she could open her mouth, a woman dressed similarly to the statue suddenly appeared under the statue. Then, quiet. The sound is not loud. But it is very effective. Look, the crowd that was noisy just now suddenly became quiet. It is obvious that this woman is very powerful. But soon, Cao Wenbin and the other two had no time to eat melons. As for the reason, they turned themselves into melons. Under the woman's command, other people in the square quickly knelt down in front of the statue. So, the three people who stood upright the whole time immediately attracted everyone's attention. At first, everyone was a little confused. I don't understand what Cao Wenbin and the other two are doing. But not long after, the expressions of these guys changed. The look in his eyes really showed more and more trust. It looked as if Cao Wenbin had slept with their mother. Of course, it wasn't just them. The woman who presided over all this also changed her expression. The original sacredness disappeared instantly, replaced by intense anger. Where is the guardian camp? Give it to me quickly. The murderous intent is quite obvious. But before she could finish her words, a burly figure appeared beside her. Goddess Xingluo, I suspect these three guys are undercover agents sent by the Dark Camp. Not just a blasphemer. So just teach them to me. The voice is full of righteousness. But Xingluo looked at him with eyes full of disdain. Obviously, she knew what this man was really thinking. However, she did not refute it. After gently waving his hand, he said with a solemn look, okay. Let City Lord Wang Yao handle it however he wants. But please remember, those who blaspheme the goddess of Yaoyang will never have the right to see the light again. In just a few words, this girl had sentenced Cao Wenbin and others to death. After receiving the approval, Wang Yao immediately became excited. Then, without any hesitation, he pounced on Hao Mengxuan with a lustful look on his face. Girl, he is very fast. But he came quickly, but left just as quickly. Look, before he could even finish his words, he was already embedded in the earth. I couldn't crawl out of it for a long time. Of course, others don't know, but Cao Wenbin and Mu Qianshen know it all. This guy will never come out. Because his entire body is looser than the sand underground. Although they didn't know what was going on, the people in the square were still stunned by this scene. After all, Wang Yao is the best expert here. He even created the myth of fighting 1 against 5. On the supreme ranking list, they are all well known. But now it is. However, what shocked them the most was the aura that Hao Mengxuan exuded. That pure yang energy without any impurities can't be faked at all. But because of this, they were confused. They couldn't understand how such a person could be disrespectful to the gods. Isn't everything you have given by God? Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here? Compared to ordinary people, Xingluo obviously knew more, so she quickly came to her senses. But the tone was still very unfriendly. It's just that he no longer has the high and mighty status he had before. But even so, her right face quickly began to swell up. But this time, the one who took action was no longer Hao Mengxuan. Instead, it became Mu Qianqun. Then, a mere junior supreme being actually dares to speak to us in such a tone. Who gave you the courage? That broken statue behind you. This time, Xingluo was really confused. You know, she is the goddess personally appointed by goddess Yaoyang. Although there are at least thousands of people like her. But no matter what, he is the goddess's confidant, right? How dare these three guys? You are courting death. God Guardian Camp, form a formation for me. The yang energy on these three guys must be fake. The essence is absolutely dark. So we must catch it no matter what the cost. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The more Xingluo thought about it, the angrier she became. But she didn't lose her mind. Because of this, she fooled the so-called Guardian Camp into making them red-eyed with greed with just a few words. Then he rushed towards Cao Wenbin and others frantically. Unfortunately, although they had a large number of people and their formation was decent, it was still not enough for Cao Wenbin. And this time, Cao Wenbin and others didn't even move their hands. They just relied on their momentum to blow the so-called Guardian Camp into powder. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the statue of the goddess could not be saved either. It disappeared completely in almost the blink of an eye. Can we talk properly now? The voice was full of ridicule. But Xingluo still didn't answer. Of course, it's not like she can still remain arrogant. But she was already scared silly. He just stared blankly at the empty square, his eyes full of disbelief. How so? No one in the entire continent has ever heard of such people. And with their goddess-like strength, how could they remain unknown? Very confused. But her expression didn't last long. Because, Chapter 716 The Importance of Life-Saving Means. Who is it? Who destroyed the statue of this deity? Come quickly and die. The voice was full of anger. The power is extremely astonishing. At the same time, a crack appeared out of nowhere where the statue was originally located. Judging from the appearance, it is obvious that someone is about to come out. Goddess Allure, help me. Your statue was taken away by these three guys. Oh, and they also killed the Sacred Guardian Battalion. He is an absolute humiliator. Upon seeing this scene, Xingluo, who originally had a dejected look on her face, suddenly jumped up from the ground. The joy of surviving the disaster instantly filled my whole body. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was happy. The pilgrims who were previously confused and had no idea what was going on, now became more alert. Then, without even hesitating, they all kowtowed in unison. All kinds of flattery are popping up like mushrooms after rain. After all, she is a goddess. Under normal circumstances, they would never hear its voice in their entire lives. But now it is. Playing tricks. You're just a mere peak heavenly Dao realm cultivator, yet you dare to yell at me. I've already played with 3 or 4 guys like you. But Cao Wenbin was full of disdain for this. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly grew larger, and then stretched directly into the crack in space. This is another way of using the law of heaven and earth, to only make a certain place bigger. Boom. As for the power of this move, of course there is no doubt about that. Just then, an explosion sounded from the crack. Immediately afterwards, there was a barely perceptible groan. And that's not all. After just a few breaths, the space crack that had been stable just now began to shrink wildly. It was obvious that the other party noticed something was wrong. Prepare to disconnect from this place. But as the saying goes, it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. It's so hard to meet a high-level person in this world. How could Cao Wenbin and others let him go so easily? So soon, Cao Wenbin started moving again. But this time it's not about brute force. Instead, he played with the laws of space. The space crack was directly fixed in place. Not only does it no longer shrink, but it also has a tendency to expand. At the same time, Sister Mengxuan, please come over and help me capture him. By the way, don't fight too long, okay? Quick and decisive. Nodded gently. No one can order Hao Mengxuan around, but in front of Cao Wenbin, whatever he says is what counts. The next moment, she dived directly into the crack. Boom, boom, boom. And this time, the explosion was even louder. Of course, the moans also reached a new high. Even a fool can hear the pain in it. As a result, Xingluo and the pilgrims were all stunned. After all, in their eyes, the goddess is the embodiment of wisdom and invincibility. Everything in the world is given by it. But now it is. No, that's absolutely not true. Sadly, facts speak louder than words. Whether they believe it or not, it will not change the outcome. Look, how Mengxuan quickly returned to Cao Wenbin carrying a woman amidst the questioning. Good looks. The goddess record only turned over 9 pages in total. Even though there is a hint of red at the corner of her mouth, it still does not affect her beauty. However, these are not what attract Cao Wenbin the most. What really interested him was this girl, who, like him, also had a pure yang body. If you use it as a cauldron and vigorously practice the god and demon Joy Zen, you will definitely be able to soar into the sky. I dare not say more, but breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm is definitely not a problem. It turned out to be an unexpected success. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. After all, that is the realm of heaven. The realm that all monks dream of. But just as he was about to take the next step, a cold voice suddenly came into his ears. You are definitely not from this world. Can you tell me where you are from? This time, it was Cao Wenbin's turn to be surprised. Because this woman is so calm. He doesn't look like a prisoner at all. Instead, he looked like an envoy coming to negotiate. Is there a backup plan? Or do you not care about your appearance and don't care whether you are being played with or not? Frowning slightly. Then, in order to confirm which one was right, he took 2 steps at a time and appeared in front of the woman in the blink of an eye. Then, he used one finger to lift up the extremely delicate chin. Girl, you don't seem to understand the situation. As a prisoner, you only have the right to answer. And no right to ask questions. Come on, tell me what's going on in this world. Remember, don't make up stories for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting these pilgrims witness with their own eyes how their goddess gets married. The sound is very soft. But it is full of obscenity. The expression on his face was as evil as it could be. As for whether this is a true portrayal or just an act. Do you think you can defeat me? But what no one expected was that in the face of such a threat, this woman named Qingcheng not only did not show any fear, but she even smiled. And in order to prove that she was not bluffing, she didn't hesitate and directly turned into a sky full of stars. Is this a military solution? Depend on. You shouldn't be so extreme. Looking at everything in front of him, Cao Wenbin was a little confused. After all, he never thought of forcing this woman to death. He just wanted to. But soon, he came to his senses. He remembered the woman's smile before. He didn't look like he was going to commit suicide. It seems this is her way of saving her life. And in fact, it is true. Before the starlight faded away, Qingcheng's figure reappeared. How about it? Now believe what I say. Actually, you'll understand if you think about it. If I could be caught so easily, how could I possibly become a goddess? It has long been reduced to a breeding machine. Nodded gently. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's face was full of admiration. Because even though he had seen it once, he still couldn't figure out a way to crack it. That moment just now was like a rebirth. It's impossible to stop it. Good trick. But everything in the world is interdependent and mutually exclusive. I don't believe there's no way to restrain you. What I said is very decisive. But Qingcheng remained unmoved. I still say that, if I were easy to capture, I wouldn't be a goddess. Since you don't believe in evil, then let's see who's the real deal. As soon as he finished speaking, the situation just now appeared in front of everyone again. And this time, she didn't show up. Obviously, it's back to their own territory. But although she left in such a graceful manner, Xingluo, who was left behind, was completely paralyzed. Chapter 717 Figure out everything. It's not true. That's absolutely not true. A goddess should be invincible. There was a dull look in Xingluo's eyes. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul, just staring blankly at the square that had returned to normal. Stupid. This is the first thought of most people. It is also the most practical idea. After all, the defeat of the goddess must have had a huge impact on her. It's normal that Xingluo couldn't accept it for a moment. But just when everyone else was secretly lamenting, Cao Wenbin smiled. Even a fool can see the disdain in it. Then, Your acting is really good. But if you don't want to die, then you'd better cooperate with me honestly. Otherwise, even though we won't be able to see the goddess getting married, I think these guys down there should be full of anticipation for the scene. Still not moving, so Cao Wenbin didn't bother with it. He started loosening his belt right away. The movements are very slow. But Xingluo still collapsed. Then he shouted, "Don't come over here. Otherwise, the goddess will never let you go." This time, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth turned up even higher. "You won't let me go. That's great. Let her come over. Don't worry, as soon as she arrives, I will release you immediately. I will never break my promise." Xingluo's breathing stagnated. Then she remembered that her threat was almost a joke to the three people in front of her. People are hoping that the goddess will come again. Therefore, plop, completely without support, she collapsed to the ground. Then, she began to beg for mercy frantically. "Young master. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I don't ask for anything else, just don't make a fool of myself in public. As long as we're somewhere where there's no one around, I'll let you do whatever you want. By the way, I know this world very well. Whatever you want to know, just ask. I will tell you everything I know, without reservation." Cao Wenbin nodded with satisfaction. "That's right. If we had done this earlier, why would we have to make such a fuss?" As soon as they finished speaking, they disappeared from the spot. As for the destination, that is naturally Xingluo's residence. And through questioning along the way, he finally figured out the specific situation of this world. As expected, this world is either black or white. On the surface, there are only two forces. One is the Yaoyang camp headed by Qingcheng. The other one is the dark camp headed by Yan Luo. The two sides have never reconciled since their inception. As long as we meet, we will fight to the death. Of course, the obvious is the obvious. But secretly, there are many subdivisions. For example, the Yaoyang camp. It is divided into the clergy faction and the management faction. Among them, the clergy faction controls the hearts of the people. The management faction is more powerful. Wang Yao, who was casually shot to death by Cao Wenbin before, was a member of the management faction. As expected, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. But this is fine. With more forces, there will be more room for maneuver. Jilin, it looks like we need to transfer more people here. As long as we unify the dark camp, I don't believe Yan Luo won't surrender. At the same time that Cao Wenbin was interrogating and getting the information he needed, Lu Jilin also figured out everything here. Although he understood it, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. After all, given his current physical condition, it is really too much to ask him to use the cauldron to improve his strength. Of course, although he thought so, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he nodded in unusual cooperation. Because he firmly believes that there will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain. When the time comes, things will definitely turn around. We really need to transfer some people. But it shouldn't be too much. After all, not many people from the Cao family came. If we mobilize a large army, we might not even have a place to stay after we get out. So I think we should just let Sister Chiwei and Keiyi come to help. With them, plus the two of us, we can handle everything. The arrangement is quite reasonable. But the corners of Zhang Shengxi's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. Because Liang Qi can't come at all. Besides, it seems that no one in this world can send information to the Happy Palace. No, we must find a way. And her efforts did not disappoint her. Soon, a light flashed in her mind. Then, Jilin, I think we should replace Keiyi with Yi Chenu. After all, if Keiyi comes in, there will be no one in charge outside. Although Chenu's strength is slightly inferior, her ability to ignore the pure yang energy is more than enough to make up for that slight difference in strength in this special space. This makes even more sense. So, Lu Jilin did not hesitate and immediately started to make hand gestures. This is a unique way to connect. It's like telepathy. Only he and Yu Qiwei can use it. Because of this, it still works even if there is a world barrier between us. And Yu Qiwei didn't keep him waiting for long. Just a few hours later, he appeared in front of him with Yi Chenu. Walk. Let's go to the next city. I want to see how long Yan Luo can hide. Very crazy. But they do have the capital to be crazy. Just look, in the next 2 days, the four of them captured more than a dozen cities in succession. It only takes a few hours to build one. The efficiency is quite high. But on the third day, they stopped. It's not that I'm tired. But they are still not very satisfied with this efficiency. Especially when they heard that Cao Wenbin had fought with goddess Yaoyang, they became even more anxious. Why don't we split up into two groups? Jilin is coming with me. And Sister Chiwei is traveling with Chanu. This way, we can all attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. Even if we are besieged, we can retreat calmly. Chapter 718 Cooperation. Just follow this. Zhang Shengxi's arrangement is truly comprehensive. It's almost perfect. But just when Lu Jilin and Yi Chenu were about to do as they were told, Yu Chiwei, with a coquettish look on her face, suddenly interrupted with another word. Actually, I think we should split our forces into three groups. Shengxi and Chenu are a team. Jilin, who knows the dark teleportation technique, should be on his own team. As for me, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tell me, if I go to help the Qingcheng, how much of a hindrance will Cao Wenbin and his group encounter? The bodies of the other three people suddenly froze in place. At the same time, a sense of excitement slowly spread. Obviously, the three of them subconsciously yearned for the scene described by Yu Chiwei. But the good times didn't last long. I don't know what he thought of, but Lu Jilin's expression changed very quickly. Then he shook his head rapidly. No, it's really too risky to do this. After all, none of us knows who Qingcheng is. What if she chooses to cooperate with Cao Wenbin because of her attributes? The more he spoke, the more determined Lu Jilin's expression became. But Yu Chiwei didn't care about it at all. Please, I'm Yu Chiwei. If that Cao guy were in his prime, I'd admit I'm not as good as him. If you encounter one, you can't even run away. But if he wants to keep me now, that's nothing short of a fantasy. Hasn't this already been proven in the previous realm of domination? That makes sense. But Lu Jilin still didn't intend to agree. There is no way, there are too many lessons from the past. This is the only uncontaminated person left by his side. If this one is also captured. Of course, he also knew that he couldn't persuade Yu Chiwei. So he took the opportunity to give Zhang Shengxi a wink. The meaning is very clear, that is to let him help persuade. But what he didn't expect was, Sister Chiwei, that's a great idea. This strategy is much better than mine. As one gains strength while the other loses strength, even if Cao gets exhausted to death, he will never be faster than us. Lu Jilin was stunned. Why are you advising me in the opposite direction? That's not what he meant. Depend on. The whole branch is split. But what he didn't know was that Zhang Shengxi actually understood everything. But I just want to play dumb. Because this is in their best interest. After all, as long as Yu Chiwei goes, no matter what the result is, it will definitely be more effective than if she stays. As for what if I fail? What does that matter? There's nothing to lose anyway. It might even be possible to bring back a hostage for them. With her persuasion, Yu Chiwei no longer hesitated. After giving Lu Jilin a look that said, "Don't worry," he disappeared from the spot. There was no chance for Lu Jilin to speak again. Yaoyang City. This is one of the largest cities in the area. It is also Qingcheng's residence. The only people in the city who are her believers are her believers. There is absolutely no other force. In the past, this place was extremely perfect. No crime, no fighting. All everyone has to do every day besides working is pray. Life is quite comfortable. But in recent days, everyone here has been very frightened. Because a corner of their holy place, the goddess palace, collapsed. Of course, if that were all, they wouldn't be like this. After all, no matter how strong a building is, it will eventually collapse. What really made them panic was that this was man-made. And their goddess was actually captured when the palace collapsed. Although it didn't take long before it came back. And from the looks of it, he wasn't injured at all. But the fact that he was caught is an indisputable fact. This also proves that the goddess who has protected them for millions of years is no longer invincible. Their current life may be gone forever. Who is that woman who attacked me? How can it be so perverted? Also, where did that arm that appeared first come from? Why is it so big? Similar discussions have never stopped in recent days. Whether it's peddlers, merchants or officials, they will definitely talk about this when they meet. And it was precisely because of these remarks that Qingcheng, who was already very depressed, became even more depressed. Damn it, I'm going to get this back no matter what. I just don't believe it. I'm a local tyrant, and I can still be bullied by you. The voice was full of determination. But what a coincidence, these words were heard by Yu Qiwei who had just arrived. So, since you have this intention, how about we join forces? Not much noise. But it gave Qingcheng a fright. After all, this is her goddess palace. There are so many formations inside. But now it is. Who's speaking? Qingcheng's face was full of vigilance. The body instantly tensed to the extreme. That strange method of escaping from distress was ready to be used at any time. Obviously, she has learned her lesson. Of course, her state did not last long. As Yu Qiwei appeared, her expression immediately became much more relaxed. And Yu Qiwei's next words made her eyes light up. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that the person who captured you a few days ago and I are mortal enemies. If you cooperate with me, there will only be benefits, no harm. That sounds very much like it. But she didn't believe it completely. After blinking her beautiful big eyes a few times, she immediately asked, how can I be sure that what you said is true? Also, since it's a collaboration, what can I get? What else does it cost? Yu Qiwei smiled. Since we are having a sincere conversation, that's a good thing. Then she released a video of her chasing Cao Wenbin. Not long, but it is enough to explain many problems. Then, as for the gains and losses you care about, in the following time, I will follow you all the time. Thus ensuring your safety. All you have to do is be obedient and don't run around. After all, that guy is extremely terrifying. I'm sure that even though you can escape from it once, you won't be able to escape it a second time. Qingcheng's heart is moved. After all, this is a free bodyguard. Don't waste it. But soon, another question came to her mind. And she didn't hide it. Why are you so sure that guy will attack me? It seems that the grudge between us hasn't reached the point of life and death. Yu Qiwei smiled even more happily. Because you are that guy's chance. As long as he can turn you into a cauldron, he will be able to cross the gap between heaven and earth in the heavenly Tao realm. Do you think he will let you go? Chapter 719. A very spiritual box. Name: Mu Qianchen. Identity: the future successor of the Shira clan. Strength: early heavenly Tao realm. Appearance score: 98. Loyalty: 100. Note: as one of the first few people to follow you, her loyalty is unquestionable. And because she cultivates the way of killing, her potential is extremely high. She's perfect for training. As long as you continuously cultivate her murderous aura, she'll definitely be able to reach, not to mention the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, but the mid-level heavenly Tao realm is definitely within her reach. And once her murderous aura reaches a certain scale, challenging opponents of higher levels will be no more difficult than drinking water. That's right, Cao Wenbin went to Xingluo's residence. But in the end, it was not Xingluo who suffered. Mu Qianchen, who had been waiting for a long time, came and took the initiative. As for this, Cao Wenbin had no way to refuse. After all, Mu Qianchen's appearance is not comparable to Xingluo's. This is what life is all about. The more he thought about it, the more proud Cao Wenbin became. But soon, he no longer had time to pay attention to all this mess. Because the colorful treasure chest has been condensed. No more, no less, still too. Open. Condensed killing sword, a precious sword formed from an innate murderous aura. Once unleashed, all living creatures will inevitably panic, their combat power greatly reduced. And killing enemies is not its greatest function. Due to its innate world weariness, it constantly absorbs the surrounding murderous aura, hoping that one day, it can completely return this world to chaos. Note: this sword is extremely dangerous, so those with weak hearts or those with the wrong attributes should not touch it for a long time. Otherwise, they will become murderous and completely mad, knowing only to kill. Wow, this treasure chest is quite spiritual. Whatever you need, it will come to you. The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. And the things in the other treasure chest further confirmed what he said. Yaoyang enemy trapping formation, a truly perfect method for trapping the enemy. Anyone trapped within this formation will be forced to rely on brute force, leaving them with no other options. Once the formation is complete, its interior can be controlled at will. Even shrinking it into a ball is a matter of thought. Note: this formation primarily relies on yang energy to trap the enemy, so if the location is well sufficient in yang energy, its effectiveness will be multiplied. This time, Cao Wenbin could no longer control himself. He just jumped up. After all, with this thing, you don't have to be afraid of that weird weapon breaking technique anymore. Mock up. This time, I wonder where you can escape to. And what a coincidence. He had just finished his work when Hao Mengxuan's voice came into the room. Wenbin, you guessed it right. The management people did come over. And there was no mention of Wang Yao at all. Very polite. The smile on his face grew even wider. Then he didn't hesitate, tidied his clothes a little, and quickly pushed open the door. At the same time, the palace of joy returned to his body. Let's go. Let's go meet this so-called management group. See what tricks they have. By the way, how's the progress on Lu Zhilin's side? Are you as fast as us? Maybe he had guessed that he would ask this. So Hao Mengxuan didn't even think about it and answered without hesitation, those guys are very violent. In the past few days, we have already captured half of the cities of that camp. But judging from the intelligence, their advancement speed is rapidly declining. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the person from the dark camp who has come to his senses. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Plunder the city. What is this operation? If you do this, it will take forever to meet the real boss. That shouldn't be the case. Liang Qi. Originally, he wanted to say that with Liang Qi's intelligence, she shouldn't come up with such a bad idea. But just as he opened his mouth, there was a sudden noise and Liang Qi was no longer there. He is currently taking care of his pregnancy. Where can I get advice? It seems that without Liang Qi, the impact on them is quite huge. His expression instantly became more evil. It wasn't until he entered the reception room that he began to calm down. And the first thing that caught his eye was not a person. Instead it was a sword. A sword made purely of copper coins. At the same time, the treasure money on his body also began to tremble suddenly. It seems this is my original goal. It's true that after searching for a long time, I finally found it without any effort. Of course, although his heart was full of greed, he did not show it. After all, the owner of this sword is still of great use. It is not advisable to act rashly for the time being. That's why. Please take a seat, both of you. By the way, I wonder what brings you two here. No more words, just get straight to the point. And the other party is obviously a straightforward person. As soon as Cao Wenbin finished speaking, he immediately took over the conversation. We are here for two reasons. Firstly, I want to apologize for Wang Yao's recklessness. That guy is used to bullying others. It's really outrageous. Secondly, I want to find out Mr. Cao's purpose for coming here. See if I can help. What a skillful way of speaking. After hearing this, Cao Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. Everything was exactly as he imagined. So, Senior Wang, right. In fact, even if you don't come, I will still look for you. Because we have a common enemy. Now that we've spoken, I won't beat around the bush. I came here for only one purpose. That's Qingcheng. That chick's body would be very useful to me. So if Senior Wang is willing to promise to give her to me after the mission is accomplished, then my people and I will do our utmost to cooperate with you in destroying the clergy faction. So that you can completely control the Yaoyang camp. Wang Xie's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Obviously, he was moved. However, he did not agree immediately. After taking a few breaths, he asked again, are you sure you only want Qingcheng? Don't want any power. Chapter 720, Insidious Plan. Don't worry, Senior Wang. Although I have many shortcomings, my words always count. And with your ability to judge people, you should be able to tell that I'm really not keen on management. In my opinion, if you have that much time, you might as well play with two more pretty girls. The more he talked, the more frivolous Cao Wenbin's expression became. No matter how you look at it, that doesn't seem like a qualified collaborator. But Wang Xi, who saw everything, was not worried at all, but ecstatic. After all he needs is the strength of Cao Wenbin and others. As for the brain, to put it bluntly, the worse it is, the better it is for him. It seems the intelligence was correct. After this guy took over this place, he has indeed been playing with Xingluo. I didn't do anything else. Depend on. Where on earth did this guy come from, and who is behind him? He's so unreliable, yet he still has such strength. Of course, although he thought so, he not only did not show any abnormality, but he stood up immediately. In that case, let's cooperate. By the way, look at this. And he obviously came prepared. The next moment, he created a map out of thin air. At the same time, one of his fingers landed on a city. The core of the clergy faction is Yaoyang City. However, if we want to completely eradicate it, we must first overcome the Guardian City. Because this is not only the lair of the Guardian camp. It's also the birthplace of the goddess. As long as this place is not broken, the goddess will be invincible. To be honest, if you had come here a million years ago, even with your help, I would never have dared to show up. After all, Qingcheng hadn't moved away because of Yaoyang's heart at that time. There's no chance to attack at all. The more he talked, the more excited Wang Si became. But soon, he discovered that Cao Wenbin's interest was not high at all. He looked as if he would fall asleep immediately if he talked for a while longer. Wang Si was a little confused. But just a few breaths later, a flash of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Then, by the way, the commander of this guardian city is also a great beauty. Her looks are no less than that of Qingcheng. They are still very good friends. It is precisely because of this relationship that Qingcheng dared to hand over the rear area to her. Speaks very fluently. But all his attention was on Cao Wenbin. He wants to confirm his guess. Not long after, the corners of his mouth began to twitch unconsciously. As soon as the word, beauty, came out, Cao Wenbin really became energetic. His eyes were instantly filled with brilliance. Depend on. Wang Si was speechless. But at the same time, he finally completely believed that the guy in front of him really only loved beauty and not the country. As long as he can cater to his wishes, his ambition to become king will definitely no longer be a fantasy. That's why. Of course, this is considered extra effort after all. So I won't let Master Cao work for nothing. After the city is captured, I will personally deliver Fu Yunqing to your bed. You can play with it. Not surprisingly, Cao Wenbin became even more interested. Wang Si, who was already excited, had no intention of stopping and quickly told everyone his specific plan. My idea is to have Fu Yunqing's boyfriend find an opportunity to host a proposal dinner for her, thereby lowering the vigilance of Fu Yunqing and his subordinates. Then we took this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Completely eradicate these loyal followers of Qingcheng. The arrangement was perfect. But what Wang Si didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin, who had just had a wicked smile on his face, suddenly changed his expression. My lover. So Fu Yunqing is secondhand. Depend on. You're looking for death. You're actually teasing me with other people's leftovers. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Cao Wenbin's body. In an instant, Wang Si's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat. He wants to resist. But I am powerless. In his eyes, Cao Wenbin at this moment was a giant ancient beast that could swallow him up at any time if it wanted to. Is this suppression at the level of life? Damn it. This guy is really not an ordinary person. Of course, his thoughts were all random, but his mouth was never idle for a moment. Master Cao is joking. If it's secondhand, how could I possibly use it as a bargaining chip? To be honest, that so-called lover is actually my half-brother. He went undercover to be with Fu Yunqing 700,000 years ago. And to be safe, he does things very cautiously. That's why I didn't confirm my relationship with Fu Yunqing until recently. We haven't even held hands. Not to mention that. Talking very fast. What made him breathe a sigh of relief was that as soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying aura really disappeared. But the good times didn't last long. Before he could calm down, Cao Wenbin's next words almost made him jump up again. Is that so? In that case, there's no need to wait until the city is broken. According to common sense, after the proposal, when both parties are excited, wouldn't they both look for an inn? Let's follow this routine. But don't bother your brother with what happens after we get inside. After all, it's very tiring. And I, most of all, love to help others. Wang Si was stunned, even though he already knew that the boy in front of him was shameless. But being so shameless still far exceeded his expectations. Let others offer the bridal chamber to you. Is this something a human can do? Master Cao, this is unacceptable. Without a top-tier fighter like you, our chances of success will definitely be greatly reduced. So I think it's better to put the enjoyment of life behind us. After all, he is my younger brother. So after he came to his senses, he immediately started to persuade. He has only one purpose. That is, we must not let Cao Wenbin succeed at the engagement ceremony. As for what happens next, as long as his brother no longer bears the name of Fu Yunqing's lover, nothing else matters. What a pity, although the idea is good. But Cao Wenbin didn't buy it at all. This is not. No. Have you forgotten that this young master's words are as sharp as nails? Now that it's been said, there's absolutely no possibility of changing it. Of course, if you think going back on your word is no big deal, then I don't mind it either. Anyway, whether it's earlier or later, the difference isn't that big. Besides, if I do this, isn't it equivalent to exchanging one for one with Fu Yunqing? It doesn't seem to have any impact on the overall situation. Chapter 721. Wang Si was dumbfounded. Cao Wenbin shook his head like a rattle. Wang Si was choked to the point of wanting to vomit blood. He understood. Cao Wenbin is trying to defeat him. If he agrees, then everything will go as planned. But if you don't agree, no one can predict what will happen. No, we absolutely cannot let this guy take advantage of this situation to make trouble. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became. After all, face means nothing. Those who achieve great things must not pay attention to trivial matters. So, okay, since Master Cao is so interested, I won't say anything to spoil your mood. It's troublesome if it's troublesome. After he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate anymore. He simply disappeared from the spot with the follower who had never spoken a word from beginning to end. However, as soon as he left Cao Wenbin's detection range, this follower immediately removed all disguises. He immediately became violent. That's too much. This is really too much. How dare this Cao guy? That's right, he is Wang Si's younger brother. Fu Yunqing's lover. Originally, he came to help. But I didn't expect that I would encounter such a bad thing. But just when he was about to destroy something to vent his anger, Wang Si's big hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Yang, you're not really in love with Fu Yunqing, are you? Depend on. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known this earlier, I would have used someone else to lure that Cao guy. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere, aren't they? No denial. Wang Yang nodded dejectedly. My heart is not made of stone. After 700,000 years of living together, how could I be completely indifferent? As for why I didn't say, how could I have imagined this would happen? I was planning to give you a surprise after I completely conquered it. The corners of Wang Si's mouth twitched unconsciously. But even though he regretted it, he also understood that since it had already happened, there was no possibility of regret. After all, no matter how you look at it, they are at a disadvantage. If they anger Cao Wenbin, not only will all their efforts over the years be wasted, but the two brothers may also be doomed. Therefore, Yang, this is definitely not my fault as a brother. But don't worry, I will never let you suffer any loss. You should have seen the woman standing behind Cao Wenbin. No matter her looks or temperament, she is not inferior to Fu Yunqing at all. Once we have completely unified the Yaoyang camp and have the capital to fight Cao Wenbin, I will definitely find a way to let you taste her. Also, if there's a chance, I will definitely let Fu Yunqing return to your side. What he said was very decisive. And Wang Yang also believed it. Because the brother who raised him has never lied to him. No matter big or small. But what the two of them didn't know was that while they were daydreaming, Cao Wenbin was also plotting against them. This is not. Pretending to be a dandy is really tiring. Fortunately, the ending was good. I managed to fool these two idiots. With them leading the way, even if Lu Zhilin is exhausted to death, he will never be faster than me. The corners of my mouth curled up unconsciously. It's meant to be sarcastic, even a fool can see it. But before he could show off for long, a faint voice suddenly came into his ears. Pretending to be a dandy. Weren't you acting yourself just now? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he laughed awkwardly. He recognized it as Hao Mengxuan's movement. But he is indeed thick-skinned. Look, if someone else encountered such an embarrassing situation, they would have run away long ago. But he didn't. Not only that, after rolling his eyes a few times, he turned around and threw himself into Hao Mengxuan's arms. Then, Sister Mengxuan, you are slandering me. If you don't let me hold you for a little longer today, this matter will never end. Hao Mengxuan was stunned. At the same time, her little face quickly turned red. Of course, although she was shy, she didn't push anyone. There is no intention of dodging at all. After all, such a warm atmosphere is rare. She doesn't want to miss it. Hey, it would be wonderful if this scene could last forever. Oh my god, what are you doing? Why such a big fuss? On the main road of the Guardian City, a large group of ordinary people were whispering around various festive decorations in the middle of the road. And since nothing can be seen, people say all sorts of things. But as the saying goes, there is no wall that is impenetrable. Soon, someone revealed the secret. You guys are really out of touch with the news. To be honest, my cousin works in the Guardian camp. And he happens to be Adjutant Lu's subordinate. He just told me secretly that all of this was prepared by Adjutant Lu. The purpose is to use this opportunity to propose to Goddess Fu. The tone of his voice is really asking for a beating. If this had happened under normal circumstances, the public would have been outraged. But this time, no one paid any attention to him. There's nothing we can do about it, this news is just too shocking. You know, that's Fu Yunqing. Apart from Qingcheng, he is the most noble existence in the entire Yaoyang world. As soon as they took one look at it, they felt it was blasphemy. But now, someone is actually proposing to her. How can this not drive people crazy? Do you think Adjutant Lu can succeed? I don't think it's possible. Although Adjutant Lu is said to have been working hard for hundreds of thousands of years, she is the goddess's best friend after all. How can an ordinary person get involved with her? I think it's iffy too. After all, the goddess is pure and innocent. The people around her must be flawless too. Tisk, you just can't stand seeing others do well. If you ask me, this will definitely work. After all, even if it's stone, hundreds of thousands of years of time will definitely melt it. Not to mention the human heart. Also, it seems like Goddess Fu has never rejected Adjutant Lu's kindness. In other words, this is a case of the man in love and the woman in love. That makes sense. Besides, Adjutant Lu is really not bad. Even if we count the people from the Dark Realm, how many people can definitely defeat him? Plus, now is a turbulent time, so they will definitely unite their forces. Chapter 722, Amazing Wine. Look, the real boss is here. As time goes by, there are more and more people on the streets who are just watching the show. By the end, it was even a bit crowded. However, after this shout was uttered, everyone still made way for him. Immediately afterwards, a woman riding a white unicorn slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Also dressed in white, looks quite heroic. As for appearance, anyone who is respected by everyone in the world is definitely not bad. Of course, the most amazing thing about Fu Yunqing is her cherry lips. One can't help but think, it's a nice rack indeed. No wonder Wang Saiyang has such great patience. But judging from the situation, this woman will probably suffer a lot in a while. Staring at those tempting lips, Cao Wenbin, who was in a restaurant, couldn't help but smile. Very evil. Fu Yunqing, who had no idea that he was being targeted, finally walked into the flower formation. The next moment, you said you were a little hard to pursue, and wanted me to give up. First, a soothing music sounded. Then Wang Saiyang slowly landed in front of the unicorn, holding a large bouquet of flowers representing love. Then, in full view of everyone, he knelt on one knee on the ground. And this is not over yet. Yunqing, your appearance is like the stars in the dark night, lighting up my entire life. So can you stay by my side forever and let this light last forever? His eyes were full of anticipation. My body is shaking subconsciously. He was obviously thrilled. At the same time, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became ambiguous. Promise him, promise him, promise him. The vast majority of people were cheering. But no one knew that everything Wang Saiyang showed was just an act. In fact, his heart has been bleeding all the time. I was screaming in my heart, don't agree. Because all of this was the work of Cao Wenbin. Even the dialogue was designed by Cao Wenbin himself. He knew very well that if this beautiful woman in front of him agreed, she would definitely suffer an inhumane attack. Who the hell am I? His origin is extremely humble. You have no reason to agree to that. But as the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. Just a few breaths later. I promise you. Get up quickly. How dare you, the deputy commander of the Guardian God Battalion, kneel down in public? Don't you care about your face anymore? My mentality collapsed instantly. But, he didn't show it. Instead, he pointed to the restaurant where Cao Wenbin was with a look of joy on his face. Really? That's really great. By the way, I've also prepared a table of wine and food there. Would you, madam, be so kind as to grant me the honor of being here again? This time, Fu Yunqing's face turned even redder. After all, it's already evening. She knew exactly what it meant to drink with a man at this time. But although she was shy, she didn't refuse. After nodding slightly, he took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. Wow! The onlookers who saw this scene immediately cheered. No one is a fool. They also saw through everything. Because of this, the crowd that was originally planning to disperse immediately became more dense. After all, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. If you can hear something, it will be considered as participation. But they were happy, but Wang Saiyang was numb. This is not. Look at what you've done. Why make such a big scene? Isn't it good to be quiet? Fu Yunqing's seductive little mouth pouted subconsciously. At the same time, the little hand directly pinched Wang Saiyang's waist. Obviously, she had seen through the intentions of those people outside. Hiss. It hurts. I admit, I was wrong in this matter. But I just can't help it. I just want to show off. I just want everyone in the world to know that you, Fu Yunqing, belong exclusively to me. Fu Yunqing was stunned. Then his eyes became softer. After all, on the surface, this matter is caused by vanity, but it actually contains a strong possessiveness. This also proves from the side that this man really cares about her. You're right. But only this time. This won't happen again. After they finished speaking, the two of them walked to a very luxurious dining table. The red candle is swaying. Very ambiguous. You want to die. But Fu Yunqing's attention was completely drawn to the wine jug on the table. Not big. It's not luxurious either. But the ferocious beast head carved on it is extremely eye-catching. And the reason why Fu Yunqing was so angry was precisely because of this. There is no way, this wine is so famous. It is brewed by the wine immortal by collecting the essence of yin and yang and mixing it with the blood of the divine deer. After drinking it, even if one is at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, one will feel drunk. It will take a while for him to wake up. The most important thing is that it can also arouse peoples. This guy really has no good intentions. If I really drank it, the whole city would know about it. Although she thought so, when the time came, she did not refuse. After all, being drunk is not a bad thing for her. Save yourself the trouble of being shy. But obviously, there are some things that cannot be avoided. She didn't want to be shy, but before she even got drunk, the embarrassing thing had already come to her. Just then, a teasing sentence quickly popped up in her mind. Why, I heard that Lu proposed to you. And they dragged you directly into the restaurant. It seems like you have something to do tonight. Fu Yunqing paused. But soon, she returned to normal. Then, he used the art of sound transmission to fight back. Why, are you envious? Or do you also like this guy? If it is, then just squeak. Given our relationship, who's with whom? I can let him pass right now. I have to say, the scale of chats between best friends is really outrageous. And precisely because they had someone to tease each other with, Fu Yunqing got completely drunk without realizing it. That's enough. You can't even reply properly. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Don't worry, I won't look for you in the next 3 days. Coincidentally, Qingcheng had just retreated when Wang Saiyang just happened to come over. Yunqing, are you okay? No reply. But Wang Saiyang did not give up. Soon he asked again. But the result is still the same. Hence, sadness immediately appeared on his face. He knew that some things were really unavoidable. All right, you have nothing to do here. You can go and help your brother eliminate the Guardian camp. Of course, if you want to stay, that's fine too. After all, no matter how you look at it, we are the best. One more person won't make much difference. One less person like you. Just as Wang Saiyang's brain was working rapidly in an attempt to find a way out of the predicament, a voice full of impatience suddenly came into his ears. As a result, Wang Saiyang suddenly became like a deflated balloon, completely losing all his energy and spirit. Then he walked out of the restaurant with a numb look on his face. After a while, 8 words slowly came. Mr. Cao, please be careful. Chapter 723. The Wang brothers were frightened. Boom. Boom. Even without Fu Yunqing, the absolute commander, the fighting power of the Guardian camp cannot be underestimated. Especially when they formed a formation, they were extremely brutal. Look, Wang Si, who was just killing everyone and could knock down several people with one sword, was stopped directly. Then, The surname is Wang. How dare you lead the crowd to attack the Guardian camp? Do you know that what you are doing is equivalent to rebellion? If Goddess Qingcheng finds out, you'll be in big trouble. Another deputy general in the Guardian camp was conveying various orders to his subordinates while yelling at Wang Si. That expression was so ferocious. But when Wang Si heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Qingcheng, do you think I'm afraid of her? If it weren't for her special abilities, I would have pushed her to the bed. The voice is full of frivolity. As a result, the adjutant named Qian became even angrier. However, although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. He knew very well that with the power he currently possessed, he definitely could not hold on for too long. So very quickly, he began to silently practice the magic formula. He wants to call Fu Yunqing back. Only in this way can there be a glimmer of hope. Oh shit, this guy really knows how to find the right time. But that's true. If Boss Fu and Brother Lu were here, how could this guy dare to cause trouble? The choice was perfect. What made him excited was that Wang Si did not stop him. It seemed like she didn't notice his little action. Depend on. With this level of intelligence, you still dare to rebel. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? Very disdainful. It's even more speechless. But just a few breaths later, his expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that his means of communicating had failed. I just don't believe it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately changed his tactics. But the result is no difference. Isolation array. Old man, you are so scheming. A trace of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Seeing that he finally stopped struggling, the corners of Wang Xi's mouth unconsciously curled up. Why, have you accepted your fate? Actually, I'm not afraid of your name being Fu Yunqing. Because according to the time, that slutty fox should be screaming at the top of her lungs, just like your men. The reason I arranged this is just to guard against Qingcheng. Adjutant Qian was stunned. Then the sweat on his forehead began to pour even more. Because he thought of something extremely terrifying. Could it be that Brother Lu is? Nodded gently. In order to undermine the morale of these guys, Wang Si did not hide anything. You guessed it. The brother you call Lu is actually my younger brother. I started planning this as early as 700,000 years ago. I don't believe it. Adjutant Qian is crazy. But coincidentally, at this moment, the sky just changed. The sky, which was originally as dark as ink, turned blood red in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, drops of blood rain fell down madly. Ordinary people may not know what this means, but the two of them know it very well. How so? Adjutant Qian's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Boom. And just at the moment his expression changed, a shocking spear light suddenly pierced towards him. It was very delicate, but it made his face change drastically. Not good. There are still experts. He wants to resist. But in a short period of time, it is impossible to mobilize much strength. So, boom. A loud noise suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of vomiting blood. That's right, there was only one voice heard in total. As for everyone else, they were all completely vaporized by this shot. Even if I wanted to make a sound, I couldn't. Gurgle. Looking at the large area of the camp that was suddenly empty, and Adjutant Qian who was breathing in more than out, Wang Si subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He had thought that Hao Mengxuan was very strong. But being this strong was still far beyond his expectations. You know, this is a formation. Even though Adjutant Qian of the main formation was mentally shocked and his combat effectiveness was greatly affected, the main body of the formation was still there. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to come, it would take at least 50 moves to break through this formation. The effect may not be this good. But they are. It's true that people die when compared to others, and goods are thrown away when compared to others. It seems that this move of mine was really the right one. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. But just when he was about to get closer to Hao Mengxuan, he suddenly discovered that she had already headed to the next gathering place of the Guardian camp. And Wang Si did not feel the slightest bit dissatisfied about this. After all, masters are all arrogant. He is also not willing to pay attention to those who are much worse than him. I feel like it's a waste of time. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked by this shot. Wang Saiyang, who had just arrived and was originally planning to kill a few more people to ease his mood, was also shocked and stood there in a daze. Well, now you know why I have to pay so much. But you don't have to panic. After all, we are the local tyrants, so we still have many advantages. Trembling all over, then Wang Saiyang suddenly woke up. Don't worry, bro, I'm not that fragile. Okay, let's catch up. Chapter 724 Confident Lu Zhilin. Zhilin, something terrible has happened. The forces that joined us just told me an important piece of information. It's said that Cao Wenbin has joined forces with the second in command of the Yaoyang camp. And last night, we successfully captured the second largest city in the Yaoyang camp. The troops are heading straight for the core of the Yaoyang camp. Silence. As Zhang Shengxi's voice faded away, the entire room instantly fell into dead silence. Lu Zhilin, who was just examining the map on the wall with a little excitement, was now stunned on the spot as if he had been cast under a spell. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Intel. Zhilin, are you okay? The voice is soft. But it is very useful. Just like that, after a slight tremor, Lu Zhilin suddenly woke up. However, his complexion was still very bad. After a few breaths, he even sighed slowly. Alas, we were too impulsive after all. If Kei were here, there's no way she'd let me do this. Even in a siege, the principle is to surround 3 and leave 1 behind. But we don't give them any chance to survive. If we do this, won't the other side become more united? Very emotional. But this emotion did not last long. Soon, a sense of dominance suddenly emerged from his body. But even if it's wrong, so what? Isn't it all right if I just use my strength? Cao Wenbin, my speed is definitely faster than yours. Even if you took a shortcut. After he finished speaking, Lu Zhilin did not hesitate and flew directly to the next city. Obviously trying to save time. Looking at his confident back, Zhang Shengxi's face suddenly showed joy. To be honest, she is really not afraid of difficulties. But she was afraid that Lu Zhilin would become depressed. But now it seems that not only did the worst situation not happen, but it is developing in a good direction. That's right. Besides, our backup plan hasn't even been implemented yet. Given Sister Chiwei's condition, even if she's captured immediately, it would still be enough to hold Cao Wenbin back for 10 days or half a month. And with this kind of effort, what can the natives here count for? After saying that, she immediately chased after him. After all, her abilities complement Lu Zhilin's. With her cooperation, we can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Strength is a great thing. Once you have it, everything can be improved. Damn, this took a whole night. If I had this level of skill, there's no way my wife would boss me around all day. Honestly, I'm really jealous. Why does he get all the good things? Wouldn't it be better to even it out? Actually, if you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, that's Fu Yunqing. If it were you, would you not risk your life? That's right. Anyone who doesn't give it their all is a fool. Even though a night had passed, there was still a lot of noise outside the restaurant. And everyone looked very excited. There is absolutely no fatigue that comes from staying up late. But just as they were wondering how long they would have to stand here, a shout suddenly came into their ears. What are you all standing here for? Don't you need to work anymore? Hurry up and disperse. His tone was full of anger. The momentum is quite strong. So, the spectators who were originally planning to hold on to the end suddenly didn't dare to stand there anymore. They didn't even dare to turn their heads, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. But after reaching the safe area, they frowned unconsciously again. Because they suddenly remembered that the voice just now seemed to be the movement of Adjutant Lu. No, I must have heard it wrong. Or someone who sounds similar. After all, Adjutant Lu is. But how could they know that they had not heard wrongly? The voice just now really came from Wang Saiyang. Otherwise, how could it contain such great anger? Hey! Just as they were denying themselves, Wang Saiyang, who had just cleared the area, began to worry about Fu Yunqing's health. There's nothing we can do about it, the timing is just too unbelievable. He really had never seen it. Of course, while he was sighing, his body was not idle either. Spinning around a tile on the ground. He would even glance at the restaurant's door from time to time. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to rush in directly. But obviously, he only dared to think about it. After all, Hao Mengxuan is not a vegetarian. If he dares to move, the consequences will definitely not be something he can bear. That's right. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. After a few breaths, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Then, Senior Mengxuan, the matter of the Guardian camp is now over. Do you think it's time to call Master Cao out? According to our previous agreement, it's time for us to discuss how to proceed. Well-reasoned and well-founded. No one can find fault with it. But when Hao Mengxuan heard this, she didn't even think about it and immediately shook her head. You've waited millions of years, and it's only this short. So let's wait until Wenbin comes forward. Wang Saiyang's heart suddenly tightened. Then he subconsciously asked, how long do we have to wait? Not good. Although his mouth felt relieved, Wang Si was almost scared to death. After all, this question is too private. But just as he tensed up, ready to deal with Hao Mengxuan's attack. Perhaps, I dare not say that. 10 days or half a month at the shortest. If it's long, 1 or 2 years is possible. There was no surprise at all. Both Wang Saiyang and Wang Si were stunned where they were. 1 or 2 years. Is this really human language? But before they could say anything, Hao Mengxuan suddenly disappeared from the spot. Even if they exerted their spiritual sense to the limit, they still couldn't find even a trace. So, brother, what should we do now? Wang Saiyang became even more anxious. Because I'm not afraid of 10,000 things, I'm afraid of one. If the other person really didn't lie, then after everything is over, would he still want Yunqing? Compared to him, Wang Si is much more stable. Without even a moment's hesitation, he immediately winked at his brother. Just bear with it. After all, the situation is stronger than people. But don't worry, I still say the same thing, I will never let you suffer any loss. I will definitely compensate you 1,000-fold for your efforts once we succeed. And things may not be as extreme as you think. Fu Yunqing is at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, no matter what. He can't be that fragile. That makes sense. But Wang Saiyang was not reconciled. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not find a way out. So, after hesitating for a while, he had no choice but to buy alcohol. But he does have some nerve. Look, the restaurant he chose was exactly the one where Cao Wenbin was. A tune and a glass of wine, perfect coordination. Hey, this silly child. Chapter 725, Kill Him. Name, Fu Yunqing. Identity, the second in command of Yaoyang's camp and a die-hard supporter of Qingcheng. Strength, peak heavenly Tao realm. Having achieved enlightenment through formations, her explosive power is quite unstable. Given time, she could even unleash an attack of the half-step domination realm. However, if she were caught off guard, she might not even be able to match a more powerful mid-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivator. Appearance score, 97. Loyalty, 70. Your strength has been recognized by her. And because of this, her favorability towards you has been soaring since you woke up. Note, this woman is extremely obsessed with formations. Therefore, the list master can definitely start from this aspect. As long as you provide enough, she will not be able to escape. And with her attainments in this area, it is very likely that she will help your formation to a higher level, thus achieving mutual benefit. Fu Yunqing's information is quite luxurious. But Cao Wenbin's attention was not on this at all. He just stared blankly at the record of the goddess, his eyes full of confusion. Because according to his previous analysis, this thing should be the relic of the Lord Yaoyang. The names above and the various rewards were also added by him. But now it seems that this is not the case. After all, this space has just appeared. There is no way that Lord Yaoyang knows the people inside. Never mind. Thinking like that will never lead to any results. Let's wait until we get out and ask Zhongzhou and the others. However, even though he was puzzled, he didn't get stuck on it. All attention was quickly drawn to the colorful treasure chest that had already solidified. Open. Yin-Yang fusion technique. All things in the world evolved from the two energies of yin and yang. However, they are not the most primitive. Above them, there is the origin of everything, the Hongmeng Qi. And this yin-yang fusion technique is precisely the reversal of yin and yang, creating the supreme Hongmeng technique. Note, Hongmeng Qi is extremely powerful. If the leader can transform all the energy in his body into Hongmeng Qi, his combat power will definitely increase exponentially. It is no exaggeration to say that the Yu back then would never need to use a second move to deal with the Yu now. However, precisely because it is so powerful, it must not be used unless you are at the peak of the domination realm. Otherwise, you will be seriously injured at best, and completely assimilated by the Hongmeng Qi at worst. Fuck. Cao Wenbin's eyes widened to their limit in an instant. He had thought that the reward this time would be very good. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. The taste is quite good. But it was still far beyond his expectations that it was this good. It's a pity that it can only be used when you reach the peak of the domination realm. Otherwise, Lu Zhilin is nothing. He'll be defeated in a matter of minutes. Shaked his head gently. His face was full of regret. Of course, this emotion did not last long. Because the art of precognition, after mastering this technique, you'll be able to completely relax. No matter where you are, you no longer need to worry. Unlike your body's normal warnings, this technique clearly shows you where the danger is coming from in the entire process of it happening. Note, all things in the world are mutually dependent and mutually exclusive. Those who can transcend the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements are the nemesis of this technique. Therefore, if you encounter them, do your utmost to eliminate them. This is almost the same. Speechless feeling instantly emerged. After all, his biggest enemy is a guy who can jump out of the 3 realms and is not in the 5 elements. And this technique just happens to be useless for this kind of people. If that's the case, then what's the difference between having it and not having it? As for everyone else, it is no exaggeration to say that even if he was drunk at this moment, as long as he could still move, there was no way that could hurt him. Who are you, kid? What's the background? Also, what kind of leverage do you have over that Lu? I can actually make him give me to you willingly. Just as Cao Wenbin was secretly regretting, Fu Yunqing, who looked exhausted, finally packed up everything. No shouting for fighting and killing. There is not even a trace of hatred. So, Cao Wenbin just laughed. Boy, you should call me husband. Of course, if you haven't faced the reality yet, I don't mind letting you recall it. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin stood up immediately. Then he slowly walked towards Fu Yunqing. There was an evil smile on his face. Don't. I scream. Is it not okay for me to scream? Fu Yunqing, who saw everything, was immediately stunned. After all, she had managed to get through it with great difficulty. It's no exaggeration to say that it was a life or death experience. If this happens again, fortunately, the little man in front of her is not an unreliable person. When he got to her side, he just hugged her gently and didn't do anything. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, her brows furrowed again. Later on, it turned into gnashing of teeth. Of course, this is not directed at Cao Wenbin. But it is aimed at the Wang brothers. Especially when she heard that the Wang brothers sold her out for their own cause, she was furious. Okay. It turns out there has always been a poisonous snake living next to me. Wenbin, I don't care what your ultimate goal is, but you must help me kill these 2 people. Otherwise, don't even think about asking me to tie my hair up again. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he laughed even more happily. And of course he couldn't refuse such a small request. After all, the value of the Wang brothers is no longer that great. His original plan was to kill him directly after getting out of here. Now that the beauty has asked for his help, he is naturally happy to do her a favor. So, the lethality of your threat is really low. It's as if you have the initiative in your hands. But, after all, I'm the type who dotes on my wife. Let's go out and kill him now. Chapter 726 Wang Saiyang, Die. Yunqing, are you okay? Without any surprise, as soon as Fu Yunqing stepped out of the restaurant door, Wang Saiyang immediately came up to him. His eyes were full of worry. Especially when he saw Fu Yunqing's lips clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. There is no way, the changes are so huge. However, although he expressed rich emotions, he did not receive a response. Fu Yunqing just glanced at him indifferently, then walked towards his mansion without looking back. There's hope. Brother really didn't lie to me. There's really no need to think the worst about some things. But when this happened, Wang Saiyang, who was very depressed just now, immediately became excited. After all, he sold her out. And sold it to a madman. As a result, he didn't see the light of day for half a month. And in this situation, he still didn't get scolded. This is enough to explain a lot of problems. Wait for me. So he didn't even hesitate and immediately chased after him. Until the gate of the mansion. Why are you still following me? My aunt is now a master of the road to heaven. You and I are completely on 2 different levels. Don't talk much. But Wang Saiyang, who had originally planned to follow in and kneel down to ask for forgiveness, was stunned. My heart was broken into pieces in an instant. He is not stupid. Naturally, I understood the profound meaning of these words. And he also knew very well that Fu Yunqing was not lying. Half a month. What kind of strength is this? Even if he didn't want to die, he could never do it. But soon, he reacted. Then take 2 steps at a time. Straight through the gate. Then, plop. I don't care. Yunqing, I like you as a person. It's not that messy. Besides, it's not a big deal. I've asked around, and there are many medicines in this world that can help you recover. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Obviously, he took Fu Yunqing's words as a test. Unfortunately, he was obviously overthinking it. This is not. Buzz. With a slight sound, the formation of this house suddenly rose up. Immediately afterwards, a beam of gunlight pierced directly into his back. Not good. Wang Saiyang's face changed drastically. At the same time, his body was subconsciously making evasive movements. At this moment, he finally woke up. From beginning to end, I never forgave him. The reason why he acted so distant was that he just wanted to trick him into coming over and chop him into pieces. Don't give his brother a chance to rescue him. Puff. Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, he was still a step too slow. The gun went straight into his chest, leaving a big hole in his body. How is this possible? Your strength is not enough to achieve this. Looking at the blood gushing out and his rapidly fading vitality, Wang Saiyang's eyes suddenly showed a deep disbelief. After all, he has always been recognized as the best master in the Guardian God camp. Although Fu Yunqing has the advantages of sneak attack and terrain, he is not completely powerless to resist. But how could he know that every formation here was Fu Yunqing's trump card? As soon as I find something good, I will fill it up immediately. It is no exaggeration to say that in this small area, even if Cao Wenbin came, he might not be able to get anything good, let alone Wang Saiyang. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. My Wang family is counting on me to carry the banner. Of course, although he was puzzled, Wang Saiyang did not sit idly by. After gritting my teeth, I was immediately ready to give it a try. So as to fight for a chance of survival. But before he could turn his thoughts into actions, Fu Qingyan made another gesture. He was suppressed right where he was. Don't give him a chance at all. Then, a violent force suddenly burst out from the tip of the gun, further devouring his vitality. Puff. Then, he immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. The whole person immediately became depressed. However, even though he is in worse condition, his mouth is getting tougher. Mr. Fu, is your heart made of stone? 700,000 years. I've been licking you for 700,000 years. In the end, this is how you treat me. By the way, I advise you to let me go right away. Otherwise, my brother and that lunatic who played with you before will never let you go. Don't forget, we are partners. We still need each other. Well-reasoned and well-founded. But Fu Yunqing's mouth corners were amused by these words and they curled up unconsciously. Then, come on, can't you use your brain? Do you think I would dare to attack you if no one supported me? Don't you want to die? Or do you think pillow talk is useless? Even if I blew it for half a month. The series of rhetorical questions completely confused Wang Saiyang. However, as he thought about it one by one, his expression became more and more ugly. But just when he was about to say something else, the spear in Fu Yunqing's hand started to explode again. At the same time, a hint of sarcasm suddenly entered his ears. That's enough. Stop struggling. Stop wasting time. You and your brother are on the Yellow Springs Road, so you won't be able to meet each other. Mr. Cao, how do you feel? I think I've had a pretty comfortable life in the last half-month. And just when Fu Yunqing was frantically seeking revenge, Wang Saiyang also entangled Cao Wenbin. His face is full of flattery. If someone didn't know him, they would never believe that he was the second in command of Yaoyang Temple. It's really too cheap. Of course, there is a reward for every effort. As soon as he said this, a hint of aftertaste immediately appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. It's really good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so busy for half a month. By the way, your brother seems to have gone with Yunqing. What is he going to do? Wang Xie's face changed. Then he swore and said, don't worry, Master Cao, Saiyang definitely has no other intentions. The reason I followed you was just to help you appease that woman. After all, such a perfect toy is hard to find. If it becomes disposable, what a shame. Of course, if you're uncomfortable with it, I'll call him back right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his right hand. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to perform a magic spell. Chapter 727 Wang Xie's Methods. Never mind. Let him persuade her. As for doing bad things, even if I could lend him the courage, he would never dare. Waved gently. Cao Wenbin's face was full of disdain. Wang Xie, who had no intention of really moving, immediately backed down. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Cao is right. How dare others covet your toys? Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to consider your family. By the way, there's a very quiet tea house over there. How about we go over there and have a cup of tea? By the way, let's discuss the next course of action. The arrangement is quite reasonable. Because of this, Cao Wenbin did not refute. After nodding slightly, he followed casually. Of course, this is just a superficial phenomenon. In fact, as he secretly made a gesture, Hao Mengxuan and Mu Qianqun, who had recovered, suddenly disappeared. As for their goals, none other than Wang Xie's men. And the actions of the two were extremely secretive. Look, even after entering the tea house, Wang Xie still didn't find anything. Master Cao, I have prepared everything for the attack on Yaoyang City. And with the Yaoyang Twin Lotus being sealed, that slutty vixen Qingcheng will definitely not be able to cause any more trouble. But, having said that, Wang Xie paused for a moment, then said with a worried look on his face, everything was fine. But not long ago, the insider I planted in Yaoyang City sent me back a message. It is said that a woman suddenly appeared beside Qingcheng. Very flirty. No matter which angle you look at it from, it's quite tempting. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. But the key point is that the woman seems very strong. Even Qingcheng is very respectful to him. The two are inseparable. Cao Wenbin was stunned, but soon, he laughed again. Although Wang Xie's words were very general, he still recognized it at the first moment. The woman was Yu Qiwei. It seems that Lu Zhilan is preparing to take a two-pronged approach. Stop me while speeding up. That's a good idea. What a pity, you met me. Just wait, it won't be long before I show you what it means to lose both the wife and the army. Seeing him like this, Wang Xie reacted instantly. The two parties should know each other. So, Master Cao has ever had any contact with that woman? No hiding. Cao Wenbin nodded immediately. If nothing unexpected happens, the woman you are talking about should be the sister of my mortal enemy. His strength is about the same as my sister Mengxuan's. That's very general. But even so, Wang Xie's heart still trembled wildly. On par with Hao Mengxuan. Are you sure you're not kidding? There is actually a second such terrifying woman. Fortunately I didn't act impulsively before. If Cao Wenbin hadn't been waiting for this, he would have been in big trouble. The more he thought about it, the clearer Wang Xie became. But just when he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin's expression had changed. The smile on the corner of his mouth is quite creepy. The look in his eyes as he looked at the sword in his hand was filled with greed. This is. My heart trembled suddenly. Then he seemed to remember something. Then, without saying anything, he clapped his hands. This is a code, used to summon subordinates. In the past, when the first sound was heard, this tea house would definitely be full of people. But this time, his hands were almost broken, but he still got nothing. Not to mention people in the room, there wasn't even a ghost. How is this possible? There was disbelief in his eyes. But having said that, his body was extremely honest. With a flash of his body, he was ready to rush out of the tea house. Unfortunately, although the idea is good, it's too late. Bang! Before he could even get up, a big hand had already landed on him. He was slapped to the ground. Why? Wang Xie is going crazy. Because he really couldn't understand why things turned out like this. We worked together before, weren't things going well? But it seems a little too early to say that the donkey is discarded after it has served its purpose. The work isn't even finished yet, and you're already attacking the animals. What's the reason for this? However, facing the questioning, Cao Wenbin smiled happily. Why? It's very simple. Because the person next to you is much more trustworthy than someone like you who is so ambitious and only wants to unify the world, right? Oh yeah, there's another reason. That's your innate sword, it's very useful to me. Only with it can I deal with the woman you just mentioned. Now, Wang Xiyang understood everything. Then he prepared to escape again. But the result is no different from last time. What made him even more desperate was that Hao Mengxuan, whom he was extremely wary of, also showed up. Then, Wenbin, the work is done. Of all the people who followed this guy that day, only a few have not been found. But they are all very weak, so it's harmless. By the way, we've also dealt with this guy's brother. At present, Fu Yunqing has freed up his hands and is taking over everything in the Guardian City again. The tone is very calm. His expression was quite relaxed. It was as if he was talking about something so small that it couldn't be any smaller. But Wang Xi, who heard everything, was immediately furious. Dead. They're all dead. In that case, then you can die too. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to swell rapidly. But he didn't mean to expose himself. Instead, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a transparent giant that was 5 meters tall and was emitting dazzling white light all the time. Very bright. Even with Cao Wenbin's physique, he couldn't look him directly in the eye. And the most interesting thing is that after becoming like this, he is immune to ordinary attacks. Look, Cao Wenbin's tentative palm went straight through his body. Not only did it not get hurt, but it even became a little bigger. Is this absorbing some of my energy? That's interesting. After seeing that Cao Wenbin really couldn't do anything to him, Wang Xi's voice immediately came from the giant's body. Very eerie. Boy, aren't you crazy? This time I want to see what kind of waves you can stir up. Chapter 728. Something is wrong. What a frog in a well. Do you think you can be invincible just by ignoring certain attacks? Looking at the huge palm coming towards him, Cao Wenbin's face was full of disdain. Immediately afterwards, a small pure white tripod appeared in front of him. Not big, but the power is quite astonishing. As it began to emit fluorescence, Cao Wenbin's aura suddenly changed. The original domineering attitude has completely disappeared. What replaced it was endless the reality. This is the fourth use of the Yaoyang Ding, allowing the Hongmeng Qi to take over. Depend on. Although the trick was used, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched unconsciously. There's nothing I can do, it hurts so much. At this moment, he felt as if he was in a sea of fire and could be burned to ashes at any time. Damn it. Fortunately, I only used 1/5 of the Hongmeng Qi in the cauldron. If I take all of this out, I'll definitely die. He gritted his teeth, then didn't dare to hesitate any longer and went straight to face Wang Xi. The speed is amazing. Although this move requires a lot of effort, its power is truly undeniable. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the giant who was so invincible just now immediately began to collapse. That huge palm was assimilated into a trace of primordial energy in the blink of an eye. Ah! The screams were earth-shaking. At the same time, Wang Xi also began to fly backwards. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to run away. Unfortunately, it's all too late. So far, no one who has been entangled by Cao Wenbin has been able to escape, except for the guy who crazily offered his wife and elders. Wang Xi, who has never had contact with the outside world, obviously doesn't know that Wenbin is a good wife. So, stop now. Isn't it okay if I give in? By the way, my sword would be very useful to you. I'll give it to you right now. If it doesn't work out, I can give you all my collections. I just beg you to spare my life. The whole person is so servile. Unfortunately, his gift was never delivered. Therefore, until he completely disappeared, Cao Wenbin did not stop even for a moment. Buzz. And as the innate sword made of copper coins fell into his hands, Luobao Jinqian immediately started to rejoice. From top to bottom, swallow them one by one. Every time you eat one, your own momentum will surge by 1 point. Of course, the biggest change is the appearance. It originally looked like a copper coin, but it was rapidly turning yellow. If nothing goes wrong, it will definitely turn into real money when everything is over. This is just increasing your own value. He chuckled and shook his head, and then all his attention was attracted by a pair of lotus flowers. Like the Yaoyang Ding, it is also pure white. Just one glance and Cao Wenbin unconsciously felt a sense of closeness. This is not the characteristic of the lotus. But because they have the same attributes and are of opposite sexes, they are attracted to each other. It seems that this is the thing that gave birth to that alluring city. With it, I don't know what he was thinking about, but an evil smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth. It seems like something happened. Looking at the sunny weather outside the window, Qingcheng's beautiful eyebrows suddenly frowned. As to why this is so. This is the 5th time she has contacted her bestie in the past half-month. At first, she just wanted to tease. By the way, let me know how you feel. But later on, it was just pure concern. After all, no matter what means of contact she used, she never got a response. The other party seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, with no news at all. And it's not just Fu Yunqing's best friend, but the entire Guardian City is the same. This is because she has Fu Yunqing's soul lamp in her hand, which can prove that the other party is not in trouble. Otherwise, she would have exploded long ago. Never mind, let's go and have a look. But human endurance is limited after all. After failing to contact her again, she couldn't sit still anymore. But just as she had this thought, a woman in a black long dress, exuding temptation from head to toe, suddenly appeared beside her. Are you planning to go to the Guardian City? Without any hesitation, Qingcheng nodded immediately. Just when she thought that Yu Qiwei, who had protected her for more than 10 days and would not let her go anywhere, would desperately analyze the situation with her and try to stop her, an unexpected situation occurred. With a flash of his body, he made way for her. But before she could show her joy, a bag of things flew directly into her arms. The medicinal smell is quite obvious. So, she was completely stunned. Sister Qiwei, what are you doing? Just like Rang Lu, Yu Qiwei was still very happy. Here's the contraceptive pills I bought for you. Can be soaked in water or eaten dry. Even if it's ground into foam, it will still be effective. Except for the fear of losing it, there are no disadvantages. So you must take it well. After all, you'll definitely be able to use it in the near future. Don't talk much. But Qingcheng was stunned. After a while, he came to his senses. Immediately afterwards, I shuddered subconsciously. Sister Qiwei, are you saying that Guardian City has been taken over by that Cao? No way. You know, there are several powerful people in the Heavenly Dao realm stationed there. If you really count them, they're stronger than us. How could it have fallen into Cao Wenbin's hands without a trace? That makes sense. But Yu Qiwei shook her head very firmly. I can't guess how that guy did it. After all, he's always been cunning. But I am sure that my analysis must be correct. By the way, didn't you tell me a while ago that your best friend was going to be played? Now it seems that the person who made the move is most likely not the man who has been chasing him for 700,000 years, but Cao Wenbin. Because only he can make your bestie not reply to you for a whole half-month. Qingcheng was even more confused. After a long while, he stammered, it shouldn't be that serious. Although I have never eaten pork, I have seen pigs run. Aren't all men's abilities about the same? How can you stay at home for half a month? At this moment, Yu Qiwei's expression became even weirder. I didn't believe it before. But after seeing it a few times, I have to believe it. Let alone half a month, even if it's half a year, it's not a novelty for Cao Wenbin. Several people in our camp defected because of this. In the end, I was completely devoted to him. Chapter 729, How to Kill Cao Wenbin. Yu Qiwei said it with absolute certainty. So, Qingcheng suddenly didn't dare to act rashly. After all, she is a goddess. The god worshipped by hundreds of millions of people every day. If she were to be made to howl for 10 days or half a month, she would have no point in living. Just as her face turned pale and blue, Yu Qiwei's next words made her almost want to find a hole to crawl into. By the way, as the actual controller of this area, if you want to know what exactly happened in an area, why do you need to go and check it out in person? Isn't there a department similar to a spy department? Qingcheng didn't say anything, but the embarrassment on his face said it all. Yu Qiwei, who had been staring at her, immediately smiled bitterly after seeing this expression. Good thing I'm here. Otherwise, with this guy's open-minded personality, he might have been fooled by Cao Wenbin and even had to pay the rent. Speechless. It's even more of a headache. Because she knew very well that since the Guardian City had fallen, Cao Wenbin's next target would definitely be them. And with their current strength, they definitely can't withstand it. As for retreat, this is indeed a way out. If they go to meet up with Lu Zhilin now, even if Cao Wenbin is exhausted to death, he will never be able to do anything to them. But she also knew very well that this was absolutely impossible. After all, he is the master of Yaoyang territory. Controls a vast amount of cultivation resources. Nothing has happened yet, and you're asking people to just give up. Isn't that just a joke? Of course, she's not the only one having a headache. Qingcheng, who also thought of this, was also quite troubled. However, unlike Yu Qiwei who was at a loss, after thinking for a while, Qingcheng's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Then he said confidently, Sister Qiwei, why do we have to keep defending? The best defense is to foresee the attack. As long as we kill that Cao guy, we'll be done with it once and for all. Yu Qiwei was stunned. Then, he gave a look that showed concern for the mentally retarded person. Kill Cao Wenbin. You're so bold. If that guy was really so active, why would I have kept him until now? By the way, didn't you fight him before? You should be very clear about his strength. The meaning of complaining is quite obvious. But Qingcheng not only didn't take it seriously, but laughed even more happily. You're right. That guy is really strong. Killing him is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But the problem is, he wasn't born this strong. This time, Yu Qiwei was really stunned. It took a long time for me to come back to my senses. It was not until Qingcheng waved her little hand in front of her eyes that she suddenly woke up. Then, without saying a word, she suddenly reached out and grabbed Qingcheng's shoulders. From what you said, you have a way to go back to the past. Her beautiful face was full of anxiety. The body was shaking wildly. Obviously, she was really anxious. But that's true, this is a great opportunity to eliminate Cao Wenbin after all. She couldn't help but be excited. And Qingcheng did not disappoint her. He nodded heavily at the first moment. I do have a similar trick. That's a formation. It's called the Moonlight Formation. Not only can it allow people to go back in time, it can even allow people to choose the time at will. You can go as far back as you want and as far as you want right now. Tell me, with this thing here, what kind of trouble can Cao cause? Of course, this thing also has its limits. That means after we return, no matter how strong a person is, they can only fight under the moonlight. Otherwise, the formation will inevitably collapse. Just trap us in that time and space forever. Qingcheng said the last two sentences quite seriously. Obviously not joking, but Yu Qiwei didn't take it seriously. After all, as long as they find the right time, with their combined strength, they can definitely defeat Cao Wenbin in an instant. If that's the case, then what difference does it make whether there is moonlight or not? Could it be that they will never see the moon again? It was with this mentality that the two of them quickly set up the formation. Next, it's time to choose. Based on the principle that the earlier the time, the lower the strength, Qingcheng's first time node was 7 million years ago. But it would have been better if she hadn't looked at it. After taking a look, she was almost scared to death. Cao Wenbin at his peak was simply too terrifying for her. The two of them are not on the same level at all. Not only that, even the women who played with Cao Wenbin felt their scalps tingle when they saw them. There are several of them, all capable of capturing her alive. Damn it, I seem to be caught in an incredible vortex. Cold sweat instantly covered my forehead. Of course, what frightened her the most was that she discovered that the terrifying man seemed to have noticed that someone was watching him. He looked directly into her eyes. If she hadn't run fast, she might have been taken away. No, I have to find his weakness. Otherwise, I'll be fooled. And the effort did not disappoint. Soon, he found an extremely perfect time node. So weak. God is really helping me. So what if you're awesome? I just pick on the weak. Boom. As a loud bang was heard, a huge shock wave suddenly emerged from the dark camp. At the same time, a burst of wild laughter slowly resounded throughout the earth. Cao Wenbin, let me tell you, there's no way you can get rid of me. Even if you took a shortcut. That's right, it was Lu Zhilin who spoke. As for why he was so excited. Just now, he finally destroyed the second largest city of the dark camp. And captured the opponent's second in command alive. However, although he was excited, he did not vent his excitement for too long. Soon, he focused all his attention on the prisoner. Tell me, where is Yan Luo now? What's the weakness? Remember, don't lie. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he killed several people. The means are quite cruel. Then he turned his attention to his son. The meaning is quite obvious. So, the old man who was originally so arrogant and planned to fight for the goddess to the end, suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. After all, the camp belongs to everyone, but the son is your own. Sacrifice your own family for the sake of everyone. He is not that noble. So, chapter 730, well prepared. I don't know where Yan Luo is going. After all, she's always been elusive. But it's most likely in Dark City. As for her weaknesses, I only know that she will go to the Holy Mountain every 3 years. And it's even listed as a forbidden area. No matter who it is, even me, if anyone dares to get close, I will kill them without mercy. So, in my estimation, her weakness must lie there. Sir, I've said everything I can say. Please be kind and let my son go. Don't worry, we will never do anything evil again. I will definitely follow your lead. Quite beautifully said. But Lu Zhilan subconsciously curled his lips. Swear. If this thing worked, there would be no such word as betrayal. But he didn't kill them all. After all, he is really short of manpower now. Especially those at the peak of Heavenly Dao realm like the old man are in urgent need. So, you can let him go. But don't you two need to provide some collateral? This was said with a smile. But the old man and his son both shuddered unconsciously. There is no way, the murderous aura on Lu Zhilan is too strong. They knew that if they dared to say no or bargain for a price, they would surely lose their heads. It was precisely because of this that before Lu Zhilan's voice faded away, the two of them had already offered up a bit of their souls. Each move is faster than the last. I'm afraid that if I'm a step slower, I'll be made an example of. With 2 people making the sample, the others didn't hesitate and immediately started to copy it. That's right. Why would we bother with this if it were already like this? By the way, take a good rest for the next 2 days. Try to adjust to the best condition possible. I can promise you that in the upcoming war, as long as you perform well, you will be free again. Guardian City. Cao Wenbin, who was originally admiring the new version of Falling Treasures and Money, suddenly shuddered. This is a sign that something big is about to happen. But before he could think about it carefully, a picture suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was a very peaceful evening. The children who just got out of school were running in groups of 3 or 5. The snacks on the roadside also began to emit wisps of smoke. Everything looks so prosperous. But as the sun sets and the first ray of moonlight shines on the earth, everything changes. A very delicate big hand suddenly appeared above the city. Then, it came down rapidly with terrifying power. Almost in the blink of an eye, everything in this city was worn down. No one survived. And that's not all. When the dust settled, 2 beautiful figures suddenly appeared on the ruins. Then he started rummaging through the drawers. After finding an extremely handsome man who was dead beyond belief, the 2 women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good fellow. Cao Wenbin was stunned. There was nothing he could do, since he knew all 3 people in the picture. The ones who took action were Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng. And the one who was killed was himself before he traveled through time. Are you preparing to become a time assassin? The first person in the past to kill someone now. These 2 guys really have some ideas. But even though he was muttering in a joking tone, his expression was quite serious. Because the picture also shows the future after this incident. He is not dead, but because he was beheaded in the past, his future is bleak. In the end, he only cultivated to the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm. Then in the competition, he was completely crushed by Lu Zhilan. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the outskirts of Yaoyang City with several women. While on the way, he finally understood from Fu Yunqing the methods used by Yu Qiwei and others. Moonlight formation. As expected, you are worthy of being called a goddess. It really has a profound foundation. But just as they were about to enter the city, something unexpected happened. An isolation magic circle suddenly covered Yaoyang City. Then, stop. An hour ago, the goddess issued a death order, saying that due to special reasons, Yaoyang City needs to be sealed off. No one, no matter who it is allowed to enter or leave. The voice is very soft. But the words were quite harsh. So, Fu Yunqing exploded. Then it floated directly into the void. Lu, open your fox eyes and take a good look at who I am. No one is allowed to enter or leave. My aunt can even get into Qingcheng's bed, let alone this whole city. That's true. As best friends, they would sleep together whenever they had nothing to do before they broke up. But what no one expected was that even after seeing Fu Yunqing's appearance clearly, the guard still had no intention of compromising. He swung the sword in his hand and then said in a louder voice, "General Yunqing, I don't want to repeat what I said before. So please go back. It would make both sides look bad. Of course, if you really have an urgent matter, you can tell me the matter and I will use special means to help you convey it." It is obvious that this person has received some kind of death order. Otherwise, even if she had the courage, she would never dare to speak to Fu Yunqing like this. And precisely because of this, Cao Wenbin quickly stopped Fu Yunqing, who wanted to say something else. "Don't waste any more time. Let's just go straight in. By the way, aren't you very knowledgeable about battle formations? Then can you tell where the weakness of this formation is?" Fu Yunqing was stunned. After all, this is completely different from what they discussed on the road. But she reacted quickly. Then, he nodded confidently, "Of course. After all, this formation was built by me. Let's go, let's attack the southeast corner together. As long as the energy can match that released by the opponent, this formation will be broken." Cao Wenbin was overjoyed. Then without saying a word, he flew over with all the girls. It seems that choosing to take you down first is indeed the right decision. It's both satisfying and easy to use. Kill two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunqing's face immediately turned red. But he didn't say anything. There's nothing she can do about it, since she's really convinced. After all, that's half a month. Chapter 731 Found the Formation. Fu Yunqing, how dare you? Don't forget, you are the goddess, best friend. Are you going to betray her? Cao Wenbin was happy, but the people guarding the city were all crazy. After all, the formation is their greatest reliance. If the formation is gone, they will definitely be more miserable than each other. Unfortunately, even if she shouted until her throat was broken, no one paid any attention to her. Fu Yunqing didn't even turn his head. So, this bitch. He must have had a lot of fun with me. Otherwise, I would never have ignored our friendship of so many years. Of course, complaints are welcome, but her movements are not slow at all. Soon all the masters in the city were mobilized. But the flexibility of the formation is obviously not comparable to that of a person. That's why. Boom. Click. After the first strike, the originally thick shield was already covered with cracks. But after the second attack, it could no longer hold on. With a loud bang, it exploded directly. Completion. When the shield exploded, the city defenders, who were originally very energetic, immediately lost all their energy and spirit. Especially when a very strange palace appeared above their heads and began to suck them in madly, her expression became even uglier. After all, this thing doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. As for the specific effects, even if she used her heels to think, she could still guess roughly. However, this sluggish state did not last long. After just a few breaths, she was full of energy again. "No, I absolutely cannot just sit there and wait like this. We must tell the goddess everything that happened here as soon as possible. So that they can prepare early." After she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate and immediately prepared to leave. But before she could turn her thoughts into actions, her beautiful chin was suddenly pinched by someone. At the same time, a handsome man suddenly appeared in front of her. "Girl, why are you running? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Come on, come into the fun palace obediently. Then wait for me to show up. When the time comes, you will understand why Fu Yunqing betrayed your goddess." The woman was horrified. Then he began to struggle violently. "Let me go. I tell you, I'm the goddess's personal bodyguard. If you dare to do anything to me, the goddess will never let you go." But it was obvious that she was just doing useless work. "Look." Cao Wenbin just waved his hand lightly, and then she flew into the happy palace uncontrollably. "She's pretty good looking. The figure is also correct. There's absolutely nothing wrong with eating it as a side dish." Just when Cao Wenbin was about to see if there were any beautiful girls still resisting on the city wall, a shout suddenly came into his ears. "Husband, come here quickly. We found the moonlight array." His expression was shocked. The next moment, Cao Wenbin disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived beside Mu Qianchen. What a powerful formation! As soon as he stood firm, all his attention was immediately drawn to the formation in front of him. The power of time and space surged wildly. Quite powerful. Of course, even though he was greatly shocked, his body was still not idle. After taking a few women into the happy palace, he plunged in. After all, time waits for no one. This world is truly magical. There's no spiritual energy at all. I really can't understand why that Cao guy would stay here forever. Is there something wrong with the layout? Looking at the tall buildings around her and feeling the air that was not only devoid of spiritual energy but also filled with all kinds of toxins, Qingcheng was completely stunned. Disbelief was written all over her little face. But Yu Qiwei had a noncommittal expression on her face when responding to her words. Although she also didn't know why Cao Wenbin wanted to stay in such a world. But she was sure that it was not because of any problem with the layout. There must be something else going on. But she didn't think about it too much. At this moment, her mind was full of only one thought, which was to kill Cao Wenbin as soon as possible. Walk. But just as she was about to take action, Qingcheng grabbed her. Then he pointed to the sky. Calm down. It's broad daylight now. If you really do that, then we'll just be staring at each other like this forever. Yu Qiwei was stunned. Then, he smiled embarrassedly. But this awkward look didn't last long. Soon, she frowned and asked, "This can't be touched, does it mean it can't be touched at all? Even if you're attacked, you have to endure it. You can't even run away." As to why this question arises. Not far from the two women, there were two tall men staggering towards them. Judging from his appearance, he obviously has no good intentions. But that's true. The beauty of these two women is unmatched even in the universe. The skin can even be squeezed to produce water. Even Cao Wenbin, who was used to seeing beautiful women, secretly drooled when he saw her for the first time, let alone the ordinary people here. Qingcheng, who also noticed the abnormality, quickly smiled. How is that possible? Anyone who has bad intentions towards us is not protected by these rules. By the way, why do the people here look so extreme? It's either extremely black or extremely white, so weird. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently clenched her right hand, and the two guys who were just dreaming about good things immediately exploded out of thin air. The scene was quite bloody. Although they were happy, the people around them went crazy immediately. Some people with a bad mentality were so scared that they peed their pants. At the same time, all kinds of chattering and shouting suddenly filled the entire block. Their language is so strange. Does the person who invented it have no brains? Why are there so many loopholes? Very confused. Soon, the two women had no time to think about these messy things. Because a large group of people who were extremely hostile to them were rushing towards them at a rapid speed. He was holding a very strange metal object in his hand. What is this? But it doesn't matter. It's not far from dark anyway. Just play with them. As soon as this thought came out, the area around the two women suddenly turned into a living hell. Whoever comes will die. Without exception. Chapter 732 Two Invincible Women. Oh my god. Where on earth did these two women come from? What methods did you use? Why is it that neither humans nor bullets can get close to them? In a heavily guarded office, several strong men of different skin colors were staring at the surveillance camera in front of them with a look of surprise on their faces. And what was shown on it was the scene of Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng slaughtering people in the street. Of course, although they were shocked, they did not panic. Soon, one of them started shouting, "Where are the special forces? Where's the sniper? Why aren't you here yet? If we let them continue to kill, will we still have any face left?" The voice was full of anger. And what a coincidence. He had just finished shouting when several armed helicopters arrived near the two women. Immediately afterwards, two sniper rifles were aimed at the foreheads of the two women. But before any gunshots could be heard, the two men with sniper rifles were also killed. Then came the armed helicopters. It directly turned into a few discus. No one can escape alive. Fuck. As a result, the strong men who saw everything were completely numb. His eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. There's nothing we can do. This situation is just too unreasonable. You know, one of those helicopters is an Apache. Known as the strongest existence on Earth. But now it is. Boss, let's get serious. I'm sure this must have been sent from the east. The purpose is to embarrass us. Look at the color of their skin. And the costumes, everything matches. But even so, there are still some people who don't back down. As soon as he came to his senses, the person who spoke before started yelling again. The voice became even more violent. But unlike the previous unanimous agreement where no one stopped him, this time someone immediately raised an objection before he even finished speaking. John, please calm down. Look carefully, the place where those two women are is a city. Using stronger means will hurt innocent people. That makes a lot of sense. But John was full of disdain for this. Then, Smith, it should be you who needs to see clearly. Look carefully, that's the slums. Can that be called a city? Those inside can also be called innocent. The room suddenly became quiet. Although the words are very rough. But it has touched the hearts of the vast majority of people here. That's why. Notify the troops. Just like I said, fire a surface-to-surface missile at these coordinates. Remember, tell them to call me on time. I won't allow any deviation. John was overjoyed. Then he ran to a phone. As for a department that is in charge of missiles, its efficiency is naturally beyond reproach. Just a few minutes later, a tail of flame appeared above the two women. The next moment, boom, a small mushroom cloud soon rose up. Obviously, in order to kill with one blow, what they used was not ordinary stuff. Yes, after seeing that the missile did not turn into a discus like the previous weapons, most of the people in the room immediately waved their fists. His face was instantly filled with excitement. As for the casualties caused by this attack, that doesn't matter at all. They only care about the results. But the good times didn't last long. As the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, their smiles froze on their faces again. Because those two women were still fine. Not to mention being injured, even his clothes were not stained with even a speck of dust. Everything is exactly the same as before the missile fell. That's impossible. Plop, plop. The sounds of falling rang out one after another. At this moment, they were really confused. After all, it's a missile. Are there any carbon-based creatures that can withstand this thing? Are you sure you're not kidding? Of course, they were not the only ones who were shocked. On Blue Star, all forces capable of achieving comprehensive control were shocked by the way Yu Chiwei and the others could withstand the missiles. At the same time, a sense of fear rose from the bottom of my heart. There is no way, who can't find a way to deal with these two women? Missiles don't work, and we can't use nuclear bombs. It's not impossible actually. Unfortunately, the bald eagle probably wouldn't agree. A bit regrettable. But soon, the eyes of most decision makers lit up again. After all, opportunities and risks have coexisted since ancient times. If I could win the favor of these two women, notify us of the people lurking over there. Let them act quickly. By the way, you must find someone with strong affinity. You look ferocious, so you'd better take a break. As soon as the idea of winning over came out, many forces immediately became restless. As for the most positive, of course it has to be Todai. After all, if foreigners can see it, there is no way they can't see it. Everything these two women show seems so much like their own home. The probability that they can get in touch with it is definitely the greatest. Receive. So, not long after, another group of people appeared around Yu Chiwei and Qingcheng. But this time, they are all women. Not a single man. As the landlord, the people from Bald Eagle were naturally the first to step forward. Unfortunately, they talked a lot but didn't get any response. It looked as if the two women didn't understand what they were saying. Of course, they are not alone. The next person who goes up will receive the same treatment. No matter how much they talked, the two women just didn't respond. So when I arrived at Todai, Sister Lu, do you think these two beautiful people can't understand the Eagle language? What do you think? Should we try speaking Mandarin? The person called Sister Lu was stunned. Don't understand Eagle language? No way. These two people, no matter from their temperament or dress, are from big families. How is it possible not to understand this most widely spoken language? But when she thought about what happened to those people before her, she finally nodded. Okay, let's communicate in Mandarin. Let's try our best to save the dying horse. As soon as those words fell, the two of them ran up immediately. Then, Chapter 733 just in time. Two beauties, I wonder where you are from. What's the purpose of appearing here? Of course, we mean no harm. Just wanted to chat with you guys. Sister Lu is a little nervous. But he is still very eloquent. There is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Of course, she was also prepared to fail. Even sacrifice for it. But what she didn't expect was that before her voice faded away, The two stunning beauties who were originally extremely cold and indifferent to everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at them. Then, you actually know the divine language. The voice was full of disbelief. Sister Lu was also confused by this sentence. Divine language. Isn't this Mandarin? How did it become the language of God? Of course, she wasn't the only one who was shocked. The major forces here are always keeping a close eye on them, and they are also shocked. After all, this is the first time these two women who can even ignore missiles have spoken. Depend on. He's from Todai. No matter what, they must give an explanation for this matter. In this wave, we lost 400 to 500 people. When have we ever suffered such a big loss? Unlike the bald eagle executives who were angry, the top executives of the University of Tokyo were getting happier the more they thought about it. Because although Yu Chiwei and the other person only said 6 words in total, the meaning they expressed was no less at all. First of all, these two people are most likely not from Blue Star. Secondly, the Mandarin invented by our ancestors is very likely the common language of the universe. If Blue Star really has the opportunity to reach the Sea of Stars in the future, they will be able to connect seamlessly. There is absolutely no need to overdo it. Opportunity. A heaven-defying opportunity. No, I have to get something out of you no matter what. So, the headset on Sister Lu's ear soon rang. Quick. Talk to them more. If possible, it would be best to invite them to the consulate. Remember, you must have a good attitude. This is very important. The words were spoken quickly and urgently. Sister Lu, having received clear instructions, didn't hesitate and immediately said with a smile, "Is this language called the divine language? Here we call it Mandarin. By the way, are you two here for something? If so, tell me about it. I and the forces behind me have some say in this small part of the world. Maybe I can help you." No surprises. Yu Chiwei and Qingcheng's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. After all, this is also an idea. If it is done right, it will definitely save a lot of time. Therefore, can you help us kill this man? If you can do it, we will reward you handsomely. Of course, this deal is only valid before dark. If you exceed the time limit, everything will be invalid. After she finished speaking, Yu Chiwei threw out a photo stone. Then I told Sister Lu how to use it. It's not that she doesn't want to let it out directly, it's just that she can't. The photo stone has no ill intention towards her. Once you use magic power on it, it will be all over. Sister Lu, who got the things, did not hesitate at all. After telling her deputy something, she immediately ran back to her car. Then he activated the photo stone while playing the video. Buzz. There isn't much content in it. It's a picture of Cao Wenbin smiling evilly. As the database started to start up, all the information about Cao Wenbin was immediately presented to all the senior executives. Very ordinary. Apart from being handsome, there is nothing else special about him. But precisely because of this, the vast majority of people hesitated. To kill or not to kill, that is a difficult question. Kill him, but I won't live with my conscience. After all, this is just an ordinary person. He didn't do anything wrong, but you kill him just because of someone's words. This is too much. But if you don't take action, this opportunity will be extremely rare. If this slipped away in vain, let me tell you, we can't act on impulse. What we need to consider is the interests of the vast majority of people. So if a show of hands is required, my vote will go to the side that makes the move. Sacrificing him to save millions of families is worth it. As soon as these words appeared, reason instantly prevailed. But just as the person in charge was about to give an order, a slightly old voice suddenly rang out. What are you all so anxious about? Didn't those two women say that the deal would expire at sunset? And the sun is high in the sky right now, so we have plenty of time. By the way, don't you think this is very strange? Two such perfect women are looking for trouble with an ordinary man. Is this normal? Everyone was stunned. Then a cold sweat appeared on everyone's forehead. Yes. Is this normal? I'll send someone to check it out right away. After saying that, one of them immediately took out his cell phone. Remember, send someone smart. Preferably a woman. I see. Huh. Finally I'm back. It's been so many years, it feels like a lifetime ago. While the world outside was turning upside down, an astonishing change occurred in a small house of only more than 50 square meters. Two people from different timelines actually met. However, one of them fainted without knowing anything. Of course, the means Cao Wenbin used was not magic power, but it's pure physical strength. After all, although this is his hometown, he also doesn't want to stay here forever. There's nothing we can do about it, the quality of the toys here is just too poor. Even those so-called goddesses are still not good enough. You should have a good rest during this time. After I've dealt with everything, you can come out and live your life like a beast of burden. By the way, you don't have to be angry with Teacher Dong anymore. After all, in the future, she was played by me, she's already drooling. As soon as he finished speaking, the unconscious Cao Wenbin was thrown into the bedroom. Cao Wenbin had just finished his work when several cars suddenly stopped downstairs of his house. Immediately afterwards, a dozen strong men who were still wearing black suits even in the middle of summer, surrounded a woman and quickly rushed to the unit where he was. Have those two chicks already cooperated with the higher-ups? Wow, that's pretty fast. Shaked his head gently. Then he took the initiative to walk to the door and opened it swiftly. No dodging. After all, it is totally unnecessary. Even without using his magic power, his body is still invincible in the world. Chapter 734 Cooperation Part 1. Looking at the wide-open door and Cao Wenbin standing at the door in ancient costume, the national security personnel who came to investigate unconsciously shrank their pupils. Then a trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. It's not that they are timid. Cao Wenbin's aura is really too scary. It felt as if a single glance could determine their life or death. But in the past, they might not have believed it. After all, momentum is something too illusory. But ever since they saw the two women in the bald eagle and their seemingly invincible abilities along the way, they no longer dared to think so. What if the guy in front of them is also that kind of person, and they provoke him, then things will be serious. They are not afraid of death. But other people in this city couldn't bear that kind of anger. So, boss, what should we do now? No answer. The leader Lu Xinyan took a deep breath, and then walked towards Cao Wenbin with firm steps. Then, Mr. Cao, we are from the National Security Bureau. There are some things that require your cooperation. Would you be so kind as to accompany us? That's very polite. But Cao Wenbin still didn't appreciate it. After making a gesture of invitation, he walked into the room on his own. At the same time, if you have anything to say, just say it here. Or don't tell me. I don't have the habit of meeting others. There has never been one before, and there will never be one in the future. By the way, you only have a few hours. At night, even if you want to find me, you may not be able to find me. Even your satellite can illuminate every corner of this blue planet. Very crazy. But Lu Xinyan and the senior executives who were eavesdropping through the bugs all trembled unconsciously. Especially the self-proclaimed name of the real person and the word, night, were constantly teasing their nerves. This guy is indeed not an ordinary person. No wonder those two women in bald eagle are keeping an eye on him. As soon as this judgment came out, the top leaders of the University of Tokyo felt pain instantly. Because this situation is obviously a fight between gods. If it is not handled properly, innocent people may be affected. However, they didn't dwell on it for too long. Soon, that slightly old voice appeared again. Let this girl surnamed Lu confront her. Tell him everything we know. If he is the stronger party and is willing to cooperate, that would be best. But if not, then after feeling our sincerity, he will most likely take the initiative to go to a place where few people go. In this way, our losses can be greatly reduced. Well-reasoned and well-founded. It also controls people's hearts. After receiving the order, Lu Xinyan did not hesitate. The first thing he did was to take out a tablet. Then everything about Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng started playing. It's them. It seems that these two girls' luck is not very good. It actually came to such a far place. Lu Xinyan was shocked. Then he immediately asked, Mr. Cao, do you know them? Nodding gently, Cao Wenbin did not hide anything. One of them is called Qingcheng, and the other is called Yu Qiwei. They are all my mortal enemies. As for why I'm here, they were forced by me into having no other choice, so they became time assassins. Prepare to come during this period of time and kill me before I grow up. What a pity. They were just one step behind. Lu Xinyan and the people who were eavesdropping secretly had their brains shut down. Time assassin. Kill you before you grow up. Is this what you call human language? Why is it that they recognize each word individually, but have trouble understanding when they are put together? Just as they were trying hard to figure it out, Cao Wenbin spoke again. By the way, while there's still plenty of time, you should quickly evacuate the crowd. This city, and the city where those two girls are, must all be evacuated. Otherwise, when the moonlight falls on the earth, there will be a river of blood. The tone is quite calm. But Lu Xinyan was so scared that she jumped up. Evacuate a city. What a joke. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. So, when she spoke again, her tone was already slightly tearful. Mr. Cao, is there no other way? You know, the city we live in is ranked 5th in the country. Tens of millions of people live there. It would take several hours to evacuate them all. Cao Wenbin was stunned, but he quickly reacted, you're right. Well, after everything is over, if you're willing to do me a favor, I'll leave now and go somewhere else to keep this place safe from harm. As for the bald eagle, there's nothing I can do to help it. Given the tempers of those two women, after suffering so many attacks, they will definitely not give up until they turn the area they are in upside down. Lu Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if there is a solution. As for the bald eagle, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are not one of us. When something happens, she will just clap and cheer. In that case, the only problem now is evacuating the overseas Chinese. What a beautiful thought. Then she was ready to get up and say goodbye. But before she could turn her thoughts into actions, her cell phone suddenly rang. As she pressed the answer button, a slightly old voice suddenly came into everyone's ears. Mr. Cao, first of all, thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, no matter what you ask for later, we will do our best. Secondly, I want to ask, why do you and those two ladies emphasize the moonlight descending to the earth? Is there any explanation here? Cao Wenbin smiled. A talented person is a talented person, he is indeed very capable. He still didn't intend to hide this, it's very simple. Due to some special reasons, the abilities of me and those two women have been somewhat restricted during this sunny time. Only after the moonlight comes can it be restored to its full glory. This made Lu Xinyan and the others even more restless. Judging from the abilities displayed by those two women, they are not at their peak yet. If this is restored, what will it be like? Blow up the planet. I don't know if I guessed their thoughts or it was just a coincidence, but at the same moment, I said, you don't have to panic too much. Although we all have the ability to blow up planets, we won't do that. Chapter 735 Cooperation, Part 2. But it would be better if Cao Wenbin didn't comfort me. After this consolation, Lu Xinyan and others became even more panicked. But as the saying goes, old ginger is still spicy. Look, the first person to calm down was the old man on the phone. Then, without moonlight, will you be restricted? So, Mr. Cao, in this state, who is stronger, you or those two ladies? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he instantly understood that his motherland must have mastered meteorological weapons. Able to temporarily change the weather. So I want to use this as a condition to negotiate with him. It seems that what is said on the internet is true. Todai is indeed suitable to be the sixth one. If I have something good, I like to hide it. It won't explode unless it's absolutely necessary. Shaked his head gently. Then he replied casually, under any circumstances, those two gun carriages can never be my opponents. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to such a surprising move. But don't think too much. After we met, even without moonlight, those limitations are almost non-existent. So, don't get involved. Just watch with peace of mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. Of course, what he used was still physical strength. At the same time, the one in the bedroom also disappeared. Teleport. But this was a common trick for Cao Wenbin, but it shocked everyone else. Intel. Never mind. They're right. This kind of fight between gods is definitely not something we can get involved in. The only thing we can do now is to minimize the losses. Notify everyone on the Bald Eagle side to evacuate as soon as possible. So as to avoid being cannon fodder. Time is passing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sun set near the horizon. So, Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng were immediately excited. And when the moon popped out, the two of them immediately floated in the air. Then the division of labor became extremely clear. Qingcheng began to use her spiritual sense to detect Cao Wenbin's location. As for Yu Qiwei, die, just as Cao Wenbin predicted. As soon as the ability was unlocked, Yu Qiwei's revenge came immediately. The dark magic fire instantly engulfed the city they were in. In the blink of an eye, everything became nothingness. As soon as she finished her side, Qingcheng also had some gains. Immediately afterwards, the two of them disappeared from the spot. What a tacit understanding they have in cooperation. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When the two appeared again, the excitement that had just appeared suddenly disappeared. Instead, there is a deep sense of confusion. Because the place where the two of them were at this moment was actually a desert. Why would that guy come to a place like this if he doesn't stay in the city? This place is obviously not suitable for survival. Frowning. But before they figured it out. Pa. 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 First there was a sound of clapping. Then Cao Wenbin's teasing words suddenly entered their ears. You two are finally here. Hurry, get ready. I can't wait. Don't worry, I'm a very kind and gentle person. I will never let you bleed too much. His face changed drastically. Then, without saying a word, the two of them turned around and started flying back. Without even a hint of hesitation. They knew very well that since Cao Wenbin had appeared, it proved that their plan had been discovered. And there are definitely a lot of traps here. If you are not careful, there could really be a river of blood. But obviously, it's too late. Look, they had just started when Cao Wenbin blocked their way. Comparing escape techniques with me, are you still asleep? The sound is even more ambiguous. The two women who heard this suddenly reacted. Yes, he knows the art of moving the sun. What can they do? So, after looking at each other, they gritted their teeth and rushed towards Cao Wenbin. Boy, you really think we're afraid of you? Since you are so arrogant, we won't look for your past life. Just kill you. That's quite a tough statement. But just when they were halfway through, a trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Because three more women appeared beside Cao Wenbin. Mu Qianqun, Hao Mengshuan, Fu Yunqing. The first one is okay. Although he is not an ordinary person, his strength is obviously one level lower than theirs. But the second and third ones are completely different. Not weaker than them at all. With them here, plus Cao Wenbin who is eyeing them covetously. Sister Chiwei, what should we do now? Qingcheng subconsciously clamped her legs together. My body started to tremble unconsciously. Obviously, the situation she might encounter in a while has already appeared in her mind. As for that miraculous weapon-breaking technique, she is not stupid. Since Fu Yunqing has appeared here, it proves that the Twin Lotus has already fallen into Cao Wenbin's hands. So those little tricks of hers definitely won't work. Damn it, this slut Fu Yunqing is such a slut. He actually surrendered right away. You're a woman, how can I be afraid of a man if I won't be killed? Very angry. At the same time, I am also very frustrated. But at this moment, don't be afraid, we still have a chance. Come, let's blow up this planet together. I still say that, although I don't understand why he wants to live here forever, it's definitely not for no reason. So as long as we take action to destroy this place, he will definitely stop us. As long as they get into chaos, that will be our chance. Qingcheng was stunned, then his eyes lit up. At the same time, an extremely terrifying force suddenly emerged from her body. And the target is the ground beneath our feet. You dare. Now it was Cao Wenbin's turn to be anxious. After all, if they succeed, then the image that the predictive technique gave him before will really be successful. But Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng obviously wouldn't listen to him. Even after seeing how eager he was, he moved even faster. You dare. Those women you caught before must have said something similar. But did you stop at that time? Chapter 736 One is left behind. Yu Qiwei's words were full of sarcasm. At the same time, the energy that had been brewing in her body quickly rushed to the earth. Boy, this time, let's see how you can still show off. Very proud. How so? But she felt good. But the top leaders of all the major forces who were watching everything through the ultra-high-definition satellites were all going crazy. They are not stupid either. Of course I know what Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng are doing. After all, they have seen disaster movies before. So, as the energy got closer and closer to the Earth, they became more and more desperate. In the end, they all collapsed in front of the monitor. I really didn't expect that. The blue planet wasn't destroyed by the gamma-ray burst. It didn't die in the asteroid impact. But he was destroyed by two women. After these words were spoken, these senior executives were ready to close their eyes and wait for the end to come. But at this moment, buzz. As a very mysterious ripple appeared between heaven and earth, the two energies that were originally falling rapidly suddenly slowed down. In the end, it completely stopped. Everyone stood up suddenly. The joy of surviving the disaster spread instantly. While the layman watches the excitement, the expert watches the details. The law of time. Look, Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng made a judgment instantly. Then the two of them started flying again. While running, he continued to throw energy onto the ground. The purpose is very clear, which is to delay Cao Wenbin. And this trick is indeed useful. All of Cao Wenbin's attention was attracted by the energy. There is no time to stop them. It's done. As long as we can reach the city we just visited at this pace, we can go back. If everything goes well, we can even destroy the formation and trap them here. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Even when Hao Mengxuan and Fu Yunqing came to stop them, they still kept smiling. After all, although these two women are as powerful as them, it is nothing but a pipe dream to keep them. Cao Wenbin, it seems you're not that great. You want us to bleed. You're still young, very arrogant, but the next moment. Really? Wait a minute, I hope you can still say such things. Yu Qiwei and Qingcheng were shocked. They heard a strong sense of confidence in these words. As for whether this is a bluff, you two want to live here. Then open your legs and be good to me. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman who exuded the aura of an emperor stood in front of them. It was none other than Yi Qinger, who had always existed in the form of armor. Depend on. How could I forget her? Yu Qiwei, who had seen Lu Zhilan's memory, immediately revealed a hint of despair. Because she knew very well that this woman, apart from being afraid of pain, had the same abilities as Cao Wenbin. It's definitely enough to change the situation of the battle. But as the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. After discovering that Cao Wenbin relied on a top patroller, Qingcheng's beautiful face immediately revealed a hint of contempt. Then, get out of my way. Otherwise, die. As she spoke, she swung the sword in her hand. Don't. Yu Qiwei was shocked. Then I wanted to stop it. But obviously, it's too late. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's evil token suddenly appeared in Yi Qinger's hand. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's unique abilities also emerged in her one by one. So, boom. After the attack, Qingcheng, who had been so arrogant just now, not only failed to gain any advantage but instead retreated several hundred meters. She was almost falling into Cao Wenbin's arms. How so? Qingcheng was stunned. She really couldn't understand how she could be defeated by a top patroller. Of course, although she was confused, her reaction was not slow at all. After stabilizing his body, he immediately prepared to run again. And looking at the look on his face, it was obvious that he was ready to use all his strength to suck out. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, before she could turn it into action, the encirclement had already formed. Hao Mengxuan and others have a very clear goal, they only have themselves in their eyes. As for Yu Qiwei, just do it and don't care at all. Completion. Looks like I'll have to. Looking at Cao Wenbin and others who were getting closer and closer to her, a look of despair suddenly appeared on Qingcheng's face. But just as she was about to swallow some of the medicine Yu Qiwei had given her 2 days ago to avoid a fatality, an unexpected situation occurred. Yu Qiwei, who should have escaped, actually came back. He even helped her to open an escape route. Go. Remember, don't look back. After you go back, don't even think about destroying the formation. This Cao guy must have made preparations. Just go to the dark camp and find Lu Zhilan. He will definitely protect you. After saying that, Yu Qiwei pushed her hard and sent her out of the encirclement. But I fell into it again. 1 for 1. Why? It seems our relationship is not that good. After discovering Fu Yunqing's betrayal, Qingcheng no longer trusted anyone. After all, if a best friend of 1,000,000 years can do this, let alone others. But I didn't expect. But what she didn't know was that the strongest relationship in this world is not friendship. It's not family affection, but it's about interests. As long as the benefits are great, even strangers will risk their lives for you. Similarly, if the benefits are great enough, even your closest people can betray you. The reason why Yu Qiwei is willing to fight for her is because the benefits are huge enough. After all, she is the key to Cao Wenbin's success. If she is captured, it won't take long for Cao Wenbin to grow into the heavenly Dao realm. By then, no, I absolutely cannot let Sister Qiwei down. But even though she couldn't figure it out, Qingcheng's body didn't stop for a moment. After no one bothered her anymore, she returned to the city that had become a ruin almost in the blink of an eye. Then it rushed straight into the sky. Logically speaking, with her speed, she should be able to reach the universe in the blink of an eye. But the fact is, it doesn't happen. Just a few thousand meters later, a vortex suddenly appeared above her head. Then her figure completely disappeared. Chapter 737 Any Wish. Yu Qiwei, I didn't expect you to be so righteous. You're willing to trade yourself for someone else. Why, do you think that if you do this, I won't be able to reach the heavenly Tao realm? Or are you so confident in your physical strength that you think I can't defeat you no matter what? Just when Qingcheng successfully escaped, Yu Qiwei was completely controlled. There is no way, because Cao Wenbin has too many high-end combat forces. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't make any waves. But even though she had become a prisoner, Yu Qiwei still did not back down. After giving Cao Wenbin a cold look, she retorted with disdain, "Scum. You only know how to bully the minority with your numbers. If you're brave enough, challenge me in a one-on-one fight. If I don't beat the shit out of you, then you've already done it cleanly." The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. Then he took 2 steps at a time and rushed directly to Yu Qiwei's side. Then he lifted her chin with his fingers. "One-on-one. Sure. It just so happens that my fun palace is very spacious, so I can use it completely. And any terrain is possible inside. Let's go in now." As soon as he finished speaking, a palace suddenly appeared not far from everyone. To be honest, if it were any other woman, she would have panicked by now. After all, the reputation of the Happy Palace is quite notorious among women. But Yu Qiwei was quite disdainful of this. "This is not. You really don't have any feelings at all. You only know this one trick over and over again. You don't think that I won't be on guard at all." After she finished speaking, she didn't even give Cao Wenbin time to react. A golden light flashed on her body, and then the seductive beauty disappeared completely. Instead, there is a huge, majestic, pure black palace. Depend on. Isn't this cheating? When Cao Wenbin saw this scene, he was stunned. He had thought that this woman would confront him. But this trick was really beyond his expectations. But just when he was scratching his head anxiously, Hao Mengxuan smiled. Then he said to the Dark Palace, "Yu Qiwei, aren't you just deceiving yourself? If you don't change back, I'll let Wenbin go up to the 7th floor. Once he refines your core." Hao Mengxuan couldn't say the rest of the words. Because Yu Qiwei, who had just completed the transformation, suddenly changed back. Behind him, he was ready to escape again. Obviously, she has no more cards left. She no longer dares to be as tough as before. Unfortunately, Hao Mengxuan had already expected that she would do this. "So I just blocked her back. So, Cao Wenbin, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, when Jilin reaches the heavenly Tao realm, he will definitely not let you go." Puff. Not surprisingly, Cao Wenbin was immediately amused. "You won't let me go. Since the beginning of the continent of gods and demons, who among those around him has escaped my grasp? Who hasn't said something similar? But what about the results? So what else did Lu Jilin do besides running away like a stray dog? So, you better cooperate with me honestly. That way you'll suffer less." After saying that, Cao Wenbin dragged Yu Qiwei towards the Happy Palace. Don't give it any chance to struggle. As for cursing. As the door of the Palace of Joy closed, everything disappeared. Huh, it's finally over. Is this a battle between advanced civilizations? That's fucking scary. Quick, get those who are already nearby to go up. Now that the person in charge there is a woman, maybe things will be better. If we miss even a little bit about this kind of person, it would be enough for us to benefit endlessly. The words were spoken quickly and urgently. So, Lu Xinyan, who was waiting outside the desert, immediately rushed over in an off-road vehicle. But as the distance got closer, Lu Xinyan's heart began to tremble unconsciously. To be honest, before this, she was quite confident about her looks. Others also approve of it. Because of this, almost all important negotiation work is done by her. After all, it's friendly. But this time, she was a little scared. There's nothing we can do about it, because the temperament of Fu Yunqing and the others is just too amazing. Their looks are all top-notch. If this happened in ancient times, they would definitely bring disaster to the world. No wonder that guy barely even looked at me when we were in the room before. So you're used to eating bran. The more she watched, the more emotional Lu Xinyan became. But after getting off the bus, she quickly adjusted her mentality. Then, thank you for your generosity. If it weren't for you, our blue star civilization, which has existed for tens of thousands of years, would have been destroyed in an instant. By the way, you should all be Mr. Cao's friends. I don't know what to call you. The women were stunned. Tens of thousands of years. Is this world so young? Of course, although they were stunned, their reactions were not slow at all. Mu Qianqun even took the opportunity to retort, just call us Madame Cao. And Hao Mengshuan did not refute this. Just a slight blush on her face. If you look closely, you can even find a hint of happiness. But she felt good. But Lu Xinyan was numb. All of them are Mrs. Cao. Is that guy so lucky with women? Also, how did he survive? What kind of physical fitness does he have? How can he be so strong? However, she was trained after all, and even though her worldview had been shattered, she nodded immediately, so it was all Madame Cao, I was the one who made the mistake. By the way, where is Mr. Cao? Now that everything is over, we still want to. But this time, Mu Qianqun didn't let her finish her words. After gently waving his hand, he said calmly, I know what you want to say. And my husband also left a clear instruction on this before he left to do his work. As she spoke, she conjured up an unconscious Cao Wenbin out of thin air. He wants to make a deal with you. As for the content of the deal, that means you have to find a way to clear up everything that happened this day. At least get it to a level that doesn't affect the life of this guy on the ground. And don't disturb him or anything around him until it completely disappears. If you agree, we can grant you one wish. Any wish. Chapter 738, Wrong Road. Promise him. This is the unanimous opinion of all those watching the negotiations in front of the monitor. No one voted against. But that's true. After all, this is a profitable business. You don't pay much, but you gain a lot. But the good times didn't last long. Soon, everyone started arguing. As for the reason, I think our wish should be to make Bald Eagle disappear. Those two women before were able to reduce Bald Eagle's largest city to ash in an instant. This group of victors definitely has the ability to do so. Stupid. Although the Bald Eagles are powerful, they are too far away from us. And given their current situation, they are not worth such a wish at all. Given enough time, they will kill themselves. So I think this wish should be used in the north. I'm voting for the north, too. I appeal. Ahem. For a moment, the quarrel in the room was so intense. But as the cough sounded, everything returned to calm. Then, you guys are too impatient. We have to practice. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. We can definitely make a wish related to alien civilizations. When the frog is boiled in warm water, why would anyone care about where it goes? The others were stunned. Then they all gave thumbs up. Ginger is indeed spicier when it's older. After receiving clear instructions, Lu Xinyan immediately nodded to Mu Qianqun and others. And he took the opportunity to express his wish. Want a complete set of alien technology. That's easy. After those words were spoken, Mu Qianqun and the others closed their eyes. It is obvious that he is mobilizing his spiritual consciousness. But Lu Xinyan doesn't understand. So I was completely confused. She really didn't understand why she had to close her eyes. But before she could do anything, Mu Qianqun and others returned to normal. Then, this universe is really huge. But it's also really desolate. Including those places with only insects, there are only about 2,000 places that support life. Don't talk much. But Lu Xinyan almost popped her eyes out when she heard it. These people in front of me actually explored the entire universe without moving at all, just by closing their eyes. Are you sure you're not kidding? Just as her head was buzzing, a curtain of water suddenly appeared in front of her. It looks like a virtual projection, but it is much more advanced. At the same time, what's shown here next are a few planets that are relatively close to here and have more advanced technology than here. Take a closer look. If you like any of them, just tell me. I'll help you get it. Lu Xinyan felt dizzy again. Just take it away. Please, do you think that's cabbage and you can just grab it? But soon, she came to her senses. Then he quickly said, Madame Cao, could you please wait a moment? I want our boss to come and choose for himself. Don't worry, it won't take long. They'll be here soon. Mu Qianqun nodded indifferently. When seeing this scene, Lu Xinyan's face immediately showed joy. Then, she was about to say something into the headset. But her little mouth had just opened, and before she could make a sound, her whole body froze on the spot. Because as Mu Qianqun's little hand drew a line in the air, a space crack appeared out of thin air in front of her eyes. On the other side of the crack is the extremely secretive monitoring room that not many people in the entire University of Tokyo know about. The people you're talking about are probably them. Since everyone is here, I won't waste any more time. After saying that, Mu Qianqun didn't make any movement, but a picture suddenly appeared on the water curtain where there was nothing just now. I saw a creature whose entire body, including its arms and thighs, was made of alloy parts, and only its head was a monkey head, running wildly at a very fast speed. Very fast. Judging from the surrounding scenery, it must be at least twice the speed of sound. And all the living creatures he encountered along the way were exactly like him. They are neither human nor machine. As for why he became like this. As he stopped at a factory, everything became clear. Because this is a modification workshop. As long as you are willing to pay, you can modify any part of your body. Look, this monkey has an air backpack installed on his back. I also bought a transparent helmet. It's like upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. At the same time, not far from him, there was another monkey cutting its own flesh and blood. That's right, this is the only normal creature that Mu Qianqun and others have seen so far. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few minutes, it turned into a half-monkey, half-machine monster. It turns out they weren't born looking like this. Lu Xinyan and others were shocked. But soon, their attention was drawn back to the original monkey. Because that guy, after putting on the transparent helmet, activated the backpack again. Then, in the blink of an eye, it broke through the atmosphere. And soon reached the edge of the galaxy. And there, a great war is taking place. On one side are various types of space battleships. It looks very sci-fi. On the other side, there are only scattered soldiers like Monkey. But it looks cheap. But on the scene, the monkey has the upper hand. Even though those space battleships had opened fire at full power, it was still useless. Some monkeys that have been modified to the extreme are really powerful. With their shields, they can even withstand particle cannons and tear apart battleships with their bare hands. Quite fierce. How so? And it was precisely because of seeing this scene that Lu Xinyan and others fell into confusion. After all, the current technological development direction of Blue Star is also warships. Their dream is to form an invincible fleet as shown in the picture. Then explore the Sea of Stars. But now it seems that they have taken the wrong path. A space battleship that could rule the world is as fragile as a toy in the hands of those modified monkeys. Even if it is an ordinary mechanical monkey, it will take 2 shots to be defeated. Is it true that the correct answer is to find a way to develop individual strength in the universe? Teamwork will eventually be eliminated. As soon as this idea came out, Lu Xinyan and others couldn't control themselves anymore. Because they suddenly remembered that Mu Qianqun and others also conquered the world on their own. Chapter 739, Sinking. Confused. Everyone from the University of Tokyo was in a state of confusion. But just when they were about to get stuck in a dead end, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly rang out. I was just looking into your culture and found an interesting saying. It's called All Roads Lead to Rome. It seems to me that this is the right place for it. Actually, the path of a space battleship isn't as bad as you think. The reason this battle is so one-sided is entirely due to the technological gap between the two sides. To use your terms, the mechanical monkey is 0.5 levels stronger than the other side. If both sides were at the same level, then it would be absolutely unpredictable who would win. Don't talk much. But it is like the morning bell and evening drum. Directly rescued Lu Xinyan and others from their confusion. Thank you. Mu Qianqun just smiled. Didn't say anything else. Then he waved his hand, and the situation in the water curtain immediately changed. Different from the excitement just now. This time, Lu Xinyan and others only saw nutrition cabins one after another. It's so densely packed that you can't see the end at a glance. According to a rough estimate, there are at least 100 to 200 million of them displayed on the water curtain alone. As for what you can't see. And they also discovered that these nutrition capsules were not empty. There are people inside. Lu Xinyan and others were a little confused. Because of this picture, you can't see anything at all. What's even weirder is that the picture doesn't move for a long time. It's not stuck. Does immortal arts also require signals? Confused. But before they could ask, subtitles appeared on the water curtain. This is a level 3 civilization. They have been able to exploit all the resources of the entire galaxy. Because of this, whether it's the upper class or the common people, they no longer have to worry about food and drink. All kinds of daily necessities, as much as you want, we have them. Originally, this should be a perfect country. But as the enemies were gradually eliminated, they gradually became lazy. Especially after they developed intelligent brains and virtual reality machines, their entire clan fell into ruin. From top to bottom, everyone got into the nutrition cabin that can simulate various scenarios. There's nothing I can do. This thing is just too fascinating. In those fictional worlds, you can be the supreme emperor. Speak with all your might. You can also travel the world with your sword and live freely. In there, you are the center of the world. Everything revolves around you. And once you've had enough of one scenario, you can switch to other scenarios at will. There's nothing you can't imagine that a smart brain can't simulate. So many people will just stay in the nutrition cabin for their entire lives. I won't come out at all. As for everything in reality, whether it's resource extraction, defense against foreign enemies, or energy replenishment in the nutrition chamber, everything is left to the intelligent brain and robots. Lu Xinyan and others were stunned. Every time I scan a line of text, I would mutter to myself, this is so cool. This situation only slowly disappeared when an old voice sounded. Madam Cao, I'd like to ask, has this race's technology advanced since entering this state? Mu Qianchen and others were stunned. Then they all laughed. No wonder this University of the East has existed for less than 5,000 years. There are indeed a lot of smart people. Then, of course not. Because experiments can't be conducted in the virtual world. After all, the entire world is fictional, so everything created within it is naturally fake. And if there's no experimentation, how can there be progress? Silence. Lu Xinyan and others, who had just looked longing, suddenly became solemn. Because they know very well what it means to stand still. I'm afraid you are currently invincible. Just as they were thinking about it, Mu Qianchen gave them another bombshell. That's right, I just took the time to tell fortunes for this race. Even without our intervention, they will be wiped out by the space fleet you saw earlier in 4,000 years. The other party took advantage of the loophole that the intelligent computer needs to follow rules and regulations, and directly killed them all in the nutrition cabin. They have more advanced technology, but they haven't managed to mount even a single counterattack. The corners of Lu Xinyan and others' mouths twitched unconsciously. This ending is so tragic. After saying this, Mu Qianchen quickly returned to her calm demeanor. At the same time, the water curtain began to roll again. However, the civilizations that appeared next were more or less inferior. It's definitely stronger than Blue Star. After all, we can all travel in the universe. But after seeing the mechanical monkeys and the fallen race, the people of Tokyo University really looked down on them. So, if you ask me, we should choose the mechanical monkey. Being able to travel the universe as an individual is really cool. And with this technology, our invincible army can become an invincible space army. Absolutely not. You must know that our ancestors said thousands of years ago that heroes use force to break the law. If that technology is really introduced, it will definitely cause chaos. Besides, I don't believe that technology that cuts off arms and legs will have no side effects. It's really unscientific. I don't think the mechanical monkey is a good choice either. After all, a person's hair is inherited from their parents. How can we just chop it all off so easily? I say, we should choose the already fallen race. Firstly, they're going to die anyway, so there's no burden to clean them up. Secondly, they look more normal. And didn't Madame Cao say they have the most advanced technology here? I vote for the fallen clan. After all, judging by the current situation, only the problems exposed by this race are within our control. The others are difficult to resolve. Everyone is expressing their opinions. As the discussion continued, the best answer soon emerged. Therefore, Madame Cao, we will choose this fallen race. Okay. Mu Qianchen nodded. Then he gently shook his right hand. Not much action, but the effect is excellent. Look, the nutrition cabin that was originally densely packed has completely disappeared in the water curtain. There is no trace of it left. After seeing this scene, Lu Xinyan and others had a new understanding of the power of these Madame Caos. The whole clan was annihilated after being separated by countless light years. This is really awesome. Just wait a moment. I'm helping you build a teleportation array. Then you can go through freely. Chapter 740 Memory Restored. Name: Yu Qiwei. Identity: the tower spirit of the Dark Palace. Her situation is somewhat special, so although she is a spirit, she is no different from a mortal. Strength: half step to the domination realm, the ultimate realm that can be reached by those without the opportunity to defy the heavens. Appearance score: 99. Loyalty: -99. Due to her attributes, she already dislikes you. And your reckless actions have almost driven her to collapse. So, note, her will is incredibly strong, and ordinary means are simply impossible to force her to surrender. Even if she temporarily loses her mind, she'll soon regain consciousness. Of course, everything in the world has flaws, and she's no exception. The Dark Palace may appear to have 7 floors, but the space within is limited to that. If you can imbue every inch of it with your presence, she'll have no choice. She'll have to surrender even if she wants to. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. I don't know what he was thinking about, but Cao Wenbin, who had just straightened his collar, unconsciously curled up the corners of his mouth. Then I quietly looked forward to the colorful treasure chest. As for the question of loyalty, that's not a problem at all. There are many -99s, which one escapes from his palm. Some of them are even showing their pregnancy. Buzz. But as the saying goes, too much joy leads to sorrow. Look, before the treasure chest appeared, problems suddenly occurred in his body. The energy absorbed from Yu Qiwei directly turned into a sharp sword, and then pointed directly at his dantian. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. At the same time, Mr. Cao, do you really think I'm that funny? So what if you're hard? I don't believe you're still hard inside. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and completely destroy your qi. See how arrogant you are. Cao Wenbin was shocked. Then he subconsciously absorbed the Hongmeng qi in the Yaoyongding into his qi. Although doing so would assimilate the energy in his body, he no longer cared about that. Buzz. And this trick really works. The pure yin sword energy that was originally so powerful that it seemed to cut off everything immediately weakened after encountering the Hongmeng energy. Although it is still moving forward, the speed has slowed to the extreme. At this rate, let alone seriously injuring Cao Wenbin, even breaking his skin would be difficult. That's impossible. But Cao Wenbin is safe for the time being, but Yu Qiwei has gone crazy. After all, this was a move she had been planning for more than 10 days. Even though she had a mental breakdown, she was still subconsciously confused. According to her expectations, Cao Wenbin would never expect it and could not defend against it. But I didn't expect. No, we must not let this guy recover. Otherwise, he will definitely torture me even more. Thinking of the room she had been staying in these days, Yu Qiwei trembled subconsciously. Then prepare to pounce. Attack Cao Wenbin from both inside and outside. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, the reality gave her a hard slap in the face. Her legs were still shaking wildly, let alone rushing over to give Cao Wenbin a fatal blow. Even if I want to move my fingers, it's difficult. No. A trace of despair suddenly appeared in her heart. Of course, she's not the only one having a hard time. Cao Wenbin was also having a headache at this time. Because it is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. The Hongmeng qi that he took into his body, after absorbing enough energy, actually began to disobey his commands. Judging from the look of it, it's obvious that they want to assimilate him as well. Depend on. Cao Wenbin is very depressed. But at the same time, a hint of cruelty quickly appeared on his face. Then, yin-yang fusion technique. That's right, he directly used the forbidden technique that was clearly stated in the goddess record and that must not be used unless one reaches the peak of the domination realm. And his idea is very simple, that is, aren't you crazy? Since that's the case, I'll make you a part of me and see how you can still be so arrogant. Buzz. No suspense. As the yin-yang fusion technique began to work, new Hongmeng qi was slowly generated, and the original Hongmeng qi soon calmed down. The two gradually merged into one. Although things were stable, new problems soon emerged. Pain. The pain goes deep into the soul. His current physical condition simply couldn't withstand the Hongmeng Qi. If this continues, he will explode and die. But this time, he really had no idea what to do. Damn it. I don't want to die yet. I haven't tasted Sister Mengxuan yet. Very unwilling. Then, as the will to survive erupted, a certain seal in his mind exploded instantly. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of memories rushed into his mind frantically. Various advance arrangements. Various decisive battles with Lu Zhilan. Plus all kinds of drooling over every goddess in the dark camp. So I am the Lord of Yaoyang. Is all of this a plan I set up in advance? The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched unconsciously. Only then did he realize that because of Qingcheng's prying, he had actually discovered the existence of the yin and yang world in the long river of time. The reason why he didn't let her appear in the world directly was because he wanted to use this incident to completely take down Yu Qiwei. As for why this location was chosen, although Blue Star is in decline now, but our ancestors were rich, he also accidentally discovered that there was an amazing opportunity here. If used well, it might even increase his potential by another 10%. What a pity. This is the final precise layout. With my strength back then, I could only accurately calculate a period of more than 7 million years at best. Whether the rest can play a role or not depends on fate. Shaked his head gently. Then he slowly stood up. That's right, with the restoration of his memory, the Hongmeng Qi could no longer cause any harm to him. This is also a backup plan laid out in advance. And its function is exactly the fusion technique obtained earlier. For this reason, many magic weapons that he could not use have become nutrients for his body. However, although the effort is great, the rewards are equally great. His physical strength at this moment is completely different from before. At least 10 times harder. Secondly, the spiritual energy in his body is no longer ordinary spiritual energy. Instead, it turned into the energy of Hongmeng. Although the number is not large. But the combat effectiveness has been improved by several levels. Cool. Chapter 741 Origin Unknown. Buzz. Just as Cao Wenbin was secretly sighing, 2 colorful treasure chests appeared as expected. Then, Hongmeng Sword Box, a supreme artifact born from the Hongmeng. Containing 9 Hongmeng swords, it is the most powerful killing weapon in the world, unmatched. Unleashing all 9 swords simultaneously, devastate heaven and earth. Note: due to its immense power, please use with caution. The maximum number of swords released in the intermediate plane is 3. Even in the highest plane, 6 swords is the limit. Hongmeng Auspicious Cloud, the first artifact born in Hongmeng. Extremely soft, it's a multifunctional magical weapon. When placed above your head, it can withstand most damage. Ordinary attacks can't break its defenses. And when placed under your feet, it transforms into the softest bed in the world. Lying on it not only invigorates one, but also instantly restores the physical strength of those on the cloud. Most importantly, it protects the owner's privacy. With it, you will never be spied on again. Even using the law of time will be useless. Note: this item contains auspicious energy, so be sure to use it frequently. If you do, your fortune will surely grow. The rewards are awesome. But Cao Wenbin was not happy at all. First of all, these 2 things were put in by him. He was well prepared. Secondly, even if he had recovered his memory, he still couldn't figure out where the goddess record came from. He only knew that this thing had been by his side since he gained consciousness. And provided him with quite a lot of help. Extremely easy to use. But there is no way to make it recognize its master. In other words, he only has the right to use it. The feeling of no longer being in control is so damn uncomfortable. Very unhappy. But soon, his attention was drawn to Yu Qiwei, who was desperately recovering. You're plotting against me, right? You want me to become a cripple, right? In that case, I'll let you taste my methods. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin took out the Hongmeng Shangyan he had just obtained. Sisters, where are your husbands doing? It's been more than a month, why hasn't it appeared yet? On a very famous commercial street, Lu Xinyan was shopping with Hao Mengxuan and others. Logically speaking, this should be a woman's favorite. But at this moment, she was in great pain. It's not because of money. On the contrary, what she lacks the least at this moment is money. Because the higher-ups had already issued the order. No matter what Hao Mengxuan and others like, even if it is a hydrogen bomb, we will buy it for them. All expenses must be paid through public accounts. What really made her collapse was how Mengxuan and others, they were just too much of a shopaholic. And everything is new to see. In the past month, she was so tired that she lost 4 or 5 kilograms. You know, she doesn't have much flesh to begin with. When they heard her question, Hao Mengxuan and the others subconsciously showed an evil smile on their faces. Then, you should know that one of the 2 women was captured. And she never showed up either. Sister, what would happen if a man and a woman disappeared together and one of them was incapacitated? Lu Xinyan was stunned. Then, a flash of horror suddenly flashed across his eyes. In fact, she had thought of this possibility at the beginning. After all, the captured woman was so charming. She, a woman, can't handle it. Not to mention that young man Cao Wenbin. But as time went by, she gradually threw this most likely answer out of her mind. Because the timing doesn't match. What kind of good person can play around for more than a month? But now it is. People of advanced civilizations are different. If this happened to me, I would be completely mad. The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. So, she immediately prepared to say something else, thus diverting this embarrassing topic. But before she could open her mouth, she suddenly realized that the expressions of Hao Mengxuan and others had all changed. Even a fool can see the joy. Immediately afterwards, a space crack appeared in front of them. The strange thing is that despite such a big change, no one else noticed anything unusual. Just do what you should do. Sister, Wenbin showed up. And we went to a very interesting place. Do you want to go over and take a look? Without any hesitation, Lu Xinyan nodded immediately. After all, this is a great opportunity to broaden your horizons. How could she miss it? As for the dangers, these few in front of us are all capable of destroying a third-level civilization with a wave of their hands. What danger could there be in following them? The explosion of the sun might not be a big deal. And the facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with her thinking. Look, although the other side of the crack was in the deep sea, she didn't feel anything wrong. And he also miraculously possesses super eyesight. Even in this dark seabed, you can still see everything clearly. Sisters, where is this? Very curious. But Mu Qianchen's next words almost made her eyes pop out. This is the Mariana Trench, which you call the Forbidden Zone for life. Okay, let's go over there. Wenbin is waving at us. After he finished speaking, Mu Qianchen didn't make any movement, but the seawater around them suddenly flew back. And there is no sign of closing. Then, husband, why are you here? Is there something unusual here? Cao Wenbin nodded slightly. Then he waved his hand casually. Not much action. But the response was quite amazing. Look, the ground, which was originally flat, cracked immediately. What good stuff could it be? Several women are looking forward to it. After all, Cao Wenbin's vision is quite high. Anything that can make them make a special trip must be extraordinary. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, everyone except Hao Mengxuan was stunned. Because what appeared in the crack was not some magical weapon. Instead, it is a clear spring. Extremely ordinary. There is no difference from ordinary water. That's nothing. Fu Yunqing subconsciously prepared to complain. But she had just said half of her words when she suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin and Hao Mengxuan's bodies were actually trembling slightly. Then, her expression changed immediately. Chapter 742, Panicked Lu Zhilan. Wenbin, is this Hongmeng spiritual liquid? No explanation to others. Hao Mengxuan immediately looked at Cao Wenbin with disbelief. Of course, she was asking. But anyone could see that she already had the answer in her heart. The reason why I did this was just to ease the shock in my heart. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. Nodded quickly. That's right. This is the Hongmeng spiritual liquid. The reason why this universe is devoid of spiritual energy is precisely because of its existence. All the spiritual energy was sucked away by it as nutrients. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin slowly walked up. It was obvious that he was preparing to absorb this clear spring into his body. After all, this is a supreme divine object that can cleanse the body and soul and increase potential exponentially. He didn't want to leave it exposed to the air for too long. However, just as this thought came to his mind, the water surface, which was originally free of impurities, suddenly began to ripple. Immediately afterwards, a video appeared on it. The scene is grand. It looks like a war at first glance. One of them is the ancient monk from Blue Star. There are people flying with swords. There are people riding wild beasts. There are also those that can fly in the air. Very messy. But it is quite pleasing to the eyes. But on the other side, it's completely different. Besides bugs, there are still bugs. However, although these bugs don't look good, they are really strong. The most powerful ones among them are even at the level of heavenly Tao. Because of this, although Blue Star won in the end, it was a miserable victory. Almost all the masters have finished their fight. These bugs are so damn annoying. Hey, if only there had been insecticides back then. The more she looked, the more unhappy Lu Xinyan became. But Cao Wenbin didn't care about it at all. Not surprising. Because he knew this would happen. He even knew that the insects in the picture were just the vanguard. As for the purpose of these guys, it is also this Hongmeng spirit liquid. And these bugs are not living creatures. All the invading enemies in the picture are weapons cultivated by a guy called the controller. The other civilization is engaged in biotechnology. As long as there are enough resources, you can cultivate an unlimited variety of insects. Quite magical. It's a pity that the other party has a protective mechanism in his sea of consciousness, so there's no way to search his soul thoroughly. Otherwise, we could have followed the clues and completely eradicated the forces they belong to. Shook his head. Afterwards, Cao Wenbin didn't continue watching. After all, this scene was just a backup plan he left behind. Just in case something went wrong with his awakening and he completely forgot about it. Now that nothing has gone wrong, there is naturally no need to waste time. Husband, are we going back? No one is a fool. After seeing Cao Wenbin's expression clearly, Mu Qianchen and others suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment in their hearts. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Just then, Cao Wenbin smiled faintly and threw out a pill. Lu Xinyan, right. Meeting is destiny, thank you for your company these days. This is a pill that can ascend to heaven. After taking it, although it won't allow you to ascend to heaven in one step, it will not be difficult for you to reach the level of a quasi-saint. Of course, things are not given to you for free. You should have seen the bugs in the picture just now. If they show up again, you must come here and scream my name. Someone will come to pick you up then. Lu Xinyan trembled all over. Although she didn't know what realm the quasi-saint was at, she was certain that this pill that exuded an alluring aroma must not be an ordinary thing. After all, the level of the man in front of you is right here. It's absolutely embarrassing to take out such junk. But soon, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. At the same time, her hand that had already reached out for the pill suddenly stopped. Then, the reason you gave me this good thing, isn't it because you also want to beat me up for a month? Without any surprise, Cao Wenbin was stunned. Mu Qianchen and others burst out laughing. If I hadn't cared about my image, I would have probably rolled on the ground. You're so bold. After coming to his senses, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. But he didn't explain. But the next moment, the Palace of Joy suddenly appeared in the dark seabed. Then the palace gates opened wide. Then, Rose of Baihua Valley, along with all the beauties of Baihua Valley, greets the master. May the Lord be the bridegroom every day and the bride every night. Lanshan of Linglong Valley, leading all the beauties of Linglong Valley, greets the master. May the Lord enjoy eternal blessings and have mothers-in-law everywhere. Yaoqi Ji Shinju leads the 100 Beauties group to meet the master. May the Lord drink wine every day and enter the bridal chamber every night. Dumbfounded. At this moment, Lu Xinyan was really confused. Because in her opinion, beautiful women should be a scarce resource. But the scene before her directly shattered her three views. Every one of these people who suddenly appeared was more beautiful than her. And the way he looked at Cao Wenbin was obviously wrong. That is to say, depend on. It's so embarrassing. But just when she was about to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, she suddenly discovered that there was nothing in front of her. Everything that happened just now was like an illusion. Disappeared completely. But Lu Xinyan knew that this was not an illusion. Because the pill is still there. At the same time, don't forget my instructions. Otherwise, you will be a sinner of Todai. Also, the high-tech you've acquired must be made available to the world after Cao Wenbin disappears. Remember, this is the bottom line. Lu Xinyan's heart trembled. Then his expression suddenly became serious. She knew it wasn't a request. But it's an order. Once violated. Wrong. We might not even have a chance to disobey. With his methods, as soon as we have the slightest wrong thought, everything will be put right. Is Lu Zhilin here? I am Qingcheng, I have something urgent to discuss with you. In the dark city, Lu Zhilin, who had just conquered the city, was originally full of excitement. Although he hasn't found Yan Luo yet, he is not in a hurry at all. After all, the other side has no defenses left. It's definitely not difficult to catch it. But as soon as he said this, his expression changed immediately. And the more I think about it, the more panicked I become. Chapter 743, Run. Why did Qingcheng come here by herself? Logically speaking, Sister Qiwei is protecting her. Since she showed up, then Sister Qiwei should show up too. But why? I don't know what he was thinking about, but Lu Zhilin's face suddenly turned pale. Of course, his thoughts were all random, but his body was never idle for a moment. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already reached Qingcheng's side. Then he opened his mouth quickly. Judging from his expression, he obviously wants to ask something. Unfortunately, after trying for a long time, he couldn't say a word. It's not that he doesn't know what to say. But I dare not say it. Afraid of hearing some bad news. But it was obvious that he was just deceiving himself. This is not. Are you Lu Zhilin? Quick, bring people to help me rescue Sister Qiwei. She has been blocked by that Cao. If we go too late, she will most likely be. Qingcheng didn't say the rest of the words. But even a fool can understand the meaning. It was precisely because of this that Lu Zhilin, whose illusions were shattered, went crazy. His eyes turned blood red in the blink of an eye. But before he could issue the order to assemble, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he slapped him in the face. Very heavy. The crisp sound spread for several hundred meters before slowly dissipating. But this trick does work. Lu Zhilin, who was just thinking about fighting to the death with Cao Wenbin, suddenly woke up. Then, Shengxi, do you think I shouldn't go and save people? Without any hesitation, Zhang Shengxi nodded immediately. Is that even necessary? Your top priority now is to quickly capture Yan Luo and then find a way to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Only in this way can we be worthy of Sister Qiwei's efforts. Otherwise, wouldn't Sister Qiwei have memorized everything in vain? Lu Zhilin's heart suddenly twitched. But he knew that although what he said was unpleasant, there was nothing wrong with it. If he went now, he would gain almost nothing except humiliation. After all, even if he doesn't want to admit it, the fact is that he really can't beat Cao Wenbin now. Damn it. Cao, just wait for me. I will avenge today's grudge sooner or later. He gritted his teeth and prepared to return to the city again. As for Yu Qiwei, he firmly believed that his sister Qiwei would definitely be able to hold on until he could rescue her. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, before he could go far, a huge force from heaven and earth suddenly descended. So, Cao Wenbin, this guy actually came so soon. A look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. But soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party came so quickly, it proves that Yu Qiwei was not fooled. Otherwise, the timing won't match at all. This is a blessing in disguise. But how could he know that whether it should happen or not, it has actually happened? The reason why Cao Wenbin was able to come so quickly is because the speed of time flowing in the two worlds is different. It was not what he had expected at all, but Cao Wenbin resisted the temptation. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, Cao Wenbin's voice suddenly came into his ears. Brother Lu, long time no see, I hope you are well. By the way, what are you going to use to redeem yourself this time? Is it Sister Shengxi? Or have you grown new kidneys? His face suddenly turned dark. Especially when Lu Zhilin discovered that his subordinate's eyes began to look at him in a strange way, he could no longer bear it. Mr. Cao, open your dog eyes and look, this is my territory. Since I have the advantage of terrain, I may not be your opponent. The sound is very loud. Really. But Cao Wenbin didn't take it seriously at all. The next moment, he suddenly showed up. Alone. Without any followers. At the beginning, Lu Zhilin, who discovered this situation, did show a hint of joy. After all, he doesn't have much confidence in one-on-one combat. But if it's a one-on-one fight, he is confident that he can beat the shit out of Cao Wenbin. Could this guy have fallen asleep and become stupid? But the good times didn't last long. As he observed more deeply, his expression gradually became solemn. Of course, it's not just him, Zhang Shengxi is the same. As for the reason, both of them found that the temperament of the man in front of them had changed. The original Cao Wenbin, although very domineering, was still somewhat immature. In other words, the foundation is not enough. But now, it's completely different. Although his eyes were looking directly at them, they were full of disdain. That feeling of arrogance made the two of them unconsciously think of. Have you awakened? Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he nodded casually. Yes. Just recovered. By the way, thank you so much for this. If you hadn't sent that slutty vixen Yuchiwei to me to seduce me, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. It's even possible that I may never recover. This is the truth. But sometimes, the truth is the most hurtful. No, both Zhang Shengxi and Lu Zhilin were disgusted by these words. However, the two of them no longer had any intention of going forward and fighting. After all, they have some idea of how terrifying Cao Wenbin will be after awakening. Run. This was the first thought of the two. Once this thought came to their mind, they could no longer control themselves. He flew back subconsciously. At the same time, the two of them winked at one of their subordinates. This is the only heavenly Dao realm still under their control. Others are like Yi Chenu, who only obey orders and not announcements. Or they are no longer able to move. Don't want. But they were safe, but the person who received the order went crazy. No one is a fool. Anyone who can cultivate to the heavenly Dao realm cannot be a fool. So this person subconsciously prepared to disobey orders. But as soon as he had this thought, his head started to hurt. Immediately afterwards, an even more shocking situation occurred. His body was no longer under his control. His aura suddenly surged, and then he rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin. No looking back. This is soul control. Chapter 744. He doesn't deserve it. Mr. Liu, are you still a human being? My son blew himself up so you could take the city as quickly as possible. My grandson even blocked a fatal blow for your woman. Under the circumstances, it's all right if you don't reward my family handsomely. Now you want me to die too. The roar was earth-shaking. It is even more reasonable and well-founded. Unfortunately, this is completely useless. Neither Zhang Shengxi nor Lu Zhilin frowned even once. The two are still flying backwards. And the person who cursed was still rushing forward. Then, boom, a shocking explosion suddenly sounded. Lu Zhilin knew very well that this cannon fodder could never be a match for Cao Wenbin. Can't even intercept. So when the distance was close enough, he immediately made it self-destruct. And from the current perspective, the effect seems to be good. Even if Cao Wenbin was prepared, it would be impossible for him to escape from the shock wave within 10 breaths. Walk. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed immediately increased to a higher level. Of course, he wasn't just thinking about himself. Zhang Shengxi and Qingcheng are also under his protection. After all, if he doesn't even take these two women with him, then even if he escapes, it will be meaningless. Boom. Although the idea is good, as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Just as they flew out for a few hundred miles, an attack suddenly came from the deep forest below, striking their vital parts. Very strong. The person who took action was at least at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. Yan Luo. Are you crazy, you slutty fox? Our world is about to fall into the hands of outsiders, and you still have the mind to engage in internal strife with me. At this moment, we should be united against the outside world. Unlike Lu Zhilin, who only judged the opponent's strength, Qingcheng immediately judged who the person was by just glancing at the attacks. After all, the two of them have been fighting for millions of years. Not to mention hiding and not showing up, even if they turned into ashes, they would still be able to recognize each other. However, although she was very dissatisfied with the other party's behavior of taking advantage of her misfortune, Qingcheng also knew that now was not the time to act on impulse. So her tone was not harsh. Even a fool can hear the intention of persuasion. Unfortunately, Yan Luo didn't buy it at all. While continuing the attack, sarcastic remarks also rumbled in. You really are talking without any pain in your back. Don't you see? The city I painstakingly built for millions of years has been destroyed by this guy. My people who believed in me were slaughtered in droves by this guy because of me. In this situation, you actually have the nerve to ask me to put the overall situation first. Besides, even if I help you, and in the end, we turn defeat into victory. But what good is that? Given how important I am to this guy, I'm afraid I can't escape the fate of being toyed with. If that's the case, then why should I help him? Wouldn't it be better to just turn to the strong? The ending is almost the same anyway. Every word is heart-wrenching. Qingcheng was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. As for rushing down and pulling it out, Qingcheng does want to. But I dare not. After all, there is a killer following behind them. If she can't escape quickly, the consequences will definitely not be something she can bear. Therefore, stop it right now. The sound is very loud. But obviously it's of no use. Yan Luo was not scared. As a result of this delay, there was a sudden sound of breaking air behind them. It is obvious that Cao Wenbin has started pursuing her. As a result, the faces of Lu Zhilin and the other two turned pale in an instant. There's no way, this rhythm is completely different from what they predicted. Cao Wenbin came too quickly. It was at least half the time they estimated. This also shows that they underestimated Cao Wenbin after all. Depend on. Very panicked. But before Lu Zhilin could come up with a countermeasure, he suddenly discovered that his and Qingcheng's speed had suddenly increased to a higher level. In the blink of an eye, he got rid of Yan Luo's entanglement. This is. At first, Lu Zhilin was a little confused. I can't figure out where this external force comes from. But as he turned his head subconsciously, his heart suddenly stopped. Because the one who pushed them was none other than Zhang Shengxi. And precisely because he used most of his strength on them, Zhang Shengxi was now completely entangled by Cao Wenbin. Sister Shengxi. When Lu Zhilin came to his senses, he was immediately furious. But at this moment, Zhilin, if you dare to come back, I will die in front of you. Quick, take Qingcheng and run. Remember, you must not get caught. Otherwise, Sister Qiwei and I will be fooled for nothing. After he finished speaking, Zhang Shengxi raised his leg high and kicked directly at Cao Wenbin. Very powerful. However, due to her lack of strength, although she hit Cao Wenbin's shoulder as she wished, she did not gain any results. Not only that, but he also put himself in an extremely embarrassing forbidden area. Keep attacking, she's not strong enough. Retreat, she has no say. And the way she was captured was really. Cao Wenbin, I'm here, don't even think about harassing Zhilin. Even if I can't defeat you, I can definitely kill you. Of course, although her face was getting redder and redder, her mouth was still very hard. And to her delight, what she said soon became a reality. Look, with her pendant here, Cao Wenbin's speed obviously can't be increased. And her previous statement threatening her life was obviously very lethal. During the escape, Lu Zhilin did not look back even once. The only thing on my mind is running. As a result, as one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the distance between the two sides soon reached a level that could no longer be caught up. It's finally over. Very happy. But the next moment. Sister Shengxi, it seems you still miss me. After such a long separation, you still remember what I like most. As soon as we get here, we deliver directly to your door. Zhang Shengxi's body shook violently. The smile that had just appeared on his face froze immediately. It was not until this moment that she remembered that the person who captured her was not a good person. If nothing unexpected happens, she will soon. Cao Wenbin, I'm not afraid of you. If I can escape from you once, then I have the ability to escape a second time. And you'd better not be too presumptuous. After all, Qingcheng is in Zhilin's hands. If you go too far, he might retaliate and take Qingcheng for his own. Then, it will be extremely difficult for you to achieve enlightenment. That makes a lot of sense. But Cao Wenbin subconsciously curled his lips. Enjoy. These words may scare others, but they have no killing power on him. After all, he had completely removed all of Lu Zhilin's kidneys. So, it seems you still haven't come around. In fact, the Lu Zhilin at this moment is no longer the Lu Zhilin of millions of years ago. He's not even qualified to arm wrestle with me right now. He really doesn't deserve it. Believe it or not, it won't be long before he will take the initiative to return Qingcheng, whom you and Yu Qiwei saved with all your might, intact. Like Cao Wenbin before, Zhang Shengxi immediately curled his lips after hearing these words. Send it back voluntarily. Do you think Zhilin is a fool? But before she could speak again, Cao Wenbin spoke again. You don't believe it? In that case, let's wait and see. But, that's all in the past. Now, let's talk about our business. Sister Shengxi, if I remember correctly, you ignored me hundreds of years ago. Every time we meet, I always call you a rapist. Back then, you probably didn't expect that one day you would fall into my hands. At this moment, Zhang Shengxi's face suddenly turned even paler. She is not stupid. Naturally, I could tell that Cao Wenbin was going to bring up old issues. And when this hadn't happened, she was in danger of death. Now, the more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. But the previous scene appeared again. Cao Wenbin still didn't give her a chance to speak. The next moment, the happy palace, which she had always disliked, appeared not far from her. Chapter 745, Lu Zhilin was driven mad. Buzz. Although they could clearly sense that there were no pursuers behind them. But Lu Zhilin still had no intention of stopping. As for Yan Luo, he can no longer care about it. Because of this, he ran back to Shaoyao sect in one breath. Only when he was standing on solid ground did he breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it. But the good times didn't last long. As his body and mind gradually relaxed, his heart also began to slowly break. The scene where Zhongzhou kicked Cao Wenbin to buy him time to escape and was then captured alive was repeated in his mind over and over again. That's right. It seems like he thought of something. The next moment, he quickly summoned his own control. Then he sent a message to Zhongzhou. Times. You must come back. Unfortunately, he did not get what he wanted. All the messages he sent fell on deaf ears. Not even a single wave could be created. And what does this mean? Even a fool can figure it out. Cao, I will never forgive you. As soon as he finished speaking, a command flag appeared in his hand. Then it started shaking wildly. This is a unique method of the 9 palaces locking demon formation. Once the command flag is waved, everyone in the town will receive the message. HMPH. So what if you won a round? The one who laughs last is the real winner. You seem to have forgotten that the exit to that world is on my territory. As long as I can trap you inside, you'll be trapped like a turtle in a jar forever. The more he shook, the more excited Lu Zhilin became. But at this moment, beep beep, Lu Zhilin's body suddenly stiffened. However, this situation did not last long. The next moment, he began to look at the control anxiously. That's right, the sound just now was the prompt tone for mastering the system. Did a miracle happen? Sister Shengxi also escaped. The reason you didn't reply to me just now was just because you were running for your life. His face is full of anticipation. But as the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. As he was flipping through the pages, his face turned black. Because the person who sent him the message was not the Zhongzhou he was expecting. Instead, it was his mortal enemy Cao Wenbin. And what was sent was not words, but a few photos. Are you showing off to me? His hands were clenched into fists. Then he was ready to turn off the control. He didn't want Cao Wenbin's plan to succeed. But just when he was about to succeed, he hesitated. As for the reason, those photos seemed to have magic power, always tempting him. He was reluctant to turn it off. Depend on. Lu Zhilin, Lu Zhilin, why are you so mean? I gave myself a big slap in the face. Then he prepared to close the operation again. Unfortunately, even though his face was burning, he still failed. So, never mind. Since you want to watch it, then watch it. I just don't believe I'll be defeated by a few pictures. After gritting his teeth, the next moment, Lu Zhilin opened Cao Wenbin's chat box. Damn it. To be honest, before clicking on it, Lu Zhilin had already prepared himself mentally. He was confident that no matter what he saw, he would never lose his composure. But it was obvious that he overestimated himself. Just the first picture made him burst into swearing. But that's true. Who made the first scene where Yu Qiwei appeared have disheveled hair and rolled eyes? It's so obvious what this means. Okay. You are very good, Mr. Cao. The more he looked, the uglier his expression became. Especially after Zhongzhou's picture came out. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. It's so miserable. Buzz. But he does have some luck. Just when he was about to lose control completely, a sound of space shock suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Yao Zhisheng from Baoqiaotang and Fang Peng from Wanmo Cave suddenly appeared not far from him. My dear nephew, I wonder what you are calling us for this time. By the way, didn't you go to a special space to compete with that guy surnamed Cao? What was the result? The body trembled slightly. Then Lu Zhilin woke up quickly. At the same time, his condition returned to its best level in a very short time. Because he knew very well that although the 2 people in front of him were his allies, he had to be on guard against them. If he shows weakness, his Lu family will most likely be swallowed up in an instant. Chapter 746, The Infuriating Cao Wenbin. Two seniors, don't worry. In this battle in the lower realm, Cao and I have a close match. I even got some small advantages. As for the purpose of calling you here, I want to discuss with you how to block it in the netherworld. After all, opportunities are rare. I gave up a small opportunity to get the chance to come back early. The tone is very relaxed. His expression is extremely confident. But Qingcheng, who had been sitting there for a while, began to twitch the corners of her mouth unconsciously. She would never have thought that Lu Zhilin could say such a thing. Got some small advantage. Your two women are almost being played silly by others. Is this what you call taking advantage? However, although she thought so, she did not say it out loud. Instead, he nodded in unusual cooperation. After all, sealing Cao Wenbin in that world is extremely in her interest. As long as it works, then at least she won't have to worry about her safety anymore. Yan Luo, Yan Luo, it seems that I am the better chess player after all. Although you stayed in your original world, you became a cannon mount. Although I have left my hometown, the sea is wide for fish to leap and the sky is high for birds to fly. With my strength, I believe it won't be long before the Yaoyang camp can return to the world. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was irritated by these words. As a result, Yao Zhisheng and Fang Peng, the two masters of the Holy Land, became nervous after confirming that this matter was most likely true. It's not that they are shallow and can't hide things in their hearts. This pie is really too big. You must know that the backbone of the Cao family is Cao Wenbin. Although Zhang Jian, Zhao Yuaner and others can also stand on their own. But to say that they can control such a large territory is pure nonsense. In other words, as long as they can seal Cao Wenbin inside, then they can. Opportunity. What a great opportunity. The more they think about it, the more excited they get. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, their expressions fell again. Because they suddenly remembered that they were not good at sealing. Baekotang is famous for curing diseases and saving lives. The Cave of 10,000 Demons is famous for its weirdness. As for the Xiaoyao sect, they just have a good attitude. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. After frowning and thinking for a while, Fang Peng's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he quickly said, by the way, we can ask Tian Yulin from Linglong Valley to help. She is a true expert in this area. The demon sealing formation she designed for us millions of years ago has never had any problems so far. Not a single demon inside can escape. Highly feasible. But Lu Zhilin and Yao Zhisheng frowned as they listened. Because the outside world has been saying that Yulin was also captured by Cao Wenbin that day. It was precisely because of this that they did not invite Linglong Valley when they set up the 9 palaces locking demon formation. Isn't that a bit too risky? What if that rumor is true? But before Lu Zhilin could finish his words, Fang Peng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. My dear nephew, you are worrying too much. I can guarantee with my life that those rumors were definitely spread by someone with ulterior motives. The purpose is to ruin Yulin's reputation. Think about it, with Yulin's beauty, if that Cao guy really got her, he would definitely stay there permanently. And with Cao Wenbin's flaunting personality, he'll definitely make a big fuss about it. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in the universe and the perfect goddess in the eyes of most people. That's right. The territory of Linglong Valley is still autonomous. This is also strong evidence. Well-reasoned and well-founded. So, Lu Zhilin was immediately persuaded. Besides, there is really no other way. Therefore, in that case, I'll have to trouble you two seniors to make another trip. Of course, it's not that I'm lazy and don't want to run errands. It's really because my nephew's generation is too low. Plus, I don't have much of a relationship with Fairy Yulin. Lu Zhilin didn't say the rest. But Fang Peng and Yao Zhisheng understood it immediately. And the two did not refuse. He stood up immediately. After all, you are going to see a beautiful woman. Only a fool would say no. Just as Lu Zhilin was about to see the guest off, his body suddenly froze in place again. Because of his control, it rang again. Oh shit. Isn't it over yet? Very unhappy. However, he still gave up the idea of being polite with the two grown men. He first made a gesture of, please do as you please, and then immersed his mind in the control. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. After taking a look, he almost vomited blood out of anger again. There's nothing we can do about it, because Yu Qiwei and Zhang Shengxi in the picture look even more miserable. What's even more outrageous is that there's an extra audio clip at the end. Not long after clicking it, all I saw was the scene of Yu Qiwei rolling her eyes and then subconsciously calling for daddy. Bang! The tea table next to him was smashed into pieces by Lu Zhilan. Then, he began to enter information in the dialogue box. He can't bear it anymore. He wants to curse the inhuman thing opposite him to death. But it was obvious that his reaction was within Cao Wenbin's expectations. So before he could finish writing, Cao Wenbin's message arrived again. Well, you don't have my strength, do you? By the way, your protectors and elders all had similar experiences. So you don't have to worry at all. Not many words. But it's heartbreaking. Because of this, Lu Zhilan immediately lost the mood to write any long speeches. Just typed 5 words. Cao Wenbin, I'll fuck your ancestors. I feel much better. After all, in his opinion, this sentence is still very lethal. But the next moment, please don't challenge my daily routine with your wishes, okay? By the way, I wonder if you still remember this person. Immediately afterwards, another picture appeared in the dialogue box. And the person shown above is none other than Jun Anlin. As a result, Lu Zhilan's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly increased again. After all, this was the ancestor who treated him best when he was in the continent of gods and demons. I would rather waste my own cultivation than not help him grow. It's impossible to count how many resources were given to him. So how could he not remember? But this person is now. Chapter 747, Hurtful Photos. Mr. Cao, what do you want? Even though it's just cold words. But anyone can sense the anger in it. And Cao Wenbin didn't keep him waiting for long. The next moment. It's very simple. As long as you send Qingcheng back to me, I can promise you that I will torment them less in the future. Lu Zhilan was stunned. Then he suddenly woke up. Then, so this is your purpose. It seems you really think I'm a fool. I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. This woman Qingcheng was saved by Sister Qiwei and Sister Shengxi with their own bodies. If I returned it to you now, wouldn't they have been played with for nothing? As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at the dialogue box. He was waiting for Cao Wenbin to admit defeat. He had already made up his mind that if Cao Wenbin was willing to return all the women related to him, then there would still be room for negotiation. Unfortunately, things went against our wishes. He waited for a long while, and all he got was a question, so confident. In that case, let's just wait and see. By the way, I'm going to shoot some material for you next. I wonder what you are going to do again. Not many words. But Lu Zhilan was almost so angry that he got a cerebral hemorrhage. What is he doing? He wanted to do something, but he was powerless. Just when he was about to bargain with Cao Wenbin, Lu Zhenchen suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he said something that made his heart beat faster. Zhilan, have you seen your mother? Just now, after I came out of seclusion, I was bored and calculated her future. But guess what? Her natal star is actually flashing golden light like crazy. You know, this is a sign of great joy. So I wanted to find her quickly and see what happy event happened to her. But I didn't expect that my legs would become thin after walking for so long, but I couldn't even find a single hair. The more he talked, the more depressed Lu Zhenchen became. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Lu Zhilan suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Lu Yunxiao for some time. His mother didn't even show up for such a big event as the appearance of the yin and yang realm. Could it be? I don't know what he was thinking of. In short, a hint of panic quickly flashed in his eyes. But, he hid it very well. Even Lu Zhenchen, who was very close, did not notice it. Then, old man, have you visited the retreat place? I seem to have heard Shengxi say that mother went into seclusion a long time ago. Lu Zhenchen was stunned. Then he subconsciously slapped his forehead. My brain. I've really become stupid from practicing. How could I forget such a possible place? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure immediately became illusory. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously preparing to go to the place where Lu Yunxiao often went for retreat. Although he is fast, there are people who are faster than him. Look, almost in the blink of an eye, Lu Zhilan appeared in front of a small building. And he spread out his mental power immediately. Buzz. The barrier of the small building is very strong. However, in front of Lu Zhilan's mental power, it is not enough. In the blink of an eye, he infiltrated. Damn it. I guessed it right. With just one glance, the veins on his forehead popped out unconsciously. Because not only was there no one in the room, but there was also a layer of dust. It's obvious that no one has lived here for a long time. As for what this means, I believe that as long as you are not a fool, you will be able to figure it out. Jilin, what's going on inside? Although Lu Zhenchen was puzzled as to why his son was more active than him, he did not move after seeing that Lu Jilin had already taken action. Just asking casually, "Old man, you are really good. Mom is indeed in seclusion. And judging by his aura, I believe it won't be long before he breaks through to the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Now it seems that the golden light you saw should correspond to this." His tone was full of joy. But this is just an appearance. In fact, Lu Jilin's heart had already been broken into pieces. He knew that everything here, unless something unexpected happened, should have been arranged for him by Zhang Shengxi and Liang Qi. The purpose is to prevent him from worrying. But I didn't expect. Of course, this is not what he is most worried about. After all, this is not the first or second time that Lu Yunxiao has been captured. One more time or one less time doesn't make much difference. What really made him at a loss was what Lu Zhenchen calculated. My natal star has changed drastically. How great a joyous event would it take to be worthy of such a vision? No, I have to find out what happened to my mother. And he is indeed a doer. After making up his mind, he immediately led Lu Zhenchen back while taking control again. Then, "Mr. Cao, what did you do to my mother? But you have to ask." But he didn't think Cao Wenbin would answer immediately. After all, when we parted on bad terms, he had already said that he was going to shoot footage. And who would be distracted when faced with such delicate work? But what he didn't expect was, "Your mother, which one are you asking about? Zhongzhou or Lu Yunxiao?" Lu Jilin rolled his eyes and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "There's nothing I can do about it. This answer is so infuriating." So, after taking a few breaths, Lu Jilin sent out a new message, "Lu Yunxiao. As for why I didn't ask Zhongzhou, it's not that he is fickle, it's just that Zhongzhou has been captured for too long. And before being caught, he already looked like someone else. So there's no need to ask. Don't be pregnant, don't be pregnant." While asking, he was also praying constantly. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. The next moment, a picture appeared in the dialogue box. Compared with the previous ones, this one is much more normal. Lu Yunxiao above did not roll his eyes. Instead, she smiled brightly. But both of her little hands were covering her stomach. And Cao Wenbin's ears kept moving upwards. Obviously what he wanted to hear. The scene is quite warm. But this picture, which would make anyone smile, caused as much harm to Lu Jilin as Cao Wenbin's self-exposure did. Because he is not stupid. He knew exactly what this picture was about. Chapter 748. Do you think we are negotiating? Lu Jilin, do you have anything else to ask? If not, I'll continue to get the materials. By the way, since you mentioned Sister Yunxiao, I'll go find her this time. Full of sarcasm. But Lu Jilin had no intention of responding at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That is, she's pregnant. Really pregnant. Depend on. Doesn't this mean that this Cao guy and I will become? The more he thought about it, the more Lu Jilin's head hurt. However, his ability to adjust is indeed strong. Look, for ordinary people, this is definitely something worth making a fuss about for days and nights, but he completely digested it in just a few breaths. But the good times didn't last long. When he finally came to his senses, Cao Wenbin's new message immediately caught his eye. So, he exploded again soon. "Cao, how dare you? Don't you know that this period is not suitable? Okay, even if you have a lot of cars. There's no need to cherish it at all. But you should also be concerned about the people in the car. You know, that's your seed." These words were typed so quickly and urgently. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop Cao Wenbin. What made him happy was that his efforts were soon rewarded. Not long after, another sentence appeared in the chat box. But after reading it, Lu Jilin would rather this sentence had never appeared. Because, you really are such a jerk. You're just worrying about your own business. Your father doesn't have as much experience as I do in this area. Not to mention you. Don't worry, I have all the solutions. The blood is surging like crazy. Lu Jilin is not stupid. After all, He had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. So naturally we know what Cao Wenbin is going to do. That's why. Stop it right now. I admit defeat in this round. Of course, he also knew that just yelling was useless. So we started talking about conditions very quickly. Don't you want to be the most beautiful woman in the world? I can give it to you. But I absolutely cannot accept the conditions you mentioned before. Increase the bet. You have to up the ante. Shengxi and Sister Qiwei, who were captured to save Qingcheng, must be returned to me. Also, my mother has to come back with me. I'm worried about you. What if you get wild one day? That makes a lot of sense. What you worry about is very likely to become a reality. But just as he finished sending what he wanted to send, an expression full of contempt immediately appeared in the dialog box. This is a new feature that was launched not long ago. It received unanimous praise from everyone. However, the one posted by Cao Wenbin was the one that received the most complaints. Because he really deserves a beating. And after the expression, "Want Sister Yunxiao, are you still asleep? You also said that the child she is pregnant with is mine. If that's the case, then if I give her to you, won't you have something on me? Do you think I would do such a losing business? How about this, if you're truly willing to exchange, then I'll give Sister Shengxi and Sister Qiwei to you. I've had enough fun anyway. Just assume that their previous efforts were unsuccessful. That way you can feel at ease. As for your mother, I can promise you that unless she comes to me first, I will never bother her until she successfully unloads the goods." After reading the first few sentences, Lu Zhilin nodded subconsciously. In his opinion, this is the right attitude for negotiation. But as soon as the last few sentences came out, Lu Zhilin immediately became angry and his blood rushed to his head. Have you had enough fun? Is this even human language? So, without saying anything, he immediately replied, then there's no need to talk about it. I'm telling you, if I can't see my mother, then forget about Qingcheng. Also, before the transaction, you must clean up Sister Shengxi and Sister Qiwei for me. If you dare to disgust me. The threat is extremely obvious. After sending it, he waited quietly. He dared to guarantee that Cao Wenbin would definitely give in. After all, Qingcheng is the key to becoming a heavenly Dao realm. But what he didn't expect was that after waiting for a long time, nothing came. Not to mention words, there's not even an expression. Broken. There is bitterness on the corners of his mouth. For a moment, Lu Zhilin really didn't know what to do. Why? If only Kay was here with me. With her intelligence and talent, she can definitely help me find a way out. Very emotional. But as soon as he said this, he froze in place. He suddenly remembered that according to the previous plan, Liang Qi was in charge of the overall situation here. But the current situation is that this foreign-seeking person has been around for several hours. A wave of people have arrived outside. But the person who is in charge of the overall situation has not appeared yet. As he tried hard to recall, Zhang Shengxi's slightly unnatural expression when the task was assigned quickly emerged in his mind. Could it be? His expression became even more bitter. At the same time, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Just when he was at a loss, Cao Wenbin on the other side was quite happy. Pa! After giving Yu Qiwei a light slap, Cao Wenbin pointed at the dialogue box with a wicked smile and said, "Look, in my heart, you are worthless. What I care about more is my mother. You are an outsider after all. How about it? Do you feel like you've really fed the dog?" Yu Qiwei's expression darkened unconsciously. Even though she knew that this was a tactic to sow discord. And Lu Zhilin's approach is in the best interest of them. But her heart was still a little upset. But, all of this is done in secret. But on the surface, her words were still very hard. Your trick won't work on me. Because everything Zhilin did was instructed by me. To be honest, if he really agreed to return Qingcheng to you so easily, then I'll be angry. After all, that means I was fooled for nothing. It's very realistic. But Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, couldn't help but smile. As to why this is so, the information on the goddess record clearly shows that this woman's mentality has begun to fluctuate. The original loyalty level was -99, but now it has become -69. A full 30 points increase. This must be what they call a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. Chapter 749. The goddess also has low self-esteem. As Fairy Yulin here, Yao Jisheng from Bayakeodang and Fang Peng from Wanmo Cave are here to pay us a visit. While Cao Wenbin and Lu Zhilin were battling with each other, the two lords of the Holy Land who had other missions finally arrived at Linglong Valley. The voice was full of joy. It was obvious that they were all looking forward to the upcoming meeting. But unlike them, Tian Yulin frowned the moment she heard the shout. Why are these two old guys here? Originally, she was planning to chat with Tianyan. Let's share our thoughts. But now, the good mood has been completely ruined. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will never let you off easily. A cold snort. Then she disappeared from the spot. When it appeared, it was already not far from the two of them. Then, if I remember correctly, weren't you two tinkering with some formation with that Lu Zhilin? Logically speaking, it should be very busy. How could you have the leisure to come and visit me? You're welcome. The first thing he said was questioning. But neither Fang Peng nor Yao Jisheng took it seriously. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. The beauty is right here. Isn't it normal to have a bit of a temper? Therefore, if there's nothing wrong, then we wouldn't dare to bother the fairy. But not long ago, we got a chance to seal Cao Wenbin in another world forever. You know, that guy is as smart as a monkey. This kind of opportunity doesn't come often. But the problem is, none of our three families are proficient in this. So, we have no choice but to ask the fairy for help. After all, you are the expert in this area. Of course, we won't let you work in vain. After this is done, no matter how much territory we take back from the Cao family, you will get 30% of it. And we also promise to do our utmost to rescue those in Linglong Valley who have fallen into the hands of the Cao family. No one will be left behind. The conditions are quite tempting. Because of this, the two of them became more and more excited as they talked. It looked as if they had fought for all of this. His face was full of the expression of, "Come and praise me." But the reality is exactly the opposite of what they expected. After hearing this, Tian Yulin was panicked for a moment, and then an extremely strong murderous aura appeared in her eyes. They actually want to divide up the Cao family. Damn it, these will all belong to my son in the future. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. But she quickly adjusted herself. Because she knew very well that the benefits of taking action now would definitely be far lower than hiding. After all, it was she who set up the seal. And the other few people didn't understand at all. Therefore, she only needs to leave a small loophole when setting up the seal. That will not only make these guys' ideas fail, but also allow her little man to catch these guys off guard. By the way, it seems the signal has been passed on. In that case, there was a gleam in her eyes, and then she secretly summoned her control. Little man, something big has happened. She didn't have to wait long. After just a few breaths, Cao Wenbin replied, "Big news." What could be the big deal? Could it be that you can't help it? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. When that time comes. Still so indecent. And Tian Yulin's face immediately turned red. Those two legs, which were longer than many people's lives, were subconsciously brought together. Of course, while she was daydreaming, her hands were not idle either. She sent the situation here over immediately. Mock up. See how you can thank me this time. But what she didn't expect was, "Please seal me. It seems those guys really have nowhere to go. By the way, Sister Yulin, you have a good idea. Just press it. But while dealing with them, you must make more friends with Qingcheng. Then find a way to trick it into coming to me." Her little mouth pouted subconsciously. Then, Tian Yulin quickly asked, "Who is that slutty vixen Qingcheng is? Why are you so concerned about her? Could it be that she is prettier than me? Or are her legs longer than mine?" The meaning of acting coquettishly is very obvious. And if other people in the universe saw this conversation, they would definitely pop their eyes out. After all, Tian Yulin has always been aloof and cold towards others. Normally, let alone acting coquettishly, I have never even said a single soft word. But now it is. However, she didn't stay like this for too long. Because the next moment, "How dare you call someone a slut? Okay, stop imagining that. That woman is only useful to me, she can't compare to you. Remember, you must trick her into coming to me. As long as I succeed, I will stay with you alone for at least a month after I return. If you're fast enough, I can even reward you with a baby." Without any surprise, as soon as the last two sentences came out, Tian Yulin immediately had no time to care about anything else. My mind is full of how to get close to that so-called Qingcheng. After all, there was no way she could refuse this reward. It's a deal. After she finished speaking, she immediately waved to the two pig brothers beside her. The conditions you offer are indeed good. In that case, then lead the way. But let me be frank. You have to provide all the materials for setting up the seal. Fang Peng and Yao Jisheng were instantly overjoyed. Then, without even hesitating, he immediately led the way. At the same time, they also began to think about how to get close to this goddess this time. After all, such a long period of contact is a unique opportunity. If you perform well and end up marrying the girl, wouldn't that be wonderful? Unfortunately, although the idea was good, Tian Yulin didn't even look at them once along the way, no matter how many tricks they tried. It was obvious that he treated them as air. But neither Yao Jisheng nor Fang Peng cared about this. On the contrary, everyone still thinks that this is normal. A goddess is a goddess. Look at this look, so domineering. Depend on. If I could have a child with her, the quality of my offspring would be greatly improved. For a moment, both of them were full of imagination. Coincidentally, Tian Yulin, who was on her way, was also thinking about the same question. No, in the next period of time, I must work hard to improve my physical fitness. Otherwise, I will definitely hold Wenbin back when it comes to having children. Every aspect of him is just too perfect. Chapter 750 Tian Yulin's Methods. Lu Zhilin, is this your new lover? It seems that you are no different from that guy surnamed Cao. They're all so lecherous. The speed of Tian Yulin and others is naturally beyond reproach. As soon as she arrived at the destination, Tian Yulin immediately began to test who was the Qingcheng who could bring her a baby. Beauty, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I, Qingcheng, am just Lu Zhilin's partner. It has nothing to do with being a mistress or anything like that. And her trick really works. Look, Qingcheng jumped out at the first moment. But that's true. After all, this concerns a woman's reputation. At the same time, Lu Zhilin, who started to mock her as soon as he saw her, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this woman has no connection with that Cao guy. Otherwise, she would never be like this. But her aura is indeed disordered. It seems the rumor that this most beautiful woman in the universe was played by someone is not groundless. Very detailed analysis. But what he didn't know was that as soon as he started analyzing, he had fallen into Tian Yulin's trap. Tian Yulin spent a lot of time polishing this opening remark. Specially designed to trick smart people. Of course, there are intrigues, but everyone is also quite pragmatic. Soon they took action. The preparation materials for the preparation materials. Land that needs to be leveled. After all, everyone knows that time waits for no one. If the guy surnamed Cao reacts first, then none of them will be in any good situation. Especially the two women present, they must be completely devastated. As the seal gradually took shape and its power began to slowly emerge, the last bit of vigilance that Lu Zhilin had left disappeared in an instant. I really didn't find the wrong person. If it can be so powerful now, it will be so powerful when it is completely completed. Unless that Cao can fully recover to his peak condition. Otherwise, even if he is exhausted to death, he will never be able to break through this seal. The more you look at it, the more delighted you become. It was precisely because of this that when Tian Yulin called Qingcheng to her side for help, he didn't react at all. On the contrary, I think it's normal. Sister Yulin, you have so many good things in this supreme plane. Especially these stockings, they are simply magical. Once you put this on, how can a man not be confused? Women's friendship is often so inexplicable. Look, they didn't get along well with each other when they were setting up the formation. But after shopping together for a while, they immediately became good sisters. The more she strolled, the more embarrassed Qingcheng felt. Because along the way, Tian Yulin was the one who spent all the money. Even though the things she liked were all mundane things and not worth any money at all. But this favor was indeed trampled upon. Because of this, as soon as it was time for dinner, Qingcheng immediately said, Sister Yulin, come on, I'll treat you to dinner. You can choose any location. Of course, before that, you have to accompany me to the pawn shop first. Otherwise, I don't have the money from your world. The words are very domineering. After hearing this, Tian Yulin's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam of light. Then without saying anything, he immediately reached out and grabbed Qingcheng's arm. Then, silly sister. It's just a meal, why do we need to go to the pawnshop? Besides, just because you keep calling me sister, I can't let you spend money. Come on, I'll take you to eat something special. By the way, the wine there is also quite good. It really has the effect of beautifying the skin. What a shame, sales every day. We don't even know if there's any left if we go now. If it doesn't work, sister can only use her face. After she finished speaking, Tian Yulin didn't give Qingcheng a chance to speak again. He was dragged directly to a restaurant. A very quiet place. But the decoration is extremely luxurious. Of course, what shocked Qingcheng the most was the person who came out to greet her. Peak of Heavenly Dao Realm. Damn, this restaurant is so unusual. No wonder Sister Yulin said we need to use facial recognition. Also, this is so beautiful. Surprisingly, she's not any worse than Sister Yulin. The more I look at Qingcheng, the more inferior I feel. To be honest, before coming here, she was quite confident about her appearance. The name Qingcheng is the best proof. But the successive appearances of Tian Yulin and the proprietress really hit her hard. So when Yulin said she wanted to go to the side to order food that day, she didn't move at all. My mind is full of how to become as beautiful as these two sisters. So, Bai Qingyan, why did you come here in person? I'm telling you, Wenbin specifically asked me to do this. Don't even think about taking any credit from this. Tian Yulin, who had already walked to the ordering area, made sure that Qingcheng would definitely not be able to see this place, and immediately warned her mortal enemy fiercely. Afraid of being divided away from the coming grace. But what she didn't expect was, you think I'm as greedy as you? She actually went into the fun palace on her own initiative. How shameless. Besides, I have a fixed quota. I don't lack that from you at all. So just keep your heart at ease. I'm just worried that you might make a mistake and ruin everything, so I'm taking the initiative to cooperate with you. Tian Yulin was furious. After all, don't hit people in the face, and don't expose their weaknesses when scolding them. Especially when she recalled the scene when she had offered herself to him, she was so embarrassed that her whole body began to tremble unconsciously. What made her even more depressed was that just when she was about to say something, Bai Qingyan directly brought the topic back to the main business. Don't even give her a chance to refute. Tell me, what are you going to do? If you keep hesitating, that gun mount outside will get suspicious. Tian Yulin took a few deep breaths. Although she wanted to curse, she also knew that Bai Qingyan was right. Therefore, in order to get Cao Wenbin's promise, she quickly adjusted her mentality. Then he slowly recounted his ideas. It's simple. I want to knock this woman unconscious. Then let one of our own use disguise to impersonate her. In this way, we can send it to Wenbin without anyone noticing. And this move has another benefit. That means we can legitimately plant a nail next to Lu Zhilin. Anyway, this woman hasn't been in contact with Lu Zhilin for long. Even if I don't have her memories, I don't have to worry about being exposed. Not much talk, but Bai Qingyan's eyes lit up when she heard it. After thinking about it for a while, he subconsciously gave a thumbs up. As expected of someone who dares to offer Wenbin the first cup of tea in autumn, he's really quite capable. Tian Yulin was stunned, but soon, her face became even redder. You want to die? Just wait, when Wenbin comes to see me, I'm going to complain to him. And let him take you. Tian Yulin couldn't say the rest of the words. Because Bai Qingyan quickly covered her mouth. Of course, despite the noise, the two of them did not neglect their business. Not long after, a table full of luxurious food was served. Come on, Sister Qingcheng, start eating. These are the signature dishes here. The main focus is on beauty and skin care. I can guarantee you, as long as you eat enough, you will definitely look completely different when you wake up from your sleep. Chapter 751, Mud Cannot Be Helped. Cao, if you have the guts, come again. If you frown, I'll take your last name. By the way, your predictions don't seem to be accurate. It's been several months, why hasn't Qingcheng been sent here yet? Inside the happy palace, Yu Qiwei, whose loyalty was still not very high, was glaring at Cao Wenbin with humiliation in her eyes. I am filled with dissatisfaction. But apparently, looks can't kill. Look, Cao Wenbin just smiled faintly and started to tidy up his clothes. At the same time, Sister Qiwei, it seems you have lost your sense of time. But that's true. You've been in here the entire time, so you really can't sense what's happening outside. Actually, only a dozen days have passed in the outside world. As for why it seems so long to you. In order to communicate with you more, I specially set up the eternal realm. One day can be used for at least dozens of days. Yu Qiwei was stunned. Then I almost collapsed. She suffered so much, and only a dozen days had passed in the outside world. Is this not allowing people to survive? But before she could say anything else, Cao Wenbin spoke again. Okay, take a rest first. I'm going to find that guy named Zhong. After not seeing her for so long, I really missed her cries for help. Yu Qiwei was shocked again. Then without saying a word, he hugged Cao Wenbin's legs. Never let him go. Because when they met last time, she saw clearly that Zhongzhou had already reached the brink of collapse. Even if they rested for a while, they would definitely not be able to withstand a new round of bombardment. If Cao Wenbin were to go through this, she, his only companion on the journey, would immediately betray him. Why, can't you let me go? Yu Qiwei really wanted to spit. But when the words came to his lips, they turned into a soft, hum. Obviously, in order to have someone who can speak her mind to her in this very frivolous palace, she is no longer prepared to care about her face. But what she didn't expect was that even though she was like this, Cao Wenbin still had no intention of stopping. The only concession is to bring her along. Yayuki. With my help, Shengxi will definitely have a much easier time. Once this idea came to her mind, she no longer insisted. He immediately limped after him. However, Cao Wenbin had just pushed open the door of the room where Zhang Shengxi was, and before he had time to tease Zhang Shengxi, who had shrunk into the corner with a look of fear on his face, an accident happened. Of course, no one broke in. But, Master, Qingcheng has arrived. But he's currently in a coma. Do you think we should wake him up? The sound is not loud. But the amount of information contained is not less at all. As a result, a look of joy immediately appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. After all, since Qingcheng has arrived, it means that he is not far from the heavenly Tao realm. As expected, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. No, this time when we go back, I have to reward that little Yulin fox no matter what. Unlike his happiness, Zhang Shengxi and Yu Qiwei, who reacted quickly, immediately started roaring. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Qingcheng escaped with Zhilin. With Zhilin's skills, how could he lose it so quickly? His tone was full of disbelief. But soon, they were speechless. Because a blanket had floated in front of them. And the person lying on it was none other than Qingcheng. Sleep very soundly. There is still a smile on the little face. It's obvious that he's having a sweet dream. And because of this, the two women collapsed. There was no other way, since this was an important chess piece that they had gone through so much trouble to keep. Originally, they all thought that this move could not only change their fate but also defy fate. But it can definitely ease the situation. Don't let them be so passive. But they didn't expect that before they could finish suffering their sins, this chess piece that they cherished like a treasure was sent back by Shui Lingling. In other words, everything they did before was completely in vain. The sin was in vain. Completion. It's all over. Not much talk, but even a fool could hear the despair in it. Of course, they are not just talking. Look, Zhang Shengxi was already in a shaky situation. Just give up on Lu Zhilin. The loyalty that dropped due to awakening was regained in the blink of an eye. She suddenly felt that Cao Wenbin was the one who deserved her full support. As for lust, which capable man is not lustful? Didn't the ancients say it long ago, that a horse is weak because it is thin, and a person is not romantic because he is poor? Fortunately, my blood was only shed for Wenbin. Otherwise, it would be a real loss. And just when she was secretly waking up, a similar thing was happening to Yu Qiwei. However, Yu Qiwei is not as extreme as her. Loyalty simply increased from -69 to 0. It's true that there's no way to support a wall with mud. I wasted so much energy on you, even contaminating the first 3 layers of my body, and all you gave me in return was this. In that case, I won't care about you anymore. Whatever you want, that's fine. The more she grumbled, the more aggrieved she felt. At the same time, a problem that gave her a bigger headache also came to her mind. That's how she's supposed to escape. After all, if it keeps going like this, then the remaining 4 floors will probably be gone soon. Chapter 752 Heavenly Tao Realm. Of course, Cao Wenbin couldn't hide the changes in the two women. After all, although the origin of the goddess record is unknown, its ability is absolutely unquestionable. So far, there has never been a mistake. This time, Lu Jilin is truly alone. The more you look at it, the more evil Cao Wenbin's smile becomes. However, although this change was huge, he didn't pay attention to it for too long. Soon, all his attention was drawn back to Qingcheng. There is no way, because this woman carries an amazing opportunity. In order to avoid any further complications, Cao Wenbin did not continue to procrastinate. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot along with the blanket. In the air, only one sentence remained. Shengxi, in the next period of time, you should teach your sister Qiwei more. Don't be fooled by her wavy appearance, but sometimes she can be really stupid. That waist is as hard as an iron rod. You don't even know how to bend. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Look, Yu Qiwei, who was just thinking with her head down, suddenly exploded. But just when she was about to fight back, she was dismayed to find that she couldn't find anyone at all. So, damn it, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll make you scream for help. Also, I'm not stupid, I just don't want to cooperate with you. Boom. Time is passing by quickly. As Qingcheng's original power is gradually assimilated, the environment of the yin and yang realm is also undergoing earth-shaking changes. Especially the weather, it changes every day. At the beginning, it was sunny almost every day. Extremely comfortable. But later on, there was constant thunder. It's a complete doomsday scene. And when the sky began to rain blood continuously, the creatures in the world of yin and yang could no longer hold back. Ordinary people put down their livelihoods and prayed every day. They don't ask for anything else, they just hope that their goddess can explain to them what is going on, so that they can feel at ease. But it is obvious that this is completely wishful thinking. Because their goddess is still in a coma. I can't hear their calls at all. But they are not doing useless work. At the very least, the mental power they generated made Qingcheng's physique stronger. Not only does it eliminate the risk of loss of life, but it also saves the instigator of all this a lot of waiting time. It's so satisfying. As a result, Cao Wenbin completely solved the task that was supposed to take a year and a half to complete in less than 5 months. As he opened his eyes, all the strange phenomena that were raging across the world immediately disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that she couldn't withstand his power. Good. Finally, you look like a master. He gently shook his right hand, and then Cao Wenbin slowly stood up. His face was quite calm. No excitement at all. But that's true. You have to know that in his previous life, he was the Lord of Yaoyang. In the eyes of others, the realm of heaven may be heaven. But in his opinion, that's just the way it is. There are indeed some differences compared to monks of other levels, but they are not big. Oh right. Originally, he was planning to go directly to Lu Jilin. After all, he has already gained an overwhelming advantage at this time. It's time to end this conflict that has spanned 7 million years. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Then, he took out the record of the goddess. No surprises. Page 17, which seemed so unreal not long ago, has become colorful. The words above are flashing and extremely dazzling. Name, Qingcheng. Identity, a person who makes decisions in the world of yin and yang, the best cauldron. Strength, peak of the heavenly Tao realm, potential has been exhausted. But if I can cling to you desperately, there is still a possibility of further advancement. After all, you possess a forbidden body, which can make everything change. Appearance score, 98. Loyalty, -20. This was her value before she fell into a coma. As for what she will be like after she wakes up, that is unknown. Note, she can increase your recovery speed by several orders of magnitude, so no matter what, you must not let her go. And if you can get her to sincerely help you, then the progress will be accelerated again. So it's time to show your charm. The introduction is still very detailed. Especially the last few sentences are very useful reminders. But after looking at it for a few times, Cao Wenbin still put it away. As for the colorful treasure chest, if he hadn't awakened yet, he might have been looking forward to it. But since he awakened, he could no longer look forward to it. After all, he had put those things in there before. He knows exactly what's inside. And for this Qingcheng, he didn't even let go of anything. Because everything that should be released has already been released. But things in the world are often so unexpected. Just as he was about to move again, two rays of colorful light suddenly appeared before his eyes. It is a sign that the colorful treasure chest is about to appear. Fuck. Cao Wenbin was a little confused. But this does not affect the generation of treasure chests. Just a few breaths later, two boxes that Cao Wenbin was so familiar with that he couldn't be more familiar with appeared quietly in front of him. Open. To be honest, if it were someone else, they would definitely be wary of something of unknown origin. But Cao Wenbin didn't. After taking a quick look with interest, he proceeded as usual. And just like before, the treasure chest did not disappoint him. This is not Drum of Dispersion, a magical little drum born from the primordial chaos. It's small, but it holds terrifying power. Strike it with physical force, and the force it unleashes will specifically dissipate the opponent's body. Strike it with soul power, and the force it unleashes will specifically dissipate the opponent's soul. Note: this item's power is strange. Whatever it dissipates is completely dissipated, leaving no trace in the world. Only the person holding the drum retains the corresponding memory. Therefore, use it with caution. Also, please note that while the power of this drum cannot be defended against, it spreads very slowly. Unless the person has been captured or is incapacitated, it will be difficult for it to catch up with them. Good boy, this is really a great weapon for destroying corpses and covering up traces. If Lu Zhilin uses this. Chapter 753 There should be no harm. Dissipating treasure clothes, a magical garment born from the primordial universe. Once you wear it, any attack will be dissipated into nothingness. Even if the opponent possesses a magic weapon of the same level, it will be useless. And it can be replicated infinitely. Although the replicas of the treasure clothes are downgraded to the chaos level, they are still a rare magic weapon. Note: everything in the world has an upper limit. Once this limit is exceeded, no matter what it is, there is a risk of explosion. This treasure clothes is no exception. Therefore, please use with caution. Good fellow. This actually comes in a set. Is this a dissipation type concept magic weapon? That's interesting. But although he said so, his eyes were always fixed on the record of the goddess. Now he is really becoming more and more interested in this scroll. Of course, he also knew that this thing should be harmless to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the treasure chest to explode. After all, this is equivalent to actively exposing yourself. Never mind. Anyway, we'll figure out the whole story sooner or later. There's no need to get stuck on this. He shook his head slightly, and then Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. And the goal is nothing else but the passage to the supreme plane. The goddess has opened her eyes. The goddess has finally opened her eyes. Just as Cao Wenbin was speeding on his way, the people in the yin and yang realm, who had been tortured for months, also cheered. As for whether they were right or not, I can only say there is nothing wrong with it. Look, in the Palace of Joy, Qingcheng, who was still lying on the blanket, really opened her eyes slowly as they were cheering. Where am I? At first, she was still a little confused. Because her memory is still stuck on the time when she ate those beauty meals. According to those two beauties, as long as she eats it, her appearance will definitely reach a new level. I've eaten so much, it should be effective. As soon as she finished speaking, she subconsciously prepared to summon a Zhongzhou mirror. But before the spell could take shape, she suddenly reacted. Then beads of sweat appeared on the little face. Especially when she discovered that although her clothes were still intact, her body was. How so? The little face was full of the meaning of collapse. After all, although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She knew very well what she was sensing and what it meant. Of course, this situation did not last long. Soon, she woke up completely. I see. This is all a setup. I was tricked by those two women. That table is not a beauty meal at all. But it's a chastity meal. Damn, the old saying is true. Brother asked you to go out, but you went to play with others. The only one who suffers is money. But your bestie asked you to go out, but it was to go play with someone else. Apart from money, everything else is suffering. The more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. In the end, it became unbearable. So, she quickly walked towards the door with a fierce look on her face. Judging from his expression, he is obviously preparing for revenge. I think so. You'd better be honest. Otherwise, you will only suffer more. But before her hand touched the door handle, a beautiful female voice suddenly came from behind her. Very soft. Just like the big sister next door. But even so, Qingcheng was still shocked. After all, she has reached the peak of the heavenly Dao realm. Even though I was a little excited just now, I shouldn't be touched from behind. But now it is. Who are you? She turned around suddenly, and then Qingcheng looked at the source of the sound with a vigilant look on her face. As the other party slowly walked out from the shadows, the corners of her mouth suddenly became more bitter. Because this is another woman who is more beautiful than her. What made her even more envious was that this woman's temperament was simply amazing. Noble and coquettish, it is definitely the best of the best. Damn it. You have such great resources, why are you always pestering me? Very frustrating. At the same time, the woman's voice once again entered her ears. My name is Nian Yu. As for my identity, it's not high, just a shelf. Qingcheng's pupils shrank unconsciously. At this moment, she was truly shocked. Because she could feel that the woman in front of her was definitely stronger than her. If she was born in the realm of yin and yang, there would most likely be no story between her and Yan Luo. But such a person is willing to admit that he is arrogant. Doesn't this mean that? It seems I underestimated Cao Wenbin. The desire for revenge suddenly dropped a lot. After all, from now on, it seems that she can't even beat the other person's woman, let alone the real person. Of course, she lost, but she didn't give up completely. After taking 2 breaths, he gritted his teeth and said, "You make it sound so easy. But the thing is, before this, I was a grown-up girl. I was played like that without any reason. Shouldn't I be taking revenge?" Nian Yu smiled. And the more you laugh, the happier you become. Only when Qingcheng felt a little nervous did she speak again. You can certainly take revenge. But, we have to change our methods. Like giving him a baby. Just give him 100 or 80 children. Make him completely lose his time. All I do all day is take care of the kids. The corners of Qingcheng's mouth twitched unconsciously. Have a baby. Still 100 or 80. Is this a punishment for Cao Wenbin, or a punishment for her? And Nian Yu's performance is obviously not over yet. The next moment. Of course, you can also choose to go your own way. But in that case, you'll have no choice but to fight me first. Oh, right, I forgot to mention that. My other identity is the master of this happy palace. Specially responsible for dealing with those who harbor rebellious intentions. Excellent technique. For millions of years, no one has given a bad review. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from Nian Yu's body. He directly pressed Qingcheng to the ground. Actually, the gap between the two is not that big. The reason why the situation is one-sided is mainly because the conditions of the two sides are so different. A full state. The other one, on the other hand, had trouble even standing straight. It was precisely because of this that Nian Yu only had to use a little trick and Qingcheng couldn't bear it immediately. I give in. I'm convinced, isn't that enough? Chapter 754. Lu Zhilin was secretly upset. This method is really amazing. It's really hard to imagine that this was actually tinkered with by a younger generation. Beside the passage between the two worlds, Lu Zhilin was staring blankly at the ceiling formation in front of him. His eyes were full of shock. He has been standing here for more than 5 months. It is euphemistically called checking for omissions and filling in the gaps. But in fact, he wanted to take control of this method into his own hands. After all, whether your parents have it or not, it's not as good as having it yourself. What if something happened to Tian Yulin? But after such a long period of effort, he found that he was completely overthinking. What Tian Yulin created is at least chaos level. Even with his level of comprehension, it would be impossible to reverse the process without 1,000 or 800 years of practice. It seems that breaking through the heavenly Dao realm is the most practical. Everything else is bullshit. He shook his head slightly, then lowered his head and began to think. Of course, it is said to be meditation, but in fact, it is making a decision. Because there are only 2 paths before him. One is like looking for a needle in a haystack. See if you can find new opportunities in this supreme plane that has been explored by countless people. As for the other one, that is to seek wealth and honor in danger. Fight back into the realm of yin and yang and seek Yan Luo's help. He was sure that Yan Luo must have been fooled by now. And this is his chance. After all, that Cao guy has always been a beast. Yan Luo might have regretted his decision. Which one should I choose? Very confusing. But at this moment, Lu Zhilin. You're still here. It seems that you are not at ease with me. It took several months to check for omissions and fill in the gaps. The voice was full of dissatisfaction. And Lu Zhilan scratched his head subconsciously. Because he recognized it, it was Tian Yulin's voice. Depend on. Why is this woman here? The embarrassment is beyond words. But he does have some quick wit. After rolling his eyes a few times, he immediately came up with a fairly reasonable reason. The fairy is joking. How can I be here all the time? After all, there are quite a few things going on in the Xiaoyao sect. I can only say that we are so destined to be together. I was just about to leave when you left. And when you came, I was just one step ahead. Tian Yulin smiled. It's full of disdain. But in the end, she did not continue to dwell on this issue. Instead, he changed the subject, so that's how it is. That's quite a coincidence. By the way, recently I have made a new breakthrough in the art of sealing. So I have already notified all the experts here. Once they arrive, we'll work together and re-strengthen the seal. It's so casual. But Lu Zhilan's eyes almost popped out of his head when he heard this. It's already a chaos-level method, yet it can still be reinforced. Is this woman's attainment in sealing so perverted? Although he was shocked, a hint of joy soon flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he also had an accurate judgment on what method to use to break through the heavenly Tao realm. Originally, he was more inclined to the second option. After all, there is a clear goal. Although it's a bit difficult, it's fast enough. But now, he doesn't intend to consider this at all. Because if the formation can be strengthened again, he will have even more time. So it is more cost-effective to find a needle in a haystack. Buzz. Just as he was pondering in secret, the sound of space vibration suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Qingcheng walked out of the space crack with ease. Fairy, we meet again. How is it? Are you used to living in this supreme plane? Without any hesitation, Lu Zhilan greeted them immediately. However, as his attention was completely shifted to Qingcheng, his brows twitched unconsciously. As to why this is so, he discovered that the aura in Qingcheng's body was no longer as pure as before. Is this because you've found a lover? It seems that there are still many talented people in the supreme plane. Happy event. What a great event. The more he looked, the more excited Lu Zhilan became. Because once the first place is lost, even if Cao Wenbin gets Qingcheng in the future, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. It is even possible that it cannot break through. Buzz, buzz, buzz. And Qingcheng's appearance was like a fuse. Soon, the sounds of space shocks began to ring out one after another. Then, masters appeared one after another. In the end, even his senior sister Nancy showed up with a smile on her face. So complete. But just when everyone was greeting each other, Lu Zhilan's brows unconsciously frowned. At the same time, his heart suddenly tightened. A sense of foreboding quickly spread throughout his body. But before he could figure out what was wrong, a hearty laugh suddenly came out from the sealing magic circle that, in his opinion, no one could break through. Everyone, I hope you are all well. Good. The people are quite complete. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. Listen to me carefully. Men, whatever you want, they all have to die anyway. But a woman only needs to spread her legs towards me and wait obediently, and she can save her life. Of course, forget about the ugly ones. If you disgust me, I'll scatter your ancestors' ashes. Without any hesitation or nonsense, Lu Zhilan immediately ran away. That handsome face was instantly covered in cold sweat. He recognized it, it was Cao Wenbin's voice. While running, he quickly figured out what was going on. Damn it, I was really screwed by those two idiots from Fangpeng. He even swore that Tian Yulin was fine. This is a huge problem. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have been played around by that Cao guy a long time ago. It's just that we haven't had time to publicize it yet. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Then he slapped himself directly. Quite strong. Because he suddenly remembered that he had clearly noticed that Tian Yulin's aura was wrong at the beginning. But he had filled in such a huge loophole in his own mind. He deserves it. Why couldn't I have thought more about it then? How many people in the entire Supreme Plane can be willing to sacrifice for someone as proud as Tian Yulin? Chapter 755. Lu Zhilan understood everything. Buzz. Lu Zhilan is very fast. But someone is faster than him. Before he could finish his self-reflection, Cao Wenbin appeared in front of him. Brother Lu, we're old friends, and you're just leaving without saying a word. This is so inhumane. The voice was full of joking. But Lu Zhilin didn't care at all. After changing the direction, he used the dark teleportation technique to its fullest potential. But it was obvious that he was doing completely useless work. The next moment, Cao Wenbin appeared in front of him again. The expression is still playful. At this moment, Lu Zhilin finally reacted. Cao Wenbin at this time seems to no longer be the same Cao Wenbin as before. The two of them are no longer on the same level. Otherwise, if the opponent's teleportation skills were similar, it would be impossible for him to catch up so easily. And precisely because of this judgment, he went crazy. That's impossible. Without Qingcheng, it would be impossible for you to achieve a breakthrough in the yin-yang realm. Wrong. But after he yelled twice, his face suddenly turned pale. Then, the name of a spell appeared in his mind. Disguise. I see. I understand everything. No wonder Qingcheng's aura suddenly changed. It turns out she didn't find a lover. But she was replaced by your woman. And the real Qingcheng has long been quietly sent back to the yin and yang realm by Tian Yulin. The voice was full of despair. However, his body still didn't stop. It's just more varied. Unfortunately, the absolute gap in strength cannot be made up by small tricks. As for the challenge of leapfrogging, this kind of thing could happen to someone else. But for Cao Wenbin, it simply exists. It's good that he doesn't surpass others. So just a few breaths later, Lu Zhilin flew back to their main force. There was even blood at the corner of his mouth. However, physical pain is nothing to Lu Zhilin. What really made him unbearable was the psychological trauma. Look, before he even stood firmly, he caught a glimpse of something that made him furious. His senior sister Nancy didn't even stand up to resist. Instead, he lay flat on the ground. He just arranged himself into a big character. It looked like there was nothing more than, "Please walk into a trap," written on the side. So, he exploded immediately. Nancy, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up and kill the enemy. Even if I can't escape in the end, I'll still break even if I kill one, and I'll make a profit if I kill two. The voice was full of anger at the lack of fighting spirit. But Nancy had no intention of moving at all. After glancing at him indifferently, she asked in an even more infuriating way, "Kill the enemy. I don't want to die. I rely on your Xiaoyao sect so that we can share the happiness together. We all share the same hardship. Didn't you hear what Master Cao said just now? As long as the beauty has the right posture, she will never die. And with my looks, I obviously meet the criteria." Lu Zhilin was furious. Then without saying a word, he rushed towards Nancy. As for the specific goals, it was none other than Nancy's extremely delicate face. Okay, you meet the requirements, right? In that case, I'll use my knife on you. See how you can still act like a wild beast. Very powerful. But Nancy had no intention of hiding. Instead, he laughed even more happily. Because from her perspective, she could already see Cao Wenbin rushing towards this side. Really, as long as you are a valuable person, you will be welcomed everywhere. And my looks and figure are obviously very valuable. Fortunately, this cheap junior brother likes to pretend to be a gentleman and hasn't touched me in a million years. Otherwise, my value will be greatly reduced. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. Look, Lu Zhilin was stopped just when he was halfway through his rush. Then, Lu Zhilin, you really only remember to eat and not to be beaten. Have you forgotten? My pride is my Achilles heel. Even if it's just a prep rack. As soon as the words were spoken, all kinds of attacks suddenly came down. Lu Zhilin wanted to hide, but he couldn't hide at all. Under the influence of the laws of space and time, he directly turned into a sandbag. Can only allow all kinds of attacks to ravage. It took a long time to get rid of the entanglement. Wow, but even after reaching the safe area, he still felt uncomfortable. A mouthful of bright red blood suddenly spat out from him. What frightened him even more was that during the time he was fighting with Cao Wenbin, the Cao family's large army actually arrived. Whether it is Zhang Jian, Han Zhongyu, or Zhao Yuaner, they are all here. Completion. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhilin knew that his situation was over. All of this was obviously planned by Cao Wenbin. The purpose is to completely wipe out this group of people. Then unify the Supreme Plane. Zhilin, hurry up and leave. Dad will cover your retreat. Remember, don't think about anything else after you get out. Just take your mother and go back to seclusion. With your and your mother's strength, if you sincerely hide, even if the Cao family unifies the supreme plane, it will not be easy to find you. But just when Lu Zhilin was in a daze and ready to die, a shout suddenly came into his ears. That makes sense. But when Lu Zhilin woke up, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Because Lu Zhenchen didn't know, but he knew it all. His mother had long forgotten what the Lu family was. I only think about taking care of the baby every day. Father. Wow. Originally, he was ready to confess. After all, Lu Zhenchen obviously has no hope of survival. So it's better to let him be a clear-headed ghost. But before he could finish his words, another attack fell on him. He was directly knocked out again. Seeing that his son's condition was getting worse and worse, Lu Zhenchen didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed and he flew up directly. However, his target was not the real person Cao Wenbin. Instead, it was Zhao Yuan'er, who was much weaker than him. At the same time, a sense of loneliness slowly emerged from his body. Go to hell. Cao Wenbin, don't you care about your woman? And do you love this Zhao guy even more? In that case, I will separate you from the living today. Let's see if you still show off in the future. Chapter 756 The Only Way Out. Court Death. Without any surprise, an extremely strong murderous intent immediately flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. As I said, women are Cao Wenbin's Achilles heel. And Zhao Yuan'er is the worst of all the worst. You don't even need to touch it, just one look and you'll die. Of course, he wasn't just angry. The movements are not slow either. The next moment, Hongmeng auspicious clouds appeared above Zhao Yuan'er's head. Boom! And the explosion came as expected. Everything around was instantly blasted into nothingness by the terrifying energy generated by Lu Zhenchen's self-explosion. There is nothing left except people. Is it done? This is the first thought of most people in the Lu family camp. Walk. But Lu Zhilin didn't even look at it. Taking advantage of the moment when Cao Wenbin's attention was diverted, he flew directly to a super city. The great hide in the city. He knew very well that this self-destruction would not bring much gain. After all, that is the Hongmeng auspicious cloud. When he wanted to smash it at the beginning, it took a lot of effort. Not to mention the self-destruction which looks tragic but is not very powerful. And the reality was pretty much as he expected. Soon, screams were heard from behind him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough. But it was obvious that he was happy too early. Just when he thought he had escaped, Nian Yuyu and Hao Mengxuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, Mr. Lu, you don't think you're the only smart person in this world, do you? My dear ladies, we have been on guard against this move of yours from the very beginning. Okay, stop it right now. Lu Zhilin was shocked. Then he changed direction again without even thinking about it. As for the hard charge, he is not that stupid. You should know that the one blocking the way was Hao Mengxuan. Half-step to dominance. At this moment, he could never be his opponent. Besides, even if he really did hit her, so what? As long as he delays a little bit, Cao Wenbin will definitely catch up. By then. But as the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. Even though he reacted quickly. But the next moment, Brother Lu, your temper is still so impatient. You know, this whole situation is all because of you. If you leave, what are we going to do? By the way, haven't you been asking me about your mother for a while now? Come on, I'll take you to see them. You don't know, they are both very greedy. Lu Zhilin's face suddenly became even darker. Especially when he saw Cao Wenbin's big hand grabbing him, his whole body began to tremble wildly. He knew he must not be caught. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. There is no possibility of survival. So, Mr. Cao, you win this round. But this will never be the end. Just wait. It won't be long before I make a comeback. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhilin's body suddenly became lighter. And it's extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it completely turned into a shadow. Seeing this scene, Cao Wenbin stopped immediately. Because he also knows this trick. This is their unique way of saving lives. At the cost of 90% of your cultivation, ignore everything and go directly to any safe place. It is precisely because of this trick that even if their heads were beaten into dog heads in their previous lives, they still couldn't determine the winner. Wenbin, what's this trick? Where should we go to find him now? You must know that letting a tiger return to the mountains is a taboo. We must not give him a chance to breathe. But he knows this, but others don't. So how Mengxuan immediately started asking anxiously. Can't find it. But Sister Mengxuan, there's no need to worry. This guy can't get far. I'm prepared for this. Very confident. And the real situation is indeed similar to what he said. Look, Lu Zhilin's original first target was Yingtian City. After all, it is the city with the most people in the Supreme Plane. Easy to hide. But just when he was about to take action, he was completely stunned. Because there was no pure yin energy over there, he had no way to get through. And what caused all this was actually an inconspicuous flower. They are everywhere in the mountains and plains, and as long as it is the territory controlled by the Cao family, they are everywhere. Of course, quantity doesn't count. The most amazing thing about these things is that they can actually absorb pure yin energy. Then transport it to other places in a special way. The flower of absolute yin. Okay, you Cao are so scheming. You've actually been thinking about killing me since a long time ago. Laughing in anger. In the end, out of desperation, he chose the Cave of 10,000 Demons as his home. As for the reasons, first of all, it is the place with the most yin energy among the remaining two places. This will help him recover. Secondly, he felt a hint of unusual aura there. Not sure what it is though. But at this moment, he just likes unusual things. After all, only when chaos breaks out can he have a chance to turn defeat into victory. If he continued to follow the routine, he would have fallen far behind and would never have been a match for Cao Wenbin. That's right. As soon as he landed, Lu Zhilin, who had already become a 12th rank emperor, suddenly burst into a gleam of light in his eyes. Then he quickly opened the control. He knew this thing couldn't be worn for long. After all, this is Cao Wenbin's thing. Who knows if the device has positioning function? So he had already made up his mind that after using it this time, he would destroy it completely. As for this final belonging, he was going to see if Yan Luo's situation was the same as he guessed. After all, although Yan Luo is unlikely to be the first, he is still of great use to him. I hope she has mastered it. Very nervous. But what he didn't expect was that just as his mind was immersed in it, an extremely unfamiliar but quite charming woman immediately sent him a message. And when he saw the other person's name clearly, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Yan Luo. This woman actually contacted me. It seems that I guessed everything. That Cao Wenbin really doesn't know how to care for others. It panicked people all at once. Chapter 757 Fang Peng's Memory. Brother Lu, this is where you're wrong. How can you contact someone else's woman privately? You must know that you should never cheat on your friend's wife. But soon, Lu Zhilin's smile froze on his face. Because after he opened the dialogue box, he found that what the other party sent was not the joint request he expected. Instead, it was a joke. Obviously, his thoughts were anticipated by Cao Wenbin again. And the person who sent the message was definitely not Yan Luo as he thought. As for who exactly, damn it, that guy is really shameless. Of course, complaints are complaints. But his hands never stopped for a moment. He grabbed the wrist immediately. By the way, he even spat at the side. After all, in his opinion, everyone in the world has the right to say this. But Cao Wenbin is the only one who can't do it. My friend's wife, you're welcome, that's what he should say. But just when the control was about to completely slip away from his wrist, the beeping sound started again. Immediately afterwards, 3 pictures appeared before his eyes. The first one is Zhongzhou's. The little face is tilted up to the sky, and the little mouth is slightly open. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like they're doing anything good. The same is true for the second and third pictures. The only difference is that the protagonist has changed to Lu Yunxiao and the owner of this account, Yan Luo. So, Lu Zhilin exploded. Cao Wenbin, I'm not done with you. But the words are domineering. But as soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that the previous injury had recurred due to anger. Husband, everyone who was surrounded has been killed. With the help of the formation, no one will escape. Including Fang Peng and Yao Jisheng, they were also executed. Just when Lu Zhilin was so angry that he was fuming, Cao Wenbin had one happy event after another. Not long after, Dong Muyun, who was in charge, rushed over and said, Wenbin, our people have already located Lu Zhilin's whereabouts. It's pretty much what you guessed. Not far. It's in the 10,000 Demons cave. How about we chase after them now? The sound is not loud. But everyone in the Cao family looked delighted when they heard this. After all, everyone knows that Lu Zhilin is their biggest enemy. If we can completely eliminate it, we can really rest assured. And by then, the population of the Cao family is really too small. Even if you count the 3 that are still gestating, there aren't many. It seems that after everything is settled, I have to work hard. This is the first thought of most people. Cao Wenbin, who didn't know all this, thought about it for a while and then shook his head slightly. Let's calm down first. There's no rush. First of all, there's no point in chasing after him. After all, there are no limits to our life-saving methods. If we really push that guy into a corner, he'll definitely use it again. Secondly, that guy must have had a purpose for choosing the 10,000 Demons Cave. I will never seek medical help out of desperation. So we'd better plant the absolute yin flower first. Shrink his movement space step by step, and then kill him with one strike. Well reasoned and well founded. So, the girls quickly gave up their radical ideas. Then he threw Fang Peng, whose cultivation had been destroyed, to the feet of Cao Wenbin. The intention is very clear, which is to let Cao Wenbin search his soul quickly. After all, since we have already guessed that Lu Zhilin has other thoughts, we naturally have to prepare early. And the person who knows the most about the Cave of 10,000 Demons is naturally Fang Peng. So, no, you can't kill me. Without me, you would never be able to control the 10,000 Demons Cave. Those demons under my command will definitely turn their respective territories into ruins. The words were spoken quickly and urgently. But Cao Wenbin subconsciously curled his lips. Demon, toss. I'll lend them a little courage. Also, you seem to be mistaken. All I wanted, from the beginning to the end, was the land there. As for the people and things above, to be honest, I wish they were all dead. That way, I can rebuild. Just think about it, how much benefit is this? A look of horror suddenly flashed across Fang Peng's face. Let all the people in an area die. He, a man called a devil by everyone in the world, had never had such a thought. How dare this well-mannered little guy in front of me do this? But before he could say anything, a big hand suddenly fell on his head. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness began to become blurred. Until all perception is completely lost. What's wrong? At the beginning, the girls didn't care too much. After all, it's just a cave of 10,000 demons. Even if there is something hidden inside, it can't be too outrageous. Otherwise, why didn't Fang Peng use it? But as time went by, the girls gradually discovered something was wrong. Because Cao Wenbin's brows were getting tighter and tighter. It was obvious that he had discovered something unusual. It seems there's something fishy going on over there. And Cao Wenbin didn't let them think about it for too long. The next moment, damn it, I really didn't expect that guy Fang Peng with those thick eyebrows and big eyes. How cowardly. A dignified lord of a holy land has actually been sidelined. He first complained harshly, and then explained to the girls. It turns out that as early as more than 3 million years ago, Fang Peng was no longer in charge of the Cave of 10,000 Demons. He is just a puppet. Cao Wenbin was no stranger to the real masters, those guys who had attacked Blue Star before. There are 2 so-called controllers here. At the beginning, they were just pioneers. If the resources here are abundant enough, then call for a large force. And thus completely occupy this place. But after witnessing the prosperity here and exploring the specific strength here, these 2 guys gradually developed ambitions. They want to keep this place for themselves. Then use the resources here and reach the top directly. Not only are they ambitious, but they also have amazing skills. During these millions of years, they used the blood food collected from all directions in the 10,000 Demons Cave and the sealed ferocious beasts to not only cultivate 7 insects with the strength of the heavenly Tao realm. He even created a star terror. The specific strength is unknown. But according to Fang Peng's perception, he is definitely no match for him. Chapter 758, Changing Mastery. Occupy the entire supreme plane. How dare they think? Cao Wenbin speaks very quickly. It is quite detailed. As a result, Zhongzhou and others were soon so angry that they laughed. Of course, although they were disdainful, they did not underestimate their opponents. After all, the other side only had 2 people, but they were able to completely suppress Fang Peng, which proved that the other side really had something. Because of this, after the girls complained for a few words, they asked a more critical question. Oh, my dear, Fang Peng is short-sighted and can't see the true depth of that Star Ripper. What about you? Can you tell? Also, didn't you collide with the other party once before? Do you know the opponent's weakness? They were not disappointed. Cao Wenbin quickly nodded with a smile on his face. Don't worry about that bug. Although he has been well trained and has already reached the half-step master realm. But the combat effectiveness is not that great. Sister Mengxuan can still completely defeat the opponent even if she lets him use only one hand. Even if there was one more, it wouldn't be enough. As for those guys' weaknesses, the reason they can cultivate bugs is because of something called a mother nest. That thing is amazing. It accepts anything. I can eat anything. As long as there are enough resources, it can produce all kinds of insects. There are no restrictions. It is precisely because of this characteristic that those so-called controllers basically use human wave tactics when fighting against the enemy. I'm going to use a sea of insects to crush you to death. After all, it takes a lot of time for a monk to become successful. But I don't need it at all. As one side gains, the other loses, and they are guaranteed to make a profit. Of course, as the saying goes, success and failure are both due to Xiao He. Although this nest is their treasure, it is also their weakness. As long as we destroy it, they will be useless. While the resources and time required to hatch the bugs aren't much, the resources needed to cultivate the mother nest are quite astonishing. It's impossible to replicate one in such a short time. Zhongzhou and others understood. At the same time, his eyes lit up. In other words, if we fight it, we must destroy it with the force of thunder. If that's the case, does Fang Peng have the specific coordinates of the mother nest in his memory? If there's anything, nod again. But before Zhang Jian and others could show their excitement, Cao Wenbin shook his head again. The coordinates are there, but I am 100% sure that it must be fake. Because not only do we know this weakness, but they also know it well. So setting up some sleight of hand is just standard practice. Back when I was on Blue Star, I had to kill 7 fake ones before I found the real one. The beautiful eyes of Zhang Jian and others widened instantly. 7 false and 1 true. Good man, so cautious. After knowing the other party's methods, Zhang Jian and others gave up the idea of launching a sneak attack. If that's the case, then we should go plant the Juyin flower first. Anyway, the territory of Shaoyao sect and Baikao garden is enough for us to mess around for a while. By the way, husband, what are you going to do in the next period of time? Cao Wenbin smiled. It is filled with evil. Then he threw it out of the happy palace. Then of course I'll go talk to Yu Qiwei. How could we miss such a great master like her? If we can have her help, what kind of waves can the bugs in the 10,000 Demons Cave cause? It can be leveled directly. I have to say, although Lu Zhilin is not a very good person, he did leave us a lot of resources. Next time we meet, I must thank him. In the battle against the Shaoyao sect, the Cao family's heavenly soldiers achieved significant results. Without losing a single soldier, we almost completely wiped out the entire main force of the Shaoyao sect and its allies. Lu Zhenshan self-destructs. Yao Jisheng and Fang Peng were executed. Only Lu Zhilin was seriously injured and fled in a panic. We hereby warn everyone not to provide any convenience for it. Once discovered, all 10 clans will be punished. We won't let go even if it's a dog that barked at you. We will also issue a bounty at the same time. According to estimates, Lu Zhilin at this moment is at most at the realm of the 12th rank Great Emperor. The combat capability is only at the level of a mid-stage patrolman at best. Therefore, anyone who has ideas can go to the 10,000 Demons Cave to look for him. We promise that if you can get his head, we will ensure your rapid rise to prominence. Go to heights you never even dared to imagine before. Without any surprise, the matter of the sealed land came under his control at the first moment. Unlike the previous implicit reports, this time the report is much more direct. The whole article is full of official language. It is obvious that it is used as a place to issue orders. So, damn, the game has gone awry. When it was first released, they promised it would be a place for chatting and sharing interesting things about life, nothing else. But now, it's become this. Damn it, I'm done playing. Idiot, you believe what they say. It's just a slogan, it's impossible to achieve. Don't you think about it. The whole world has been taken over by Cao. Even if you are powerful, you can't go against the Cao family. Are you trying to save your life? That's right. And don't forget, the person who actually controls this has also been to the Happy Palace. He's a complete member of the Cao family. So it's not easy for them to survive until now and see even a little change. Hey, I don't ask for anything else, I just want the basic rules to remain unchanged. After all, my whole family depends on it to survive. Any slightest disturbance would be enough to kill me. All of a sudden, people were saying all sorts of things. Of course, more people are packing up their valuables. Then they set off towards the cave of 10,000 demons in groups of 3 or 5. I swear to take off Lu Zhilin's head. After all, opportunities to rise to the top are rare. Although the combat effectiveness of the patroller in the midterm is strong, it is not unattainable. If we cooperate properly, there is definitely a chance. Mr. Lu, you must hold on until I arrive. Zhongzhou and others, who saw everything through their eyes, also laughed. Actually, they don't expect these guys to achieve anything. After all, that is the Lord of Darkness. Even if a tiger is in dire straits, it cannot be shaken by these ants. The reason for doing this is just to torment that guy so that he can't recover peacefully. Chapter 759, Seeking the Skin of a Tiger Part 1. Cao Wenbin, you're really like a toad lying on your feet. You don't bite, but you make people feel uncomfortable. Looking at the pile of minced meat in front of him, Lu Zhilin's already somewhat embarrassed face suddenly became even darker. There is no way, this is already the third wave of attack. And it is precisely because of the harassment from these rubbish that more than 10 days have passed and he still hasn't recovered much. I just reached the early stages of the patroller yesterday. Ridiculously slow. No, we can't go on like this. Although I don't know why that Cao guy hasn't caught up with me yet, I definitely don't have much time left. He gritted his teeth, then looked towards the mountain opposite. That's actually the place he wants to go the most. After all, that is the base camp of the 10,000 Demons Cave. The good stuff collected inside may not help him break through to the heavenly Tao realm, but it will definitely allow him to quickly recover to the peak of the patroller. As for why I didn't go in directly before. In fact, he had already been there more than 10 days ago. But as soon as he reached halfway up the mountain, he was scared back again. The ferocious insects that are everywhere in the mountains are really too terrifying. If he were to face a few of them, he would have no other choice but to use the forbidden technique again. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. At worst, just be careful. His method of hiding is not for nothing. What really made him panic and even forced him to retreat was his intuition. This magical skill that has saved him from desperate situations many times has been madly warning him since he stepped into the mountain that if he goes forward, his life will be in danger. That's why he had to settle for the second best and choose to recuperate here. But now it seems, damn it, we can only give it one more try. If it succeeds, there's still a glimmer of hope. If I fail, the worst that can happen is just to perform a forbidden technique. It's already like this anyway. It can't be any worse. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. When we appeared, we had already reached the foot of the mountain. Relying on his previous experience, he reached the halfway point of the mountain with almost no effort. The real test is about to begin. The expression is very serious. But before he could choose his next course of action, the ferocious insects that were originally lying quietly below him suddenly became manic. Only the limbs raised their heads. Those with wings simply surrounded him. And they all used their hardest shells to face him. Obviously they were afraid that he would rush out. Not good. Lu Zhilin's face changed drastically. He knew he was discovered. At the same time, he also understood that these insects were not a naturally evolved species at all. But it is artificially cultivated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such strong discipline. Damn, they're almost catching up with the mortal army. And what happened next quickly confirmed his guess. Just when he was about to concentrate all his efforts to break out of the encirclement, two teasing voices suddenly came into his ears. Boy, I let you get away last time. I didn't expect you to come. Okay, you don't have to bother with that anymore. Just stay here and feed these bugs of mine. Turning back suddenly, Lu Zhilin discovered that his retreat was blocked. At some point, a giant mantis appeared behind him. The two sickles are extremely sharp. Although the aura she exudes is not as strong as Yu Qiwei's, it has definitely reached the level of a half-step master. But the strange thing is that the one who made the sound was not this mantis. Instead, there were two humans following him. It's obvious that they are the real ones. Really? His face suddenly turned dark. Immediately afterwards, his body began to become illusory again. Without any hesitation, it was his decisiveness that allowed him to avoid the mantis's fatal attack. But he was safe, but the two controllers were stunned. In the early stage of patrol, he avoided the fatal blow of the half-step master realm. Are you sure you're not kidding? However, both of them reacted quickly as well. Not taking any action. Instead, he immediately started shouting. Mr. Liu, if my guess is correct, the method you are using now should have serious side effects. In that case, how about we sit down and talk? Don't worry, we will never kill again. Because our original intention is just to get your blood. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. It is full of sincerity. As a result, Lu Zhilin's fading process suddenly slowed down. At the same time, do you know me? The two controllers nodded quickly. Mr. Liu is joking. As a member of the Supreme Plane, even if we are ignorant, it is impossible for us not to know you. By the way, we are brothers. My name is Kui Hao, and his name is Kui Sheng. Just call us Xiaohao and Xiaosheng from now on. Although the other party's attitude has become better, Lu Zhilin still has not lifted the special status. Not only that, but he also asked a more crucial question. If you know everything, then you should be familiar with the conflict between Cao Wenbin and me. If that's the case, then you still dare to take me in. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Kui Hao and Kui Sheng's smile suddenly became even brighter. Then he nodded again confidently. Mr. Liu, there is no need to worry about this. Since we dare to keep you, we must have made all the necessary preparations. To be honest, although Cao Wenbin is strong, we are not really afraid of him. After all, his strength is dealing with women. And here, except for the two of us, it's all bugs. Without even a female, he can't perform at all. Lu Zhilin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Immediately afterwards, the special status was lifted. He decided that he wanted to cooperate with these two people. Of course, he didn't think these two guys could really stop Cao Wenbin. After all, he knew exactly how powerful his mortal enemy was. Even if these two guys controlled a mantis at the half-step master level, it would still be useless. The reason why he agreed was that he wanted these two guys to be cannon fodder in the front, and then he would pick up the slack in the back. What if these two guys can hold him back until he reaches the heavenly Tao realm? Chapter 760, Seeking the Skin of a Tiger Part 2. Then the only question now is how much blood they need. Thinking of this, Lu Zhilin waved his right hand and a tea table appeared out of thin air. Then, while making tea, he casually asked, "Didn't you guys just say you wanted to chat? In that case, please take a seat. If the conditions are right, then it's not impossible for us to cooperate. After all, judging from your appearance, it's obvious that you are not the kind of people who would stay quiet. In other words, if you really think about it, we have a common enemy." The words are very clear. So, the Kui brothers did not hesitate either. He sat down opposite Lu Zhilin. Then, since Mr. Liu is so straightforward, we won't hide it anymore. Again, we only want blood. And here's what we thought. In the following period, we will provide security for Mr. Liu. I won't let anyone bother you. And every once in a while, we will provide Mr. Liu with the resources he needs for recovery. And you, Mr. Liu, only need to provide us with 10 drops of blood essence every 3 days. We don't want the rest. Well, this request shouldn't exceed Mr. Liu's bottom line, right? 10 drops of blood in 3 days. The corners of Lu Zhilin's mouth twitched subconsciously. Damn it, they treat him as a blood bank. He wanted to refuse. But after opening his mouth several times, he still couldn't say the word, no. There is no way, the conditions offered by the other party are really too generous. Whether it is a stable training environment or unlimited resources, they are what he urgently needs right now. And the most important thing is that after his calculations, he found that the frequency of contributing essence and blood would not have much impact on him. It's completely within his control. So, okay, just do as you say. Now, you two shouldn't stop me from going up the mountain. To show his sincerity, 10 drops of golden blood suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand while he was speaking. Although it is a dead object, it is quite powerful. Mr. Liu, please do as you please. By the way, why don't you go directly to the treasure cave in the 10,000 Demons Cave? That way, you can just take whatever you need, and we don't have to go through all the trouble. Obviously, Lu Zhilin's method worked. After all, you should be grateful for what you have received. Be soft-hearted when taking things from others. Of course, this smile didn't last long. After Lu Zhilin disappeared, both Kui Hao and Kui Sheng immediately changed their expressions. Then, brother, this guy obviously has no good intentions. If you ask me, we should just let the mother nest swallow it up. Why bother with these useless things? Although it's a bit like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, according to the feedback from the mother nest, if we swallow him, then we can at least get a star destroyer. With this top-tier military unit, our strength will be significantly improved. Let alone this world, even in our hometown, it's enough to walk sideways. The words were full of blood. But before he could finish, Kui Hao immediately rolled his eyes at him. Can you be a little more promising, kid? We have been lurking here for so many years, is it just for a chance to go sideways? Becoming the king is what we should do. So the best strategy is to continue bleeding him and then let the mother nest devour him. After all, every drop of his blood can generate a starry sky thunder beast. And only if there are more of them, can we take down Cao Wenbin. By then, we'll have 2 destroyers on our hands. That scene, Kui Hao didn't say anything else. Because both brothers were caught up in fantasy. At the same time, the 10 drops of golden blood disappeared. 10 giant eggs appeared out of thin air in a canyon in this mountain range. Judging from the aura, the thing brewing inside must be at least at the level of a top patroller. It's so satisfying. Just when Lu Zhilin was trying to get the skin of a tiger, Cao Wenbin, who had disappeared for more than half a month, finally appeared in the public eye again. But he disappeared alone. But when it appeared again, it had become 2. Yu Qiwei, who had originally ignored him, was now as docile as a kitten. The whole body is filled with nothing but charm and submission. There's nothing we can do about it. It's Cao Wenbin's fault for using all kinds of time-delaying techniques without any moral principles. Half a month outside is 10 years inside. Although Yu Qiwei has a 7-story pagoda, it is not enough at all. As soon as he came out, all kinds of good news came. The first is the Julian flower, which has already spread all over Shaoyao sect and Baikao garden. We are currently advancing steadily towards the cave of 10,000 demons. At the latest tomorrow, it will be completely penetrated. Secondly, earlier yesterday, Han Zhongzhou, with the help of the trace of divinity he obtained in the demon world, crossed the gap between heaven and earth and completely stepped into the door of the half-step domination realm. Wenbin, we now have 3 half-step masters. There are countless monks of other levels. What do you think? Should we go and destroy that last fortress, thus completely destroying this supreme plane? Zhao Yuan'er, who came to tell the situation, had burning eyes. It was obvious that she was already fantasizing about what it would be like when she was the mother of the country. As for whether she is qualified, although her strength at the moment might not even make it into the top 20 in the Cao family. But in terms of status, there are definitely no more than 5 people in the entire Cao family who can surpass her, let alone be compared with her. Look, before she could even finish her words, she had already fallen into Cao Wenbin's arms. Then, Sister Yuan'er, the world's fate is now decided. Next, you can't make excuses anymore. Within 100 years, you must give me a beautiful daughter. No surprises. Zhao Yuan'er, who was so heroic just now, blushed immediately. But she didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded slightly. Cao Wenbin, who received a positive answer, soon smiled. Then he brought the topic back to the main business. What you just said is right. It's time to make this world completely Cao's. Sister Yuan'er, go and select the generals. I'll be there soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious record of the goddess suddenly appeared in his hands. As the saying goes, we must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. So before I go, I have to find out who you are. Chapter 761. The most mysterious trump card is actually. Do it when you think of it. The next moment, Cao Wenbin's mental power suddenly penetrated into the record of the goddess. He had done the same thing in his previous life. And do it often. It is precisely because of this that the goddess record has been refined to a very high degree. It is no exaggeration to say that it is only one step away from complete refining. If the final decisive battle had not broken out too early in the previous life, this secret would never have been preserved until now. I want to see what you're hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, his mental power just happened to touch the only remaining restriction. Then, he was ready to unveil the mystery of the goddess record in one go. But before long, he was completely confused. At this moment, his strength is much weaker than before. But after being baptized by several opportunities, his mental strength is definitely much stronger than before. So logically speaking, this restriction should not be a big deal. But now, he has no way to deal with it. It was as if they were an insurmountable mountain, blocking him out. I just don't believe it. Cao Wenbin gritted his teeth and then poured all his mental strength into it. But the result is still the same. There is no difference at all. Damn it. This time, Cao Wenbin was completely out of control. Then, I started thinking of other ways. Throw it into the Yaoyang furnace. No, I just want it to speak, not to destroy it. Blood oath. That's a good idea. That's right. It seems like he thought of something. Then, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. This thing is so smart, maybe it's intelligent. It's just been hidden. In that case, if I do something bad to him. Although he was talking to himself, his voice was quite loud. It's obviously meant for outsiders to hear. And this trick really works. Look, the goddess Lu, who originally looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, suddenly started to tremble. After a few breaths, it slowly floated to a place not far from Cao Wenbin. No obstruction. After all, this is what Cao Wenbin wants to see. But the smile on his face did not last long. Because in his original expectation, this goddess record would at most reveal the entire spirit of the weapon. But unexpectedly, this guy turned into a woman in the blink of an eye. So charming, unparalleled figure. As for appearance, she is not inferior to top beauties like Shifeng and Tianyan. Fuck. So, Cao Wenbin was stunned for more than 10 breaths before he came to his senses. Then he subconsciously said the quintessence of the country. However, although he was shocked, he was not on guard. Because he knew very well that if this woman really wanted to harm him, there would be too many opportunities. There is no need to wait until now. That's why. Tell me why you do this. Speak in a calm tone. But it is full of unquestionable things. And the woman transformed by the goddess record obviously knew Cao Wenbin's temper very well. So after smoothing his hair, he immediately began to speak clearly and coherently. My name is Nangong Qingyu. It's someone from another supreme plane. The original status is the same as your original status. The number one among the younger generation. And the world I live in is extremely similar to yours. It's also a battle between two strong forces. One side is the Nangong family I belong to. And on the other side, it's those guys who can control bugs. As for the final outcome of the struggle, when she said this, her seductive shoulders shrugged subconsciously. At the same time, a hint of helplessness appeared on that beautiful face. We lost. And the defeat was quite complete. Our ancestors were ruthlessly devoured by their mother nest. All relevant documents have been destroyed. All of our people were fed to the insects as blood food. Only I and a few of my clansmen were able to escape thanks to the protection of our clan's treasure. And I have been running away for over 3,000 years. Until we get here. Actually, at the beginning, I didn't intend to hide it. After all, you were really too strong back then. As long as you're willing to help, then everything won't be a problem at all. That so-called Zerg will definitely not cause any waves. But thousands of years of sleepless nights have drained all my energy. Plus the sense of relief of finally being safe, I fell into a deep sleep before I even had a chance to speak. Well, it's nothing. But I never thought that when I regained consciousness, everything would be completely different. So, I had no choice but to follow your plan. In the hope of helping you return to the top. Then I'll take you back to avenge me. The more she talked, the lower her mood became. And Cao Wenbin finally figured everything out. Then. So, you brought the drum of dispersion and the treasure robe of dispersion from your clan. I have to say, you have a really big heart. I haven't even started writing my first name yet, and I'm already giving away gifts. Aren't you afraid that I'll just take the money and not do the work? Nangong Qingyu was stunned at first. Then he laughed. If it's at the beginning, then I naturally can't guarantee it. But after following you for so long, I know very well that even without me, you would never let those bugs go. After all, with your overbearing personality, how could you allow others to sleep soundly beside your bed? And if I'm included, you'll rush up even more screaming. After saying that, Nangong Qingyu, who was just a few steps away, disappeared from the spot. When she appeared, she had already nestled into Cao Wenbin's arms. And that's not all. The next moment, she said something that made Cao Wenbin extremely excited. That's right. If I remember correctly, my mother seemed to have escaped as well. If you're willing to send troops, and she manages to survive, then I wouldn't mind letting you two get to know each other. The corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched unconsciously. At the same time, an old friend suddenly appeared in his mind. Yuan Shifeng. Of course, Nangong Qingyu is still far inferior to this old friend. After all, Yuan Shifeng had directly pulled his mother here in a carriage. No need to wait at all. And he even took the initiative to pick up the car curtain. The service is quite thoughtful. Chapter 762 Fight. It's been a while since I last saw my housekeeper. That's right, at this time Chen Zhaohua was already the head of the Cao family. Coordinate all property. After all, her talent for business is truly incredible. No one in the Cao family can compare to her. As memories of the past gradually emerged in his mind, Cao Wenbin's smile gradually became evil. However, even though he was laughing, he didn't forget the important matter. After organizing his words a little, he immediately asked another extremely important question. By the way, do those guys who can control insects have other characteristics besides the ones I know about? Also, according to your estimation, after so many years of development, to what extent can their strength increase dramatically? It seemed as if she had guessed that Cao Wenbin would ask these questions, so she didn't even hesitate and immediately gave a very detailed introduction. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. They call themselves Zerg. The social structure is extremely rigid. In their area, anyone who has a mother nest is the best. Enjoy many privileges, even not bowing to the emperor. And if it doesn't exist, then it can only be a plaything. No matter how talented you are in other areas, it's still useless. Of course, those who own a hive are also divided into different levels. Among them, the one that can give birth to a star destroyer is the most amazing. Because this kind of insect can release the power of destruction. It can basically ignore any defense. As for the specific combat effectiveness, if you convert it, it's roughly equivalent to the early stage of the domination realm here. Of course, if a fight really breaks out, it will definitely not be able to defeat a cultivator in the domination realm. After all, these bugs have no consciousness. When fighting, either we rely on instinct or the master of the hive takes over. There are quite a lot of flaws. But they never relied on fighting alone to gain a foothold. Group fighting is their strong point. And when I escaped, they had 7 bugs of this level. They are in the hands of 7 people. As for now, there's no way to estimate it. Because they are extremely belligerent. We've never stopped expanding, and most importantly, the speed at which they improve technology is also quite astonishing. If things go wrong, this thing might have already been mass-produced. Or maybe they developed an even more powerful bug. And the owners of the mother nests below this level control the Star Ripper and the Star Thunder Beast respectively. Translated here, it means the half-step domination realm and the heavenly Dao realm. Very detailed. Cao Wenbin, who read a word, narrowed his eyes unconsciously. After all, it seems that this so-called Zerg is really tricky. However, there was no panic in his heart. Because for Lu Zhilin, that was a great opportunity. The same is true when all worlds become one. Once these two things are completed, then walk. There are 2 bugs hiding in that 10,000 demons cave. I'll take you to collect some interest first. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly used the Yaoyang teleportation technique. With this kind of magical skill, plus Cao Wenbin's current cultivation level, distance is naturally no longer a problem. Not long after, the two appeared on the outskirts of the 10,000 demons cave. Of course, they weren't the first to arrive. Zhao Yuaner, who set out early, and the people she appointed had been waiting here for a long time. That's why. Husband, shall we go in now? The one speaking is Han Zhongyu. Obviously, she had just made a breakthrough and her hands were itching. Urgently need an opportunity to get started. And Cao Wenbin did not refuse this. So, Han Zhongyu didn't say anything and immediately stepped over the dividing line that didn't exist but was known to everyone. Buzz. And it was obvious that they were not the only ones who were prepared. Before Han Zhongyu's feet even touched the ground, a group of flying insects suddenly rushed towards him. No unnecessary movements. Just keep charging forward. They looked like the Suicide Squad. Quite weird. Boom. And the facts soon proved that they were the Suicide Squad. And although these gadgets are not big in size, the destructive power they unleash is quite great. Each one of them can at least burst out to the level of a quasi-saint. But this was obviously done at the cost of one's life. Because as the attack fell, these flying insects also fell to the ground. Then it began to rot rapidly. It's obvious that all the vitality has been drained. What a magical attack method. No wonder he can become the overlord of a supreme plane. There are indeed some tricks. Unlike Cao Wenbin's face full of curiosity, Nangong Qingyu in his arms had a serious expression on his face. Then, the potential of these guys is truly terrifying. According to your intelligence, there are only 2 of them here, and no outside help at all. But under such circumstances, they still managed to raise the ability of the main combat insects to the quasi-saint realm. If they were given some time. Cao Wenbin raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Then he subconsciously asked, "Are you saying that these flying insects didn't have this much strength before?" He nodded very seriously. "That's right. When they fought against us, their main combat force was at the level of nirvana. Damn it. These 2 lone wolves are like this. Then their main force." Nangong Qingyu didn't say anything else. But the meaning is self-evident. But just like before, Cao Wenbin still didn't take it seriously. After all, if there are many ants, they can really kill an elephant. But if this ant is only at the level of a quasi-saint, then it is really not good enough. No matter how many come, they are all to tickle him. Of course, it wasn't just him, Han Zhongyu also didn't take it seriously. Still walking in with elegance. In the following process, Cao Wenbin and others also gained a lot of knowledge. In addition to these flying insects, we also saw cockroaches that were huge and extremely tough. A corrosive being that can spray venom thousands of meters away. There are also attackers hiding underground who may be missed even if the Saint Realm does not check carefully. Those methods are really varied. And they cooperate with each other. If the people coming in don't have overwhelming strength, no matter how many come, they will definitely not end up in trouble. After all, these bugs are not afraid of death. But people can't do that. Chapter 763 The Methods of the Kui Brothers. The body is indeed the capital of revolution. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to dominate the world. I'd probably be crushed to ash. Looking at the beauties flying towards them at a high speed at the foot of the mountain, the eyes of the Kui brothers were full of amazement. Even though they don't like it, all they want is to dominate the world. But they have never eaten pork, but they have seen pigs run. They all knew that the stronger a woman was, the harder it was to deal with her. If they were given any of these things that appeared in their sight, they might not be able to subdue them. Not to mention coming together. Unlike their exclamations, Lu Zhilin, who was startled by the sound of fighting, had a face full of horror. Then, "You two, the situation is already like this, let's stop lamenting about these useless things. If you have any backup plan, use it now. If not, then let's run. The most taboo thing at this time is to waste time." The words were spoken quickly and urgently. Obviously experienced. But the 2 brothers of the Kui family, who were reminded, were stunned for a moment and then laughed unconsciously. Then he waved his hand nonchalantly. "Brother Lu, don't worry. First show the enemy weakness, and then lure them deeper into our territory. This is our clan's traditional fighting method. Think about it, wasn't that how you were captured back then?" Lu Zhilin subconsciously curled his lips. Traditional tactics. In his opinion, this was just a joke. The reason why he got trapped was entirely because he underestimated the enemy and had no information about this place. It has nothing to do with tactics. And he wasn't captured. If he wants to leave, can't he leave at any time? But before he could say anything else, Kui Hao's next sentence directly froze him in place. "Besides, do you think we 2 brothers would take this battle lightly? Don't forget, this concerns the ownership of this supreme plane. Whoever wins will surely stand at the top of all living beings. And the loser will definitely become a pariah." Lu Zhilin was silent. Because there is indeed nothing wrong with this statement. However, his heart was still hanging. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Cao family's combat effectiveness is much stronger than theirs. And this happened without Cao Wenbin taking any action. Keep. Or run. Very confusing. Intel. It's time. The sound is not loud. But what Lu Zhilin didn't expect was that as these 4 words fell, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed drastically. Among the army of insects that were originally retreating, suddenly there appeared beetles with lightning all over their bodies and extremely terrifying momentum. Just like the bugs before, although these guys are respected enough to be ancestors outside, here they are still like soldiers, fearless of death. It is precisely because of this that, although they are not flexible enough and their methods are relatively simple, they still rely on their numerical advantage to stop all the masters of the Cao family's heavenly Dao realm. This is grown with my blood. It seems that I really underestimated these 2 brothers. That mantis wasn't their ultimate trump card. As the situation reversed, Lu Zhilin's pupils shrank unconsciously. There was no way, because the moment the beetle appeared, a feeling of blood connection emerged in his heart. That's bullshit. But it is very real. Of course, even so, he still doesn't have a good impression of the Kui brothers. Because the Cao family's master of the domination realm still has no rivals. And they obviously don't want to play anymore. The speed of advancement suddenly increased to another level. Come out. Still not talking much. But it's the same as before. The changes are still shocking. After receiving the call, more than 20 caterpillars suddenly crawled out of the soil. And soon it will emerge from the cocoon into a butterfly. Then they faced Han Zhongyu, Hao Mengshuan, and Yu Qiwei, 3 masters who were half a step away from becoming the master. 7 per person, distributed quite evenly. Boom. 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 As soon as the 2 sides meet, it will be like Mars hitting the Earth. Explosions rang out one after another. But it is obvious that the butterfly's fighting power is still slightly inferior. Just a few breaths later, the one in the front couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. And it is not an isolated case. After it, other butterflies soon followed in its footsteps. However, what shocked Lu Zhilin was that these butterflies, whose strength was only at the peak of the heavenly Dao realm, although they were obviously no match for the 3 women, possessed immortal bodies. After the explosion, the body can be reassembled immediately. Then he blocked the 3 women again. Coupled with precise coordination, they actually stopped the 3 women halfway up the mountain. Although the front line would move back from time to time, the speed was extremely slow. So, how about it? Do you believe our brothers this time? If I say I'll keep you safe, then I can keep you safe. Lu Zhilin nodded subconsciously. At this moment, he was really convinced. At the same time, he also asked the biggest question in his mind: how do you cultivate these butterflies? Why is it so weird? Of course, I don't want to pry into your secrets. Just out of curiosity. No hiding. The Kui brothers laughed heartily. Brother Lu, there's no need to be so cautious. After all, we are our own people right now. As for the butterflies, they were all cultivated from the ferocious beast sealed here. What a pity. Although the beast was huge, we used up all of its flesh and blood, and we were only able to cultivate these 21 immortal demon butterflies. If there were a few more of these. As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared in Kui Hao's tone. But that's true. Anyone who possesses such an important weapon but is unable to produce it indefinitely due to insufficient materials will feel regretful. If you have a bad mentality, you will end up banging your head against the wall. But unlike him, Lu Zhilin, who knew the specific materials, immediately had a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. After all, these 2 outsiders didn't know, but he, the one sitting on the ground, knew everything clearly. Those sealed beasts are actually not uncommon. At least among the 9 holy places, they all have it. Even if only a few were killed by Cao Wenbin, there would definitely be no less than 3 left. Chapter 764, Want to Run. Dream on. At the right time, this information can definitely be exchanged for a lot of good things in the hands of these 2 brothers. Lu Zhilin has a beautiful idea. However, his sweet dream had just begun when it was interrupted by a teasing voice. Yo, so you're all here. That's perfect. It saves me from having to look for everyone one by one. It's just right to solve them all at once. I subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, Lu Zhilin's face was full of fear. There's nothing he can do, because he was really scared by Cao Wenbin. I've fought so many times, but I never won once. There are already psychological shadows. Depend on. I just got carried away. How could I forget about this guy? Although his realm is not the highest, he is definitely the most terrifying one. But unlike him, when he retreated, the Kui brothers suddenly took a step forward. Then, Mr. Cao, you are really crazy. A mere heavenly Dao realm cultivator who might not even be able to defeat a starry sky thunder beast dares to advance alone. Why did those women give you confidence? As they spoke, they waved their hands gently. The next moment, the giant mantis that had not appeared before suddenly appeared behind Cao Wenbin. At the same time, the extremely sharp sickle chopped towards Cao Wenbin's neck in the first instant. It is full of tearing force. And it's extremely fast. It's done. As long as we can take this guy's head, those women down there will definitely collapse immediately. When that time comes, after seeing that Cao Wenbin did not hide, the Kui brothers immediately showed excitement on their faces. After all, the Star Ripper has always been famous for its attack power. If you fail to dodge in time, you will basically die. This is true for all peers. Not to mention the situation where it is one level stronger. It turns out that seeing is believing. This guy is not as scary as the rumors say. As the sickle got closer to Cao Wenbin's neck, the smiles on their faces became more and more intense. Dang. But before long, the smile froze on their faces. Because the expected sound of cutting flesh did not appear at all. All that reached their ears was the sound of metal clashing. The most crucial thing is that after careful observation, they found that the sickle that they thought was indestructible could not even leave a red mark, let alone hurt Cao Wenbin. How is this possible? They were both numb. My thoughts are even more confused. Because this situation was completely beyond their understanding. It doesn't make sense at all. Of course, there are more things that are contrary to common sense. The next moment, in front of their shocked eyes, Cao Wenbin grabbed the extremely sharp sickle with his backhand. Afterwards, there was no movement from it, but the giant mantis that was extremely majestic just now turned into a very subtle illusory air in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, it was sucked into Cao Wenbin's body. What kind of method is this? Shocking. At the same time, an extremely strong sense of fear emerged in the hearts of the Kui brothers. After all, as long as it is an intelligent creature, it will be afraid of the unknown. Hongmeng Qi, how is this possible? You are only at the heavenly Dao realm. If you forcefully control this thing, it should be assimilated. But they didn't know it, but Lu Zhilin was very familiar with this method. Because he could do that in his previous life. And precisely because he knows it, even though his mouth is full of doubts, his body is unusually honest. Without any hesitation, he flew directly into the distance. And the direction is also very particular. It happened to be the side that the Kui brothers were facing away from. It is obvious that he is planning to use others as a shield. Brother Lu, if this is the case, then thank you so much. After all, if it weren't for Sister Chiwei's selfless sacrifice, I would never have been able to master the Hongmeng Qi in advance. The voice was full of pride. But as the saying goes, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. As a result, Lu Zhilin's eyes turned red with anger. However, what made Lu Zhilin breathe a sigh of relief was that there was no sound of breaking air behind him. In other words, Cao Wenbin did not pursue him. It's okay, it's okay. But the good times didn't last long. The next moment, a token filled with evil energy suddenly slapped his forehead. At the same time, he discovered that a woman had appeared in front of him without him noticing. The aura of an emperor. No matter how you look at it, it's unattainable. Yi Qinger. To be honest, if it were normal times, he would not be afraid of this woman at all. They won't even look at it twice. But now, it's completely different. In his eyes, this is a mountain. It's simply insurmountable. So, they didn't even dare to fight. The dark teleportation technique was activated immediately, and the next moment, he returned to the Kui brothers in shame. Then, you two, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them now. Otherwise, we will all sleep here forever. That makes sense. We're not stupid. But the two brothers of the Kui family did not treat him well. But that's true. After all, Lu Zhilin's behavior was deserting the battlefield. The reason why we didn't kill him directly was because the timing was wrong. Not to mention giving him a good face. Of course, I'm unhappy. But neither Kui Hao nor Kui Sheng was idle. After looking at each other, they shouted in unison, the power of all insects. Just 4 words in total. But the effect is surprisingly good. Look, the moment the sound fell, all the insects all over the mountains and plains were shocked. Then they all started to contribute their strength. If you are strong, nothing will be delayed. While contributing, just do what you should do. But if they are already weak, like exploding flying insects, then they are finished. As soon as the power was contributed, it immediately turned into ashes. Because of this, after just a few breaths, the number of insects in the mountains decreased by 1/3. There is a lot of open space out of nowhere. Of course, there is a reward for every effort. As the life force gathered madly, a green sword soon appeared in front of the two brothers. It is full of vitality. Boy, you can leave your last words now. After all, this trick has never failed so far. Whether they were half-step masters or true masters, they were all transformed into ghosts by it. Chapter 765 Lu Zhilin, Die. The arrogance is beyond words. Obviously, the Kui brothers are quite confident about this move. And at the moment when the green sword appeared, Nangong Qingyu's voice immediately rang out. Wenbin, retreat quickly. Don't force yourself. This attack looks like a sword, but in reality, it doesn't attack the flesh. If you really look into it, it's actually a life in exchange for a life. Use the immense vitality contained within that sword to exchange for the target's vitality. That's why there's no way to defend against this move. You can only dodge. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. But what she didn't expect was that before she opened her mouth, Cao Wenbin clearly had the intention of avoiding her. But as soon as she finished speaking, Cao Wenbin stopped. He looked as if he was frightened by her words. Depend on. Nangong Qingyu was anxious. But before she could figure out what to do, she suddenly discovered that a book appeared out of thin air in front of Cao Wenbin. It's green too. Obviously, it is also something that controls life. This is. Nangong Qingyu was stunned. Then he subconsciously slapped his forehead. She remembered, this is the Book of Life. A top-grade defensive treasure. Especially when it comes to utilizing the power of life, nothing can surpass it. How could I have forgotten it? She shook her head gently, and then she was no longer in a hurry. Because she knew very well that the Kui brothers would definitely not gain anything from this move. Not only that, there is even a high possibility that you will end up losing more than you gain. And the fact was indeed pretty much as she expected. Look, as the Book of Life slowly unfolded under the stimulation of magic power, the green sword that was so invincible just now suddenly began to tremble. Not good. Seeing this strange situation, the faces of the Kui brothers immediately changed. They are not stupid. Despite this situation, it was the first time they had seen each other. But they also understand that this is definitely not a good thing. Because of this, the two of them cut their fingers at the first moment. The next moment, 2 drops of sky blue blood slowly emerged. Buzz. No surprises. The long sword, nourished by blood, quickly stabilized. If you look closely, you can even find that there is an extra evil spirit on it. The power is obviously stronger. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, the long sword that they had tried so hard to keep began to tremble again. And this time, no matter how hard they tried, it was completely useless. The majestic vitality that made up the long sword entered the Book of Life right under their noses, without any regrets. Without even turning back. No. As a result, the Kui brothers collapsed. Obviously, this is their last resort. If this trick doesn't work, then there is basically no other way except waiting to die. Of course, they weren't the only ones who collapsed. Lu Zhilin, who originally had high hopes for the two of them, also went crazy. However, he didn't plan to wait for death. Because he still has some tricks up his sleeve. A means of saving lives. But after he had just recited 2 spells, his body suddenly froze in place. As for the reason, he discovered that this move of his could only be used in this area. There is no place for him to stay in the outside world. And this is obviously not enough. After all, whether it is Han Zhongyu and the other 2 girls who are at the half-step master level, or Cao Wenbin and Yi Qinger, their spiritual consciousness can completely cover this area. No matter where he goes, he is under surveillance. There is simply no escape. That's why. Okay. Mr. Cao, you are indeed quite capable. It's not shameful to lose to you. But remember, I wasn't killed by you. But he died by self-immolation. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of flame suddenly appeared on Lu Zhilin's body. Gray. Under the influence of this flame, his body quickly became nothingness. In the end, all that was left was a pure black ball of light floating up and down. It is Lu Zhilin's original power. You're still so arrogant. Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, was stunned. His eyes were filled with emotion. It wasn't until Nangong Qingyu gently pushed him that he came to his senses. Then he took Lu Zhilin's original power. Respect is respect, but the benefits are something you cannot refuse. Wenbin, what are you going to do with these two guys? Waving his hand, Cao Wenbin said with disdain, didn't I tell you before that I brought you here to collect the interest? In that case, they are naturally at your disposal. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. My only request is that you do it cleanly. Leave no one alive. He didn't intend to search the soul. Because this race is on guard against this aspect. The one blue star met before, he didn't find anything. As for torture, that's totally unnecessary. What they know may not be as much as Nangong Qingyu. He was relieved, but after hearing this, the Kui brothers were stunned for a moment, and then immediately roared with horror, charging interest. Is she the remnant of Nangong? Mr. Cao, you are playing with fire. Do you know that anyone with the last name Nangong, and those who help them, are targets that we Zerg must kill? Cao Wenbin smiled, which is considered disdain. Then, you Zerg are still my target. Okay, you can enjoy the last days of your life with peace of mind. After saying that, Cao Wenbin walked towards those immortal demon butterflies. This was the only thing in the venue that could arouse his interest. But he had just taken 2 steps when the slightly panicked voices of the Kui brothers rang out again. No. Master Cao, you absolutely cannot hand us over to her. How about this, let's make a deal. If you're willing to let us go, we'll immediately leave this world and never come back. And as a ransom, we can tell you the coordinates of our mother's nest and all her weaknesses. With these, combined with your strength, it will be easy for you to take her down. Oh, by the way, my mother is not a jerk. She is one of the 7 emperors of my Zerg. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Someone once spent all his fortune just to have a meal with her. I believe she will not let you down. Chapter 766, Domineering Announcement. Obviously, these 2 guys have also heard about Wenbin's good wife. What made them happy was that this trick really worked. The next moment, Cao Wenbin really looked at them again. Not a second wasted. Then, is what you said true? Without any hesitation, both Kui Hao and Kui Sheng nodded immediately. And to show their sincerity, they didn't hesitate and immediately started writing and drawing in the void. The speed is quite fast. Very good. So, Cao Wenbin laughed unconsciously. But he was happy. But as time went on, the Kui brothers slowly discovered that something was wrong. Because they had already finished writing for half a day, but Cao Wenbin still didn't show any expression. This guy is not going to. An ominous premonition suddenly emerged in their minds. Then the 2 of them flew towards a cave behind them without saying a word. Their nest is hidden there. Of course, this is not the most important thing. Their real target is a space crack next to the mother nest. As long as they can get in, they can jump as fast as fish in the vast sea and fly as fast as birds in the sky. After all, in the turbulence of space, Cao Wenbin, who didn't know the specific route, would never be able to catch up with them no matter how strong he was. Unfortunately, although they are fast, there are people who are faster than them. Look, they haven't even walked halfway, and Nangong Qingyu has already blocked their way. His face was full of murderous intent. Obviously want to. When they saw this scene, they collapsed immediately. Then he subconsciously started yelling, Cao Wenbin, you're so dishonest. We clearly told you what you wanted. Why won't you let us leave? The voice was full of humiliation. But the next moment. Credit. What did I promise you? Hasn't it always been you guys talking to yourselves? Fortunately, you can die in peace. But you don't have to panic. After all, it won't be long before I meet your mother. By then, maybe I can give you another life. Not surprisingly, the Kui brothers were so angry that their eyes turned red. But before they could react, 2 attacks suddenly fell on them.